Chapter 1287. Hey, what are you thinking about? Lu Yufan glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head. Nothing, nothing. I guess you're thinking about how to take advantage of Sister Chiyue. Miao Xiao Miao mumbled. Lin Xian, wow. He felt wronged. In the eyes of these girls, he was actually such a person. Ahem, I just came to play with you. If you don't welcome me, sigh, then I'll leave. Lin Xian sighed, looking very sad. Sigh, Zhao Yunqi and the soft-hearted Yi immediately fell for his trick and subconsciously tried to persuade him to stay. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Yi and Yunqi are the most sensible. Lin Xian then shamelessly sat down beside them and held Zhao Yunqi's small hand with his big hand, causing her to blush. Are you in the mystic heaven realm? Lin Xian asked Zhao Yunqi with a smile. Ah? How did you know? Zhao Yunqi asked softly. I guessed. She nodded. Yes, you're in the mystic heaven realm. Lin Xian nodded. That's great. Zhao Yunqi's face turned even redder when she heard Lin Xian's praise. She wanted Lin Xian's praise, so she felt especially happy. Work hard and try to go to the martial arts academy next year. Lin Xian said. Yes. Lin Xian then looked at an Xian. This girl was also in the mystic heaven realm. After all, it had been a long time. Moreover, they hung out together every day and had a very good relationship. They also went to the beast domain all day long. You're in the mystic heaven realm too? Yes. An Xian nodded. Not bad. Of course. An Xian said proudly. Lin Xian then looked at Miao Xiao Miao and asked, will you be participating in the martial arts academy this time? Miao Xiao Miao still shook her head. I didn't participate last time, and I won't participate this time either. I'll just follow Yunqi and play with Sister Chiyue. We'll go to the demonic beast domain together. Then, spend more time with Grandpa. Lin Xian nodded. Sure. Miao Xiao Miao's talent was very high, and her personal strength was also very strong. Although she was currently in the domain realm and seemed to have fallen behind a lot because Ling Ying and the others were already celestial venerables, she really wasn't in a hurry. To be honest, if she really cultivated properly, at the same age, her cultivation would definitely be higher than Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the others. Lin Xian, when are you going to participate in the Sky Martial Assembly? Yi asked. Next week. Can we go and watch? She asked. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know. We'll have to wait for the details. They haven't even told us where to fight yet. Good luck. You must beat the shit out of those people. Lu Yufan waved her fist. Oh, you're not dissing me this time? Lin Xian asked with a smile. TSK, after all, they're outsiders. Even if I don't like you, I can't speak up for strangers, right? Lu Yufan rolled her eyes. You and Yi should work hard. You'll improve a lot if you enter the martial arts academy. I know. Okay. Then I'll go first. After Lin Xian finished speaking, the girls looked at him anxiously. Was he leaving just like that? Lin Xian paused. How about we go out and have some fun? Okay. Lin Xian still couldn't find a chance to confess. He didn't want to wait any longer. Yi didn't trigger the mission, but Lin Xian didn't want the mission. An Xian and Zhao Yunqi were girls he could win over, but Lin Xian didn't have a chance. They were all together, but it wasn't a big deal. He could talk about it later. After all, he had a lot of Adonis points. After a day of fun, it was already nighttime when Lin Xian left. He went straight to Bai Xuanxuan's place. At this moment, Bai Xianxian was chatting with Lang Wuxin. What's it like in the evil shrine? Bai Xianxian poured her a cup of coffee. Lang Wuxin hesitated for a moment and said, it's nothing. The evil shrine is the same as usual, but the people are different. In the past month, she had gradually gotten used to this kind of life. Although there were only Bai Xianxian and the experts of the Azura Palace in her life, her heart gradually calmed down. She was busy every day, and then she would go shopping with Bai Xianxian and chat. She did everything. How should she put it? At least for now, the two of them had become good friends who could talk about anything. By the way, are you Lin Xian's woman? Lang Wuxin took a sip of coffee and asked calmly. Yes. I am. Bai Xianxian nodded. You're so outstanding and beautiful, and you have the time attribute. Your cultivation is also high. Why did you choose such a man? Lang Wuxin asked. What about him? Bai Xianxian asked. Shameless, despicable. And then? Lang Wuxin thought for a moment and frowned. Then, she couldn't say anything. He's not bad looking, and he's a good person. He's talented, and he's quite responsible. Other than being a playboy, I don't think there's anything special about him. Bai Xianxian said. What I mean is, with your talent, you can find someone better. Lang Wuxin said. Bai Xianxian smiled and said, later on, I slowly realized that there's nothing better in this world. There's only satisfaction. I'm very satisfied with him. Therefore, in my eyes, he's the best. Isn't that right? Lang Wuxin pondered for a moment and said, that makes sense. What about you? Bai Xianxian asked. Although they had known each other for more than a month, they didn't talk about such things. Today, they happened to be talking about this topic. Me? I'll kill him. Lang Wuxin said coldly. I see that you've been living quite freely for the past month. Other than being restricted, what do you think? Bai Xianxian asked with a smile. Lang Wuxin was stunned. How was her life for the past month? Actually, she had never thought about this question. However, after Bai Xianxian said it, she was completely stunned. This was the first time she thought about this question. Her life for the past month, although her freedom was restricted, she seemed to be quite happy for the past month. As long as she didn't think about Lin Xian, she would go shopping, eat, and play with Bai Xianxian every day. Indeed, she seemed to be quite happy during this period. She was happier than any other day before. Previously, every day was very tiring for her. She had been an assassin since she was young. She couldn't walk out of that kind of life. At that time, she even thought that if she had parents, if she lived in an ordinary family and lived an ordinary life, how much would she live? However, her life had changed in this 1 month. Her life had become what she had imagined it to be. And all of this was because of that Lin Xian. Chapter 1288. In fact, Bai Xianxian had been helping Lin Xian these days. She roughly knew what kind of situation Lang Wuxin and Lin Xian were in, and she wasn't unforgivable. She felt pretty good after interacting with them for a month. Therefore, if such a powerful Great Void Stage cultivator could become one of them, it would be really good news. That's right, Bai Xianxian had completely become Lin Xian's virtuous wife. Lang Wuxin didn't say anything because she was a bit confused. To be honest, if it wasn't for the poison pill, she would have left the evil fiend palace a long time ago. However, she had no choice. Because of the poison pill, she would die if she left. However, Lin Xian solved the problem for her even though she had taken Lin Xian's poison pill again. She hadn't contacted the evil fiend palace for a month. She guessed that the evil fiend palace had detonated the poison pill and thought that she was dead. After all, she was one of the elders of the evil fiend palace. The evil fiend palace would definitely pay attention to her if she hadn't contacted them for a month. At this moment, Lin Xian pushed the door open and walked in. Good evening. Lin Xian smiled at Bai Xianxian and then looked at Lang Wuxin. What are you doing here? Lang Wuxin asked coldly when she saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian, damn it. This is my territory. Why do you care if I come or not? Lin Xian said. Lang Wuxin was speechless. Damn it. You're still disobedient, aren't you? Lin Xian glared at her. Hey, she helped me a lot this month. Bai Xianxian said. She can order the boss around just because she helped him? Lang Wuxin took a deep breath and then turned her head to the side, drinking her coffee in silence. How's the Azura Palace? Bai Xianxian nodded. It's almost there. It's basically stabilized. If you need a large number of experts in the future, we can provide them. With the huge wealth of the Art Pavilion Group, it won't be a problem for our development. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you for your hard work. I'm fine. Lang Wuxin has been working hard recently. Lin Xian glanced at Lang Wuxin. Are you tired? No, Lang Wuxin said coldly. Well, since she said she's not tired, I'll give her more work in the future. Don't tire yourself out. Lin Xian said as he caressed Bai Xuanxuan's face. Lang Wuxin? Fuck you. Bai Xianxian's face turned slightly red. She was obviously older than this hooligan, but why did she feel like a little girl in front of him? It was actually very simple. Because he liked her. Be obedient. When you're truly obedient, I'll give you your freedom, Lin Xian said. How can I be considered honest? I haven't done anything for the past month. I've been very obedient, so can you give me my freedom? Have you become obedient? Lin Xian rubbed his chin and looked at her. But I don't feel anything. You've been treating me like this since I came in. If I give you your freedom now, you'll kill me the moment I give you your freedom. Lin Xian said. Lang Wuxin didn't say anything. In this situation, it was useless for her to say anything. Let her go? How could Lin Xian let her go? Then, Lin Xian sat on the chair. Bai Xianxian wanted to pour tea for Lin Xian. Hey, don't pour it. You pour it. Lin Xian pointed at Lang Wuxin and said. Lang Wuxin, she gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. Then, she poured a cup of tea for Lin Xian. Help me massage my shoulders. Lin Xian stretched his neck and said. Lang Wuxin then walked behind Lin Xian and helped him massage his shoulders. Bai Xianxian looked at this scene helplessly. Come here, Lin Xian smiled and waved at Bai Xianxian. What? She asked curiously. Then, Lin Xian pulled her into his arms and let her sit on his lap. Bai Xianxian, she quickly got up and glared at Lin Xian. It's getting late. Why are you here? I have an appointment with Lang Wuxin to go to a bar later. Lin Xian, what's the point of going to a bar? Damn. Don't tell me you're going there to hook up with rich guys? Lin Xian glared at Bai Xianxian. Yeah, you're not giving it to me? Bai Xianxian laughed. Lang Wuxin helplessly massaged Lin Xian's shoulders. So annoying. She really wanted to strangle him to death. Let's go. Let's go together. Forget it. You don't have to go. I won't take up your time. You're a busy man. Why are you here? Lin Xian turned around and glanced at Lang Wuxin. I've been thinking of finding a way to destroy the evil god Fire Hall. Do you have any suggestions? Lang Wuxin said coldly, no. AI? Bai Xianxian, don't take her out to eat or shop in the future. Just let her stay here and don't let her out. Lang Wuxin, don't go too far. Too far? Is that too far? If it's too far, I'll lock you up in the water prison. Do you think that's too far? I'll even give you a phone to play with and watch TV. That's not bad. Lang Wuxin took a deep breath and said, I really don't have any ideas. That's the evil god Fire Hall. How could I possibly do anything about it? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Obviously, she yearned for freedom. Perhaps being trapped here wasn't freedom to her, but being able to go out and play with Bai Xianxian was freedom as well. It was just that she could only stay in Lin and City and follow Bai Xianxian. Then let me change my question. Since you're an elder of the evil god Fire Hall, then I need to know what I should do to find proof that the Shao clan is the evil god Fire Hall? Lin Xian asked. Bai Xianxian said, don't the evil god Fire Hall have the evil god token? Can't you just find it? Of course. I don't know. I'm asking how to find it. How would I know where they keep their tokens? Lin Xian. Big sister, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? Lin Xian rubbed his forehead. Lin Xian asked, besides the evil god token, how can I find evidence that they're members of the evil god Fire Hall? The evil god token was difficult to find. Even if it was found, it could only convict one person. I don't know the specifics. You should know how secretive the evil god Fire Hall is, not to mention the evil god Fire Hall. I don't know how to make them give themselves away. Didn't you capture the Liao clan group? What did you do? Can't you just use the same method again? Lin Xian. What do I need you for? Then let me go. Fuck. Lin Xian didn't believe it. Lin Xian didn't believe that this woman didn't know anything. She was an elder, not an ordinary member. Let's go. Warm my bed. Lin Xian had to make her submit. Chapter 1289. Lang Wuxin was in despair. Bastard. 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 She had never been humiliated like this. She had to warm his bed just because he asked her to? Bai Xianxian was helpless. She couldn't control Lin Xian. He could do whatever he wanted. What could she do? Lang Wuxin wasn't a kind person. Although they had been getting along well for the past month, she knew her identity. Therefore, she couldn't control what Lin Xian did. If it was any other girl, she might have helped to speak up for her. Let's go. Lin Xian glared at Lang Wuxin. Lang Wuxin didn't move. You didn't even tell me or touch it. Why should I keep you? Lin Xian said. Lang Wuxin, the members of the evil god Fire Palace have a secret code that only the members of the evil god Fire Palace know. Lang Wuxin said helplessly. Oh? Lang Wuxin then said, only the members of the evil god Fire Palace know this secret code. If they can tell you the secret code, then they are members of the evil god Fire Palace and can enter the evil god Fire Palace, which is the Shao family. This secret code is usually only used by the elders and the people brought by the elders. In other words, the people who are trusted by the evil god Fire Palace will know this secret code. Therefore, there will be some people who they don't know but know the secret code. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. So, if I have this secret code, although they don't know me, I can go to the Shao family and tell them the secret code to enter the Shao family? Lang Wuxin nodded. Yes, the Shao family is very big. Moreover, the Shao family has a very large underground space. On the surface, the Shao family is the Shao family. Of course, they are also members of the evil god Fire Palace. The other members of the evil god Fire Palace can go through the guards of the Shao family and tell them the secret code. Then, they can go underground. The real evil god Fire Palace is underground. They usually work and cultivate underground. Lin Xian nodded, so that's how it is. It seems that this project is not small. The evil god Fire Palace has existed for so long. It's normal for it to have such a big project. What's the secret code? Heaven and earth, unify the 8 desolates. Lin Xian, what a bunch of idiots. You people from the Evil Fiend Hall are all idiots. Lin Xian said helplessly. Lang Wuxin then said, what do you want to do? You can pretend to be a member of the Evil Fiend Hall, say the secret code, and then enter the Shao family. Entering the underground Evil Fiend Hall is better than anything else, but you don't have the identity token of the Evil Fiend Hall. Once there is a place that requires the identity token, you will be in danger. Give me your token. Lin Xian stretched out his hand. It's useless. I have an elder's token. Others can tell that it's an elder's token at a glance. How could an elder not recognize someone? Lin Xian, if it was an elder of the Evil Divine Hall asking me, then I wouldn't be able to do anything. But with this elder token, I should be able to scare those ordinary core members of the Evil Divine Fire Hall, right? Lang Wuxin then threw the token to Lin Xian. It's finally useful. Lin Xian said. Lang Wuxin. Hey, then you said that there is a large space under the Shao family, where the people of the Evil God Fire Palace live and work. Then, if I directly lead the troops to rush over and find that underground space, wouldn't I be caught red-handed? Lang Wuxin then asked, first, the Shao family can say that this underground space was specially built by them. It's reasonable for them to build a secret hideout in their own home. Second, there is a teleportation array in the underground space. If there is any problem, those people can immediately enter the teleportation array and leave even if they have the identity token. At the same time, they can destroy the teleportation array. In this way, if you lead the army in, you won't be able to catch them or find any evidence. Instead, you will be alerting the enemy. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. I knew it. How could the Evil Divine Fire Hall be so stupid? But if I destroy the teleportation array, then you will be exposed. Lang Wuxin said. I have to think about this carefully. Let's go warm the bed. Lang Wuxin? Why do I have to warm the bed? Damn. What does it have to do with whether you tell me or not? Didn't you say that you don't have to warm the bed if I tell you? Lang Wuxin gritted her teeth. I never said that. I only wanted you to tell me, but I never said that you don't have to warm the bed if you tell me, right? Lang Wuxin? Bai Xianxian shook her head secretly. It seemed that she had too little contact with this Lin Xian. Little Xianxian, I'll dote on you next time. Lin Xian smiled at Bai Xianxian. Up to you. Bai Xianxian said helplessly. Then, Lin Xian reached out and grabbed Lang Wuxin's hand, dragging her away. As for what happened next, there was no need to talk about it. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at Lang Wuxin, who was sleeping soundly with her back facing him. Hey! Lin Xian smiled. It felt so good to use force. No wonder so many men liked it. Then, Lin Xian hugged her from behind. He had to admit that she was really, really good. However, the reason why Lin Xian was a little afraid of this woman was very simple. The system didn't trigger any missions for her, and she was a member of the Evil Fiend Temple. Lin Xian wasn't sure what her character was like. Therefore, it was best to be careful. Lang Wuxin opened her eyes when Lin Xian hugged her. Then, she frowned. Scram. She said coldly. Damn? You told me to scram? Say that again. Lin Xian said from behind. Lang Wuxin. Say it again? All right, she didn't dare to do it again. Naughty, naughty. I'll do it again. Lang Wuxin? It was another big battle. Lang Wuxin huddled there, panting, while Lin Xian lit up a cigarette happily. Wouldn't it have been better if you had been more obedient earlier? Why did you have to suffer a little before being obedient? Seriously, you're not smart at all. Lin Xian blew a smoke ring and said indifferently. I'll definitely kill you. Lang Wuxin said coldly. Lin Xian. No, this woman still wanted to kill him. What should he do? Nonsense. Of course she wanted to kill him. Didn't she know what Lin Xian had done to her? You're being naughty again. You can think about it in your heart, but if you say it out loud, how much do you look down on me? Lin Xian flicked the cigarette away and put it on her again. Lang Wuxin? This time, she had a slightly frightened expression on her face. You! Are you blaming me? Lin Xian walked out of the room. Lang Wuxin was lying there, not wanting to move at all. Feeling better? Bai Xianxian sat in the courtyard and drank tea. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and asked. It's okay. She wasn't very obedient. Chapter 1290. Bai Xianxian secretly shook her head. How should she put it? This Lin Xian was good in other aspects, but he was too lecherous. Are you not afraid that she will find an opportunity to kill you? Lin Xian sat in front of Bai Xianxian and took the tea she pushed over. I am afraid. Then why did you humiliate her like this? Lin Xian shrugged and said, "It's fine. Anyway, you are here to watch. Her cultivation is sealed. With her ability, if Xiao Linglong breaks the seal, she won't be able to break it for the rest of her life. Now, she is just an ordinary person. Moreover, I feel that she is enjoying it." Bai Xianqian, what a scumbag. Lin Xian, okay, I admit it. At this moment, Lin Xian's phone rang. He took it out and took a look. The location of the Tianwu conference has been decided. Lin Xian said. Where? The peak of the North Pole. Bai Xianqian, where is it? Lin Xian shrugged. How would I know? Isn't that place filled with glaciers and snow mountains? Bai Xianqian nodded. Yes, but there should be a reason. Could it be the entrance to the God's Awakening door? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. That is possible, but there is no need for that, right? Who knows? Anyway, it is the same. Moreover, don't forget that the Tianwu conference might not be just a martial arts competition. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes. The Sky Martial Arts Conference is not just a competition of martial arts. The rules of the Sky Martial Arts Conference in Tianhua City have changed. Although the Empire-level Sky Martial Arts Conference was only a competition of martial arts, this Continental Sky Martial Arts Conference should be more than that. Since they have chosen such a strange place, there must be a reason for it. Lin Xian nodded. Good luck. It is said that if you can enter the God's Awakening door, as long as you obtain some opportunities, your strength will increase greatly. Lin Xian nodded. I know. I will leave this place to you for now. Lin Xian then left. The summit of the North Pole was the highest point of the Arctic snowfield. It was very cold there. Of course, to martial artists, that kind of cold was nothing. This time, they only gave him a location. 6 days later, the Sky Martial Assembly would be held. The peak of the North Pole was especially far away. In other words, they should have set off from various places on the continent in the next 2 days. As for how you will go and how many people will go, that is unknown. Since he didn't say anything, it must be up to you. You can go wherever you want. Just be careful. Something's not right. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. The journey to the summit of the North Pole is long. Even if you take a plane, you can only land in the nearest city. After landing, there are still hundreds of kilometers to the summit of the North Pole. Moreover, more than half of these hundreds of kilometers cannot be driven. The road is full of demonic beasts. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. It was indeed very dangerous. Such a place might even have heavenly Dao realm demonic beasts. Although the possibility was not high, it was a place with few people. Think about it. A place with negative temperatures of tens of degrees Celsius and constant snowstorms was not suitable for human habitation. How many people would go there? At most, martial artists in the nearby cities would go there to grind their levels. However, they did not dare go too far. Those with low cultivation realms did not dare go out. Once the snowstorm erupted, they would lose their way and encounter demonic beasts. Those with slightly lower cultivation realms were doomed. We have to go by ourselves without being brought along. The journey is dangerous. Is this also a test? Lin Xian pondered slightly. Perhaps, but not necessarily. After all, there might be a similar segment later on. Lin Xian pondered slightly. Then, on his cell phone, Ling Ying and company began chatting in the group. Hey. Let's set off together. Lin Xian replied. Where are you? Ling Ying asked in the group. I'm in Lin and City. Nonsense. Of course I know. Which sister's house are you at? Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose. I'm at home. Oh, I'm at your house too. Lin Xian? There's also Chu Xue, Xingyue, Murongyu, Wu Yuhan, and Lin Xian, What I mean is that I'm almost home. Oh. Lin Xian, wah. It's so hard to be a man. So, Lin Xian hurriedly did a spatial jump and arrived at his door. Following that, he opened the door. A bunch of beautiful girls were gathered in his house. They had all advanced. Every empire had 50 people advance. 5 empires meant 250 people. The numbers were pretty good. With their abilities, it was extremely normal for them to successfully advance to the next level. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Xiao Xinyue, Wu Yuhan, Murongyu, and Wang Xintong had all advanced easily. They were all heavenly venerables. Those who could advance were all heavenly venerables. How could those who couldn't advance? As for the others, Xiao Yun, Su Jiming, Qin Ming, and the others, of course, could also advance. Unfortunately, Lan Xingxing was just a little short. It couldn't be helped. Although this girl was powerful, she was too delicious. Furthermore, she didn't spend much effort on cultivation. There weren't any heavenly venerables yet. It was normal for her to be eliminated. However, Lan Xingxing had also come to Lin Xian's house today. She was here to freeload. Xiao Runing had also come. As a teacher, there weren't many things going on in the martial arts academy recently. She had also taken a small break. Anyway, it was a bunch of beautiful girls. Only Lin Xian could enjoy this scene. Bing Lingyue was here to entertain them. Isn't someone at home? Linging sneered when he saw Lin Xian. Ahem, I said the wrong thing. I said that he's almost home. Really? Lin Xian quickly explained. Just now, I felt a surge of spatial energy outside. Someone might have hurriedly released spatial energy from somewhere and returned, right? Xiao Runing smiled at Lin Xian and said. Ah, devil. This group of women. Hey, can you guys be nicer to me? Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Hurry up and cook. I'm hungry, Linging said. Lan Xingxing's big eyes twinkled. Okay. I'll go and cook. Can you guys prepare some other things? Fruits, drinks, etc. No problem. Then, Murongyu followed Lin Xian into the kitchen. I'll help you. Okay. Soon, the feast was ready. All the beauties gathered around the table. Lan Xingxing swallowed her saliva. She couldn't hold it in anymore. After today's meal, let's go to the North Pole tomorrow morning, Xiao Xinyue said. Sure. Of course, it's safer if we go together. Cheers. One night passed just like that. How should it be described? He was drunk. Lin Xian was drunk too. He didn't know what happened until the next morning when Lin Xian opened his eyes. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 1291. Why was Lin Xian dumbfounded? He actually had sex with Murongyu on the bed. Why was it only Murongyu? Lin Xian didn't know either. Maybe it was just random because everyone drank too much. But this wasn't important, not at all. What was important was that there were other girls lying on the floor beside them. Gulp, Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Last night, he and Murongyu unconsciously had sex. Did the other girls see it? Oh no. Lin Xian quickly and quietly put on his clothes. Then, he helped Murongyu put on her clothes. But how could he help her? The girl was asleep. How could Lin Xian help her put on her clothes? Murongyu was tossed around by Lin Xian and woke up. What are you doing? She frowned and used her spiritual power to dissolve the alcohol. Then, she saw her situation. Bastard. Murongyu gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. This bastard actually took advantage of her while she was asleep too. Wow. Bastard. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Sister, don't do that. I just want to help you put on your clothes. Lin Xian looked at Murongyu in confusion. It's true. I was drunk last night too. Murongyu glanced at Lin Xian and then saw the girls lying on the floor. Then, she walked into the bathroom. What was going on? There seemed to be some movement outside. Lin Xian walked out and saw Bing Lingyue making breakfast. Morning, little Bing Lingyue. Morning. Bing Lingyue said. Weren't you drunk last night? Bing Lingyue shook her head. No, you all drank too much. I carried you all to the bed. So you are the culprit? Bing Lingyue? She looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian knew it. He was such a pure and innocent man. How could he have sex after drinking? So it was little Bing Bing who carried the girls to the bed. That was why It was all her fault. Moreover, Lin Xian only touched one out of so many girls, which was enough to prove how gentlemanly he was. Ahem, it's fine. Little Bing Bing, Xiao Linglong and the others will take care of the two boys. As for Dragoni, if you have time, you may need to take care of her. Dragoni eats a lot. Bing Lingyue said, no problem. But Linglong has already given birth to little Shishir for so long. She can also take care of her. I can also take care of her. After you go to the Sky Martial Arts Conference, I will sleep on the floor. It's been hard on you. Lin Xian hugged Bing Lingyue. No, what grievance is this? Han Chushue was dumbfounded. This Lin Xian. He really had that kind of relationship with Bing Lingyue. It was unbelievable. Bing Lingyue was so beautiful, so powerful, so noble. She and Lin Xian were also. Hearing the movement behind them, Lin Xian saw Han Chushue and let go of Bing Lingyue. Little Chushue, you're awake. Han Chushue nodded lightly, yes. I will help you make breakfast. Okay. Bing Lingyue felt a little awkward. Then the two girls were in the kitchen. Lin Xian stretched lazily and woke up all the girls who were still sleeping soundly. After breakfast, Lin Xian made the necessary arrangements and the few of them boarded the plane to the top of the North Pole. Of course, the plane couldn't fly directly to the North Pole. It was the closest one to the North Pole. Yes, it wasn't even the North Pole. It was a city a few hundred kilometers away from the North Pole. After landing in Binghai City, they had to travel on their own. It was a few hundred kilometers, maybe even 1,000 kilometers. Because the North Pole was a few hundred kilometers away, the North Pole was a few hundred kilometers away. Anyway, this trip was full of unknowns. Lin Xian, Murongyu, Xiao Xinyue, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Wu Yuhan, and Wang Xintong were a total of 7 people. The others definitely couldn't go. Lan Xingxing didn't advance and Xiao Runing didn't participate either. Then, they found out that they were the Storm Squad. Therefore, there was no need to doubt the strength of the Storm Squad. The other girls, even Lu Yufan and the others wanted to go. It wasn't a problem because there was no ban on bystanders. Of course, as long as you had the ability to go. But before they could talk to their families, Lin Xian and the others went first. Father, I'm afraid this is the only chance to make a move. In the Xiao family, Xiao Yun and his father, Xiao He, sat in the main hall and talked about something. About this Lin Xian, we have been paying attention to him for a long time. Now, the evil fiend hall in Lin and City has been discovered and eradicated by him. The person in charge of Lin and City, Leng Wuxin, hasn't heard from him for a month. Something must have happened to him. You don't have to worry about Lin Xian. Since he has become an enemy of the evil fiend hall, the evil fiend hall naturally can't let him go. Xiaoyun really wanted to kill this Lin Xian. Very, very much. But, why hasn't the evil fiend hall made a move yet? Xiaoyun asked. Although the Xiao family was the headquarters of the evil fiend hall in China, it didn't mean that the Xiao family had much authority. Xiaoyun's father, Xiao He, was only an elder of the evil fiend hall. Moreover, he wasn't an elder with much authority and authority. His authority wasn't even higher than Leng Wuxin's. However, he could still climb up bit by bit. In short, with the evil fiend hall as his backer, the Xiao family's development would definitely be unparalleled. The most simple example was the 8 great families of Tiandu. The number of experts was basically the same, and the Xiao family was the same. However, the Xiao family was the headquarters of the evil fiend hall, so no one knew that the number of experts they had was overwhelming. It was just that they couldn't easily expose it, but it would definitely allow the Xiao family to obtain more benefits in Tiandu. Xiao He said, how can the evil fiend hall not make a move? That Lin Xian destroyed the evil fiend hall in Lin and City. Dozens of celestial venerables and several holy lords have been killed or captured by the 3 great forces. This has seriously damaged the interests of the evil fiend hall. They have already made a move. Xiaoyun let out a long sigh of relief, but that Lin Xian is indeed not simple. The evil fiend hall shouldn't have a problem, right? Xiao He shook his head. I don't know what kind of forces the evil fiend hall has sent, but they should know more about this Lin Xian than us. There's definitely no problem, but you have to be prepared for one thing. What? Even if the evil fiend hall succeeds, they probably won't kill Lin Xian. Xiaoyun frowned. Don't kill Lin Xian? The wealth of the Yixian group behind Lin Xian is enormous. To the evil fiend hall, that is an unimaginable amount of wealth, and as the owner of Lin Xian, as long as we control him, the Yixian group will be a huge source of funds for the evil fiend hall. Therefore, to the evil fiend hall, Lin Xian's value is extraordinary, and it's even possible. Lin Xian will become an elder of the evil fiend hall. Then how is he going to die? Don't worry, an enemy will always be an enemy. When his value is gone, there's no need for him to live. Chapter 1292. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were sitting in a plane, flying towards Icy City. Little Yu, isn't it good to fly a helicopter to the North Pole? Lin Xian looked at Murongyu and asked. Lin Xian could only put aside the situation in Lin and City for the time being. Increasing his strength was more important. Linyu would definitely be fine, the 2 babies would definitely be fine, and Dragoni would also be fine with Linglong Shui and the others. Murongqing, Luo Chenxi, and Bai Xianxian should also be fine in the Art Pavilion group. As for Leng Wuxin, Bai Xianxian should also be fine. As for whether the Xiao family was the evil fiend hall or the fire hall, Lin Xian really couldn't find out for the time being. He also didn't have the time. Who asked him to coincide with the Tianwu conference at this time? And the God's Awakening door was also very important to him. Murongyu then looked at Lin Xian and said, the weather in the North Pole is very unpredictable. There are often storms, hailstorms, and blizzards. Flying a helicopter there is simply courting death. So that's how it is. We can only drive there. Wu Yuhan said, we will have to travel a long distance on this journey. The North Pole is a place where people rarely go. We will definitely encounter powerful demon beasts and dangers. Linging nodded, yes, and the 3 major forces didn't gather us together. They just let us go there by ourselves. This is also considered a test, right? It might not count as a test of the Tianwu Conference. In my opinion, it should be to let the 250 experts participating in the Tianwu Conference adapt to such a place in advance. After all, the North Pole is very special. Yes, although the ice country is an empire with a lot of wind and snow, it is only wind and snow. The North Pole has wind and snow, ice, and endless deep sea. When we enter the North Pole, we will have the sea under our feet. It is definitely different from ordinary snow. Moreover, during the battle, it is very likely that we will fall into the deep sea. There are even demon beasts in the deep sea. I think it is very likely that they want us to adapt to that environment before the Tianwu Conference begins. Xiao Xinyue said. Won't it be very dangerous? Wang Xintong asked. Lin Xian smiled and said, of course it's dangerous, but the Heaven Martial Assembly is a dangerous place. It's normal for people to die in the Heaven Martial Assembly. You don't even have the ability to reach the peak of the North Pole, so how can you participate in the Heaven Martial Assembly? Am I right? Ugh, Han Chushue continued, moreover, it's actually not that dangerous. The location of the Tianwu Assembly has already been decided, but there's no rule that says no one is allowed to accompany them. Therefore, the young masters and young ladies of the large clans can bring their clan's experts with them. Therefore, it's not just us. They didn't let their family members follow them, simply because they felt very safe together, so there was no need to do so. Moreover, there was also Lin Xian and Murongyu's space, so there was nothing to worry about. However, there was no need to think about it. Ling Ying's parents, Han Chushue's parents, Xiao Xinyue's parents, and so on, would definitely come to the North Pole as spectators to watch their daughter's Heaven Martial Assembly. Therefore, when the time came for the Heaven Martial Assembly, not only would there be 250 participants and a few people from the three major powers, there would also be over 1,000 experts from each family present. This was because it wasn't forbidden. The three major powers naturally hoped that more people would be able to personally see these outstanding children in the Heaven Martial Assembly. Moreover, Xiao Runing might go with Xiao Xinyue's parents, Xiao Zun and Yi Qianling. Murongyu was Murongqing's niece, so under normal circumstances, Murongqing might also go, but the Artian group was too busy, so she probably wouldn't go. Anyway, as long as you have the ability to go, there's no problem. A day passed just like that. There was no other way. This place was too far away. It was not even closer than the distance between China and Ice Country. When they landed, it was already dark. The few of them walked out of the airport against the cold wind. This is Ice Sea City? No wonder it's called the City of Ice. Their eyes swept across the entire city that was covered in snow. It was still quite prosperous. After adapting to the wind and snow here, there were still many people who were willing to live here, even if the winter could reach -30°C. Even if there were spring and winter seasons in a year. It's so beautiful. The goose feather snow, the neon lights, and the tall buildings gave them a very dreamy feeling. That's why Icy City is called the City of Dreams. Linging said. Sai, it's my first time here, and it's also night time. Let's walk around Icy City together. Tomorrow morning, we'll set off for the North Pole. There was no choice, this Linging had a playful heart. Okay. Of course, the other girls also liked to have fun. In the airport hall, the appearance of a group of girls attracted everyone's attention. One must know that there weren't many people flying to Icy City, but there were many people flying away from Icy City. Moreover, in these 2 days, the geniuses from all over the 5 major empires would definitely fly to this airport. Therefore, the airport couldn't be said to be very lively, but there were definitely a lot of people. Young Master Chu, look. The 4 men just happened to get off another flight together. Then, they saw a few girls talking and laughing in front of them. They didn't see their faces clearly, but they could see the side of their faces when they were talking and laughing. That side of their face was super beautiful. Also, their temperament, their backs, they were definitely not simple. It seems that they should be some empire's candidates for the Heaven Martial Assembly. Go, let's go take a look. Chu Feng tidied up his clothes, then the 4 people walked over with smiles. They all came from the Wind Empire. This Wind Empire could be considered to be at the peak within the 5 major empires. The overall strength of the 5 major empires was in the top 2, so it should be able to compete with the strongest overall strength of the Hua Empire. The Hua Empire was strong because the headquarters of the 3 major powers were in the Hua Empire. The Wind Empire was strong because there were too many top-notch families in the Wind Empire. The top-notch families in the Wind Empire couldn't be compared to the 8 great families in the Divine Capital. The situation in the Wind Empire was a bit special. The powerful families basically controlled the cities. In other words, the more powerful families had the final say in a city. Just like how Lin Xian turned Lin and city into his territory, and Zhuge Feng's Zhuge family turned his city into his territory. How could the 8 great families in the divine capital compare to that? Wah wah wah. Spicy pepper soup. Is everyone going to drink it? Ling Ying's beautiful eyes lit up. She looked at the bursts of fragrance coming from the side, then she excitedly pointed and said, "Let's go." "Greetings, everyone." Chu Feng's voice came from behind them. Several people turned their heads and glanced. Chu family. When Wu Yuhan saw his appearance, her beautiful eyes flickered with eerie killing intent. Chapter 1293. The killing intent that Wu Yuhan revealed was very, very weak. Clearly, she released it subconsciously. Her subconscious thought was that she could not reveal her killing intent. The current Wu Yuhan was the cold Wu Yuhan, the younger sister. In that instant, everyone felt a killing intent. Even Chu Feng and the others felt it. However, it disappeared in an instant. They did not even know where that killing intent came from or who its target was. When Chu Feng saw their appearances, he was simply stunned. Every single one. The appearance of any one of the girls was top-notch. It was normal for 2 or 3 girls of such quality to walk together. However, 6 or 7 girls of such quality walking together was too exaggerated, right? However, there were so many top-notch girls. Why did there have to be a man among them? "Hello, are you also participating in the Heaven Martial Assembly?" Chu Feng asked with a smile. "Yes." "Oh, ha ha ha, I'm also participating in the Heaven Martial Assembly. I'm Chu Feng from the Chu family. Nice to meet you," Chu Feng said with a smile. They nodded and wanted to walk forward. "Hey, everyone, there's still a short distance to the summit of the North Pole. The road is filled with danger. If we go together, we can look after each other, right?" Murong Yu said indifferently, "No need, we'll meet in the Heaven Martial Assembly." Then, Lin Xian extended his hand and hugged Ling Ying and Han Chushua's slender waists. He especially provocatively hugged them and walked forward. Crack crack crack. Chu Feng tightly frowned and clenched his fists. "Do you know who that man is?" Chu Feng asked the several people beside him. "I've never heard of him. These girls seem a bit familiar, but I really can't remember." A man shook his head and said, "They don't seem weak. It's just that man is hugging left and right." That was what made them feel the most displeased. A man hugging left and right women of this level. Who the hell could bear that? As long as it was a normal man, their jealousy would be too strong. "Let's check first." He let go. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. He. Then, Lin Xian let go of Ling Ying and Han Chushua's waists. Actually, let's not talk about other things, but these few people more or less had a rough idea of what was going on. It was just that a few of them had never seen Lin Xian doing that with a girl. "I'll just hug the 2 fairies and act like a little bitch." Lin Xian scratched his head and said with a smile. "Hey, who showed killing intent just now?" Ling Ying ignored Lin Xian's words and asked. They all felt the killing intent, and it was absolutely not inexplicable. That fleeting killing intent was released by one of them. They looked at each other and then shook their heads. "It's me," Wu Yuhan said coldly. Everyone looked at Wu Yuhan. "What's going on? Do you have a grudge against any of them?" Lin Xian asked. Wu Yuhan nodded. With that guy called Chu Feng. "Did something happen before?" Lin Xian asked. Wu Yuhan lightly nodded. Then, they walked into a private room in a hotel and ordered the specialties here. Everyone looked at Wu Yuhan with concern and curiosity. Wu Yuhan said, "My family used to be in the Wind Country." "Oh?" They looked at each other and then Wu Yuhan said, "When I was young, I wasn't too young. I was in my teens. That night, a group of powerful people came to my family. I don't know why, and even now, I still don't know why. They killed everyone in the Wu family, including my parents, grandparents, and my sister." Lin Xian frowned. He truly did not expect that there was such a grudge between them. "It's him?" Wu Yuhan shook her head. "It can't be said to be him. I investigated for nearly 10 years and found out who it was. I don't know who it was, but I know that it was his family, the Wind Country's Chu family and the Feng family." "How are these 2 families?" Lin Xian asked. "They are the top families in the Wind Country. The Wind Country is different from China. The top families in the Wind Country control many cities and are extremely powerful. The 8 great families of Tiandu can't be compared to them. As for the Chu family, especially the Feng family, they are the top existences. Especially the Feng family, they are similar to the royal family of the Wind Country. These 2 families are assassin families," Wu Yuhan said. "Then your Wu family," Wu Yuhan said, "although the Wu family in my memory wasn't weak, it wasn't very strong either. It wasn't even a top family that controlled a city. I also don't know why the Wu family would attract the assassination of these two families. If it wasn't because I wasn't around at that time, I would have died. But all these years, I followed my sister's guidance and found these clues. Isn't your sister dead? Xiao Xinyue asked doubtfully. Her soul is in my body. Murongyu suddenly realized. No wonder. So you don't have a split personality, but two souls that are controlling this body? Murongyu felt suspicious at that time. Wu Yuhan nodded. She had absolute trust in these people now, so she was willing to tell them some things. Could it be that your family offended these families? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Wu Yuhan shook her head. No, my father and the rest are very low-key. They never do anything for the sake of the family's strength. My father is very satisfied that the family isn't weak. But there's something that has always puzzled me. What is it? Since I was young, ever since I could remember, my sister and I have never gone out together. They looked at Wu Yuhan doubtfully. My sister and I are twins, but my father seems to have tried his best to hide the fact that we are twins. Even some people in the family don't know that the Wu family has two daughters. Many people in the family even thought that my sister and I are the same person. If I need to do something, I will go out. If my sister needs to do something, she will go out. Even in the family, my sister and I have never appeared together in front of the people. Lin Xian frowned. Your father must be hiding such a secret, and this secret must be related to you or your sister. Lin Xian said. Wu Yuhan nodded. I know, but I just don't know what he is hiding. So, the Chu family and the Feng family must have killed your entire family because of this unknown secret, Wu Yuhan nodded. But, until now, I still don't know what my father and grandfather were protecting. What made these two great families not hesitate to destroy the Wu family? Chapter 1294. Lin Xian did not expect Wu Yuhan to have such a thing. However, since he knew about Wu Yuhan's sister's death, something big must have happened. So, you want to take revenge? Wu Yuhan nodded, of course. But I can't do it with my ability. Have you been to the Wu family? Lin Xian asked. Wu Yuhan looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Have you gone back to the Wu family in the past few years? Lin Xian asked. Wu Yuhan nodded, yes, but I didn't dare to stay there for long. I only went there to investigate. Maybe your father left you some secret in the Wu family? Lin Xian said. Is that so? Lin Xian said, if he really left you or your sister a secret, why didn't he leave a way for you to unravel the secret? This method must be very obscure. Only you can unravel it. Wu Yuhan's eyes lit up. I got it. After we come out of the God's Awakening door, I will go with you. Lin Xian said. I might not be able to enter the God's Awakening door. Wu Yuhan said. There were only 10 spots in the God's Awakening door. There were 6 people here, Xiao Xinyue, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Murongyu, Wang Xintong, and Lin Xian. Including her, there were more than 200 people. How could they compete? No matter how strong the others are, can they be stronger than us? Lin Xian said. Don't underestimate the others. I know. I'm just saying that the 7 of us will definitely advance. Moreover, this Sky Martial Arts Conference is not purely a martial arts competition. This way, I am more confident that I can advance. Lin Xian said. You're good, okay? Ling Ying rolled his eyes. Damn. Little Ling Ying, you're getting more and more impudent. Lin Xian glared at Ling Ying. I've always been impudent. Ling Ying said. Just you wait. Lin Xian said, fiercely. TSK, Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian with disdain. Lin Xian then said to Wu Yuhan, anyway, don't be rash. Wu Yuhan nodded. I know. If it was in the past, Wu Yuhan would not have listened to Lin Xian. However, things were different now. After all, the two of them, moreover, most of the girls had a sense of trust and dependence on their men. They were willing to listen to a man, especially if the man was better than them. In short, the girl was conquered. Even though it was only once, Lin Xian was of great significance to Wu Yuhan, even though he was tricked by her own sister. After eating, the few of them strolled around Binhai City for a long time. When it was late at night, they booked a hotel to rest. The two of them slept in one room. Of course, the most annoying one, Lin Xian, slept in a room alone. However, Lin Xian revealed a smirk and then sneaked out of his room. Without a doubt, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue would definitely be in the same room. This Ling Ying actually dared to provoke him at night. Now, he wanted this girl to beg for mercy. Lin Xian did not dare to use the power of space because their rooms were close to each other. If he released the power of space, it would definitely generate spiritual power. These girls were all in the heavenly venerable realm. How could they not feel it? Of course they could. Therefore, Lin Xian did not dare to. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xian gently knocked on the door of Ling Ying and Han Chushua's room. Who is it? Ling Ying's voice came from the room. The front desk. Lin Xian deliberately lowered his voice. If he told them it was Lin Xian, this girl would probably not open the door. Because everyone knew why Lin Xian was knocking on the door at this time. The front desk? What's the matter in the middle of the night? Ling Ying did not suspect anything. Be careful. Han Chushue reminded him. Ling Ying's footsteps paused slightly. I know. Then she raised her guard and walked over to take a look. One had to know that their hotel was very high-end. There was a surveillance screen on the door. Every door had a surveillance camera. Ling Ying glanced at the surveillance screen and saw Lin Xian in pajamas at the door, rubbing his hands. Ling Ying, it was this bastard again. Click, Ling Ying then opened the door. He. Lin Xian smirked and looked at Ling Ying. Ahem, come in and play cards. Lin Xian tilted his head and looked inside. Fuck. Wang Xintong and Xiao Xinyue were here? Why the hell are they here? Ah. I miscalculated. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Xiao Xinyue looked at Lin Xian and asked. Oh, ahem. Xiao Yingying called me and told me to come over to play mahjong, Lin Xian quickly explained. I didn't call you. Ling Ying said with a smile. Don't pretend. You did call me, you just called me to play cards. Lin Xian quickly said. The girls looked at Lin Xian suspiciously. Of course not, I already have 4 people here, why would I call you to play cards? Tell me. What are you doing here? Lin Xian, this Ling Ying needs to be taught a lesson. Bastard. It's true, Xiao Yingying called me here. Lin Xian said. Che, then I'll show you the chat history. Lin Xian, you open the chat history too, we'll know if I called you or not. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said. Little guy, you want to come and see through me? Fine. Let's see. Lin Xian and Ling Ying then took out their phones, opened the chat history page, and threw it on the bed. Wang Xintong took a look, Xiao Xinyue and Han Chushue also took a look. Their phones clearly showed that Ling Ying had just asked Lin Xian to come over to play cards. Sister Ling Ying, you clearly asked Lin Xian to come over to play cards. Wang Xintong said. What? Ling Ying then walked over and picked up her phone. Ling Ying? Bastard. She then pointed at Lin Xian and panted angrily. Hey, why are you scolding me? Lin Xian said with an aggrieved expression. That's right, this is the power of the law of creation. If there's no chat history, then I can create a chat history with my mind. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian and then sat on the bed angrily. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. Well, let's call Xiao Yu, Han, and Xiao Yu over. We can drink and play cards, it'll be very comfortable, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then they sent a message to the 2 girls. You're not coming? Wu Yuhan looked at Murongyu curiously. Murongyu said she didn't want to go. Just yesterday morning, she woke up and found that she was drunk after sex, and then Lin Xian, that bastard. So she didn't dare to drink with them anymore. This Lin Xian was simply a beast. Chapter 1295. In the end, Murongyu couldn't handle Lin Xian's attacks. In other words, Lin Xian sent Murongyu a message. If she didn't join them, he would ask her to wait. Needless to say, this Lin Xian didn't say anything and just asked her to wait. Murongyu was a little scared. The few of them played for a few hours. Lin Xian expressed that he really didn't want to do anything. Alright. He wanted to, but he didn't dare to. The night passed peacefully just like that. When the sun rose, Lin Xian got up from among the beauties and glanced at the girls beside him. Han Chushue, Murongyu, Xiao Xinyue, Wang Xintong, and Wu Yuhan were sleeping peacefully. Their sleeping postures were also relatively normal. Then, Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying. Alright. This is Ling Ying. His whole body was spread out on the bed domineeringly. One of his hands was reaching into Han Chushue's clothes, while the other leg was still on Wang Xintong's face. Wang Xintong was still sleeping soundly. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Alright, they drank too much last night. However, Lin Xian had an early warning and neutralized the effects of the alcohol. After that, he didn't do anything because this wasn't Lin and City. They still had to be careful outside. If they were all drunk outside, it would be troublesome if they were to encounter danger. Lin Xian casually ordered takeout. When the takeout arrived, the girls started to wake up one after another. After breakfast, everyone washed up, tidied up their clothes, and all of them went out. When they got off the plane, it was night time. It was still okay to play around at night. But now, it was daytime. In the daytime, 6 girls of this level were together. It was simply a perfect scene. Murongyu's beautiful blue hair, in particular, caused people's gazes to unconsciously fall on them. Ha ha ha, young Master Feng, nice to meet you. In a beautiful and exquisite Western restaurant by the roadside, Chu Feng and 14 people were casually eating snacks. They just happened to see 3 people coming down from upstairs. 2 men and 1 woman. What made people feel a little strange was that the 2 men's hair was green, and the girl's hair was also green. However, it was different from Murongyu's sky blue hair. It didn't look like it was dyed. It should be natural. The 2 men were handsome to the point of being devilishly handsome. Their skin was very white, and the leader had a pair of sunglasses on his head. He looked very fashionable. The moment he walked out, he had already attracted the attention of many girls. The man behind him looked slightly younger, about 18 or 19 years old. He looked a little young and inexperienced. On the other hand, the girl with the beautiful blue hair at the side was definitely the best. A pair of soul-stirring phoenix eyes that could enchant people's hearts. Blue shoulder-length hair with light bangs. Her white face was like a fairy that mistakenly entered the mortal world. Slender eyebrows, a fine nose that was slightly raised, and her cherry lips emitted radiance. Her hot body made her a bit more sexy. She didn't look very old. She seemed to be in her early 20s. However, the gaze in her beautiful eyes that swept over everything had a bit of arrogance and impatience. Feng Qingyu, Feng Qinghao, Feng Ling. The 3 siblings of the current generation of the Feng family. The leader was called Feng Qinghao, which was the big brother. The second was the girl called Feng Ling. The third was Feng Qingyu. The martial arts academy gathered 20,000 top-notch geniuses on the continent, but it was absolutely not all geniuses. The 3 people from the Feng family were really very famous on the continent. At least, what kind of existence were they in the country of Feng? Similar to Murongyu, Duan Lingxiao, and Qi Tianqing's level. Of course, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the others could also be included. Right now, they were on the same level, but as for who was stronger, it was hard to say if they hadn't fought. In terms of strength, it was really hard to determine who was stronger. After all, they hadn't fought, but that was how it was in the eyes of the world. Including Chu Feng from the country of Feng. He was similar to that level of existence. Feng Qinghao looked at Chu Feng, then nodded, "Young Master Chu, long time no see." Ha ha ha, Chu Feng smiled and stood up. "I didn't think that the 3 of you would be here yesterday. If I knew earlier, I would have played together last night." Then, Chu Feng's gaze looked towards Feng Ling, smiled, and said, "Sister Feng Ling, you're getting more and more beautiful." In terms of appearance, Feng Ling was definitely on the level of Ling Ying and the others. Anyway, there was only one word to describe her: beautiful. Each had their own merits. Feng Ling wore a peaked cap, then nodded. Since we've met, let's go together on this trip?" Chu Feng smiled and said. "No need." Feng Ling indifferently finished speaking, then walked out. Ho ho ho, that girl Ling Ling is just like that. Young Master Chu, it'll be fine if you get used to it. Then, we'll leave first. Feng Qinghao smiled, then walked out. Feng Qingyu hurriedly followed them. Young Master Chu, those are the 3 people from the Feng family? Zhao Yuanba said with extreme displeasure. Feng Qinghao, Feng Ling, and Feng Qingyu. Chu Feng looked at their backs, then said. That Feng Qinghao and Feng Qingyu seem to be all right. But that Feng Ling, isn't she too arrogant? Zhao Yuanba said with displeasure. What can you say about that? Among the 3 descendants of the Feng family, Feng Ling's talent is the strongest. Feng Qinghao's talent is also top-notch, but compared to Feng Ling, he's still a bit weaker. Now that Feng Qinghao seems to be a 5-star heavenly exalted, that Feng Ling is probably not weaker than him. You say, does she have the qualifications to be arrogant? What? 5-star heavenly exalted? They revealed a shocked expression. That's nothing. In order to prepare for this heaven martial assembly, in order to enter the God's awakening door, many powers are cramming at the last minute. The family's experts brought us to forcefully kill monsters and quickly raise our realms. For example, I was only a 1-star heavenly exalted a week ago, and now, I'm a 5-star heavenly exalted. Although this isn't a good choice, as one's realm must be raised steadily and surely, it doesn't matter. As long as one can enter the God's awakening door, there's nothing to worry about. Chu Feng indifferently said. But that woman is really too arrogant. It's only the Feng family. My Chu family isn't much weaker than the Feng family, yet she doesn't even put me, Chu Feng, in her eyes. That woman only has a bit of respect for my elder brother, but to me. Fuck. Chu Feng clenched his fist. If it wasn't for her family background being extraordinary, he would have already made her suffer. Ling, be careful in the future. After all, that's Chu Feng, the second young master of the Chu family. The Chu family's power in the Wind Country isn't small. You still have to give face when you need to. Feng Qinghao helplessly looked at Feng Ling, who was walking in front, and said, "Yeah, second sister. When we came out, our dad even specially told you to restrain yourself a bit." Feng Qingyu said in a small voice. Feng Ling slightly frowned, then proudly said, "Give face? Why should I give face to him? If he wants face, then he can take it himself." Chapter 1296. That's right. Feng Ling was indeed a prideful girl. She was indeed powerful. There was no doubt about that. Even her elder brother, Feng Qinghao, might not be able to win against her. She was called a rare genius in 100 years by the Feng family. She had the right to be prideful. In this continent, within my generation, there are no more than 10 people who can catch my eye. Chu Feng is not one of them. I don't need to give him any face. Feng Ling said again. You little girl. Our dad said that you will easily be taken advantage of like this. Feng Qinghao said helplessly. How can that be? Who dares to go against me? Okay brother, don't worry. Hey, there are rujiamos over there. I heard that the rujiamos here are quite delicious. After speaking, she went over. Brother, don't scold second sister. She definitely knows what to do. Feng Qingyu said in a small voice. Feng Qinghao smiled and patted his shoulder. You and Lingling are two extremes. That girl is very prideful. Your talent and strength are not bad, but for some reason, you are a bit timid. No wonder our dad said that it would be best if he could give you 30% of Lingling's pride. Feng Qingyu shrunk his head. I am not that timid. Okay, you have reached the sky-exalted realm. Try to get a good ranking in this heaven martial assembly. Even if your chances of entering the God's Awakening door are not high, you can still enter another secret realm if you get into the top 30. At that moment, Feng Tianhao frowned and looked over there. Rujiamos, my treat. 2 each. Lin Xian brought a group of beautiful girls over and said with a smile. Then, he ran over. Feng Ling also walked over at that moment. Although the Rujiamo stall was small, there were no less than 8 people lined up there early in the morning. Lin Xian ran over and arrived at the back of the line at about the same time as Feng Ling. However, Lin Xian might have been a bit faster as he was right in front of Feng Ling. I say, can't you see that I've already lined up at the back? Go to the back. Feng Ling was displeased. She frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head and looked at the girl. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the mission. Mission reward, all the remaining attributes that have not been triggered will be activated. Lin Xian, it's true, the system hasn't triggered a quest for a long time. Who would have thought that it would be activated today? All attributes? Lin Xian thought for a moment. He was still missing the wood, earth, and light attributes. The metal attribute quest had been triggered by Zhao Yunqi, so he could obtain the 3 attributes from last night's quest. However, although this girl was beautiful, her eyes, temperament, and expression all revealed a sense of arrogance and an overbearing aura. This made Lin Xian very unhappy. Have you lined up at the back? I say, pretty girl, we clearly came together. I came from the side and you came from the back. What's wrong? You've walked to the back of the line, and you're 2 or 3 meters away from the last person. Does that mean you're in front of me? Then can I say that I was already behind you a few minutes ago when I passed by just a few meters behind you? Lin Xian looked at Wenqim and said. I'll give you 3 seconds to go to the back. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. Wenqim said coldly. Wow, impressive. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Xian looked at her with his eye of cave spirit. Fuck. 5-star heavenly venerable? The 6 girls behind Lin Xian were all 4-star or 5-star heavenly venerables. In the past month, they had played, but most of their time was spent on leveling up. Only Lin Xian had been accompanying his baby the entire time. His realm was still at 6-star heavenly venerable, but he felt that it shouldn't be a problem. However, this girl who didn't look that old was also a 5-star heavenly venerable. No wonder she was so arrogant. However, Lin Xian couldn't bear to see others being arrogant. You've triggered the mission. Even if you're pretty, does that mean I have to spoil you? 1 more second. Wenqim said. Oh, and then? Then, Wenqim's aura surged. She didn't know Lin Xian's realm, but she could feel that this person was also a warrior, and his realm wouldn't be too low. Boom, in the next instant, she threw a punch at Lin Xian mercilessly. Lin Xian directly took action. His palm grabbed her fist, and his aura surged. Wenqim frowned. This person's realm was about the same as hers? In the next instant, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. Bang, the 2 of them were frozen in place. She didn't throw another punch, but a sudden second force was released from her fist. Lin Xian didn't expect this, and his figure kept retreating. Whoosh, in the next instant, Lin Xian directly appeared behind her with his space attribute and swept his leg over. Winchim wasn't someone to be trifled with. She didn't even turn her head and directly dodged. Then, the two of them started fighting on the street in front of many people. Ling Ling. Feng Qinghao directly rushed over and grabbed Winchim. Let go. Today, I will let him know the consequences of having no manners. Winchim yelled, and directly shook off Feng Qinghao's hand. Her wind attribute power rushed towards Lin Xian. No manners? I have no manners. I think you have no brain? Lin Xian was really speechless. She still fucking said he cut in line? Cut your sister's line. Also, you fucking attacked just because you said so? Space Shackle. Lin Xian directly released a space shackle on Winchim. Space Shatter. Bang, then, Lin Xian's space shackle shattered. Lin Xian, this girl also has the space attribute. But it doesn't matter. You're asking for death. You want to compete with me in space? Space Blast. Boom, then, some of the small stalls in the surroundings were directly destroyed. Ling Ling, don't fight in the city. What are you afraid of? I will compensate you. In the next instant, the two figures disappeared on the spot without anyone knowing who released the power of space. Ling Ying and the rest were stunned. They had just stopped to buy milk tea, and then Lin Xian was just buying a Rujiamo. How did he end up fighting with someone? This girl. Feng Qinghao sighed, and then quickly took out some money to distribute to the stall owners. Feng Qingyu also took out some money. Sorry, this is compensation. He bowed to each person he handed it to. Feng family? Wu Yuhan frowned. You know them? Ling Ying asked. Feng country's Feng family and Chu family. From my investigation, these two families might have participated in the attack on my Wu family. I am not sure about the details, but the Feng family's people are born with green hair, so they are easy to recognize. Wu Yuhan said. So they are enemies? Wu Yuhan shook her head. I am not sure. I only found out that these two families might have acted. Chu family is definitely involved, I have already found out. As for Feng family, I am not sure. It is possible. Chapter 1297. Xiao Xinyue also sighed helplessly. It should be fine, right? It should be fine. We all know Lin Xian's strength. Wang Xintong believed in Lin Xian. They nodded. Feng family's Feng Ling. That's Feng Qinghao and Feng Qingyu from the Feng family. They are Feng Ling's brothers. Murongyu said. You know them? Murongyu nodded. I know them. They are very famous in the continent. Feng Qingyu is a little weaker, but Feng Qinghao and Feng Ling are very strong. They are at least on the same level as us. They are also the best competitors for the God's Awakening Door. Feng Qinghao has 3 attributes, while Feng Ling has 4 like me. Ling Ying shook his head helplessly. You guys don't treat us as humans at all. You guys have 3 or 4 attributes so casually. They all had 2 attributes, but they were also envious of 3 and 4 attributes. 1 more attribute meant 1 more battle power. Having more attributes is useful, but if you have to split your attention, the effect might be worse. Take the wind attribute for example. I will never be able to compete with you and Chushue. Murongyu said calmly. Then I should be the one saying that I envy you for having time and space. Ling Ying said helplessly. In front of absolute strength, time and space sometimes have little effect. If we fight at the same level, I don't have much confidence in winning. Yes, time and space were heaven-defying, but you had to cultivate them well to be heaven-defying. Just like Lin Xian's cheat. It didn't mean that in the same realm, in the same level, if you had the space and the opponent didn't, then the one with the space would definitely win. It just meant that the chances of winning would be higher. On the other side, Lin Xian and Feng Ling were fighting somewhere. Anyway, there was no one. Lin Xian didn't want to destroy the city. Are you crazy? Lin Xian looked at Feng Ling in front of him. You dare to scold me? Feng Ling gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Are you my elder or what? Why can't I scold you? You're courting death. Wind chimes disappeared and appeared in front of Lin Xian. Fuck. Lin Xian cursed and then unleashed his power. Thunder surging heavens. Buzz buzz buzz. Wind chimes pupils shrank. 3 attributes? Space, lightning, and wind? Interesting. Thunder god sky bright fist. Feng Ling also released her lightning attribute power. Her lightning attribute martial technique was definitely not weak. She condensed her fist and punched towards Lin Xian's thunder surging heaven. Boom. The 2 powerful forces collided, and the ground caved in. Everything within 100 meters was instantly destroyed. Then, the 2 of them pulled away from each other and looked at each other as the dust settled. Lin Xian, wind, thunder, space? Where did this come from? Not simple at all. Shua, Feng Ling stretched out her hand and a blue sword appeared in her palm. She then pointed it towards the sky. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the clear sky. A thundercloud appeared and a heaven and earth anomaly appeared. Lin Xian, to be able to cause a heaven and earth anomaly at the heavenly venerable realm, this martial technique, was at least divine rank. Go to hell. Heaven and earth lightning destruction. Rumble. A bolt of lightning struck down and landed on her sword. Then, the terrifying power of lightning suddenly slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian, was this woman crazy? He didn't cut the line. He was just arguing and then fighting with his life? He even released a divine rank martial technique? Myriad World Lightning Tribulation. Rumble. Lin Xian also released a heaven and earth anomaly. Then, he released a divine rank martial technique. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided. How destructive was the collision of two heavenly venerable realm divine rank martial techniques? It was unimaginable. The dust settled again. The entire surroundings were a mess. You're finished. Weakening law. In the next instant, Lin Xian felt his strength weaken by at least half. This law was quite powerful. Creation law. Lin Xian then released the power of law to make up for this half. Fuck. Heavenly thunder flashing attack. Then, the image of a phoenix condensed in the form of lightning. It let out a phoenix cry and charged towards Lin Xian. Fuck. I'm not playing with you anymore. Creation law. In the next instant, Lin Xian released the creation law again and forcefully increased his strength. Thunder surging heavens. Boom. The two forces collided. Lin Xian's power crashed towards Feng Ling in a crushing manner. What? She instantly disappeared and appeared on the other side. When she landed, Lin Xian's figure was already behind her. Perhaps she was a little careless. Before she could react, Lin Xian kicked her butt. Plop! Feng Ling fell to the ground and was covered in snow and dust. Lin Xian stepped on the ground and a broken wooden stick flew out. Then, Lin Xian jumped and kicked the wooden stick over. Ugh! Feng Ling lay there moaning in pain. The wooden stick had stabbed into her left butt. It was not deep but it had definitely stabbed into her flesh. Lin Xian was helpless. Fuck your mother. If it was in the past, he would definitely teach this woman a lesson. But she had triggered the mission, so Lin Xian would teach her a little lesson. It probably did not feel good to have a wooden stick stabbed into her flesh by a few centimeters. Idiot sister, I'm not playing with you anymore. Lin Xian then released his spatial attribute and disappeared from where he stood. Don't run if you have the guts. I want you dead. Feng Ling roared but Lin Xian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Very angry. She actually lost. No. She did not lose because she did not use her full strength. She stood up and pulled out the wooden stick from her butt. It was stained with blood. It was painful but this kind of injury was just a superficial wound for an Empyrean. Although it was a little deep, it would recover very quickly after some rest. On the other side, Lin Xian appeared beside Ling Ying and the rest. How is it? Don't mention it. That woman is retarded. Fuck, she fought with me. Go go go, I don't want to fight again. Lin Xian and the rest quickly slipped away. Hey, brother, my sister, Feng Qinghao hurriedly asked. Your sister? She's an idiot sister. Lin Xian left behind a sentence and they slipped away. Ling Ling lost? Feng Qinghao's eyebrows twitched. This Feng Ling's age was not old but she was not young either. She was 20 years old but she had been pampered for too long. Losing was a good thing. At this moment, Feng Ling's figure appeared on the spot. Where is he? Where is he? Feng Ling gritted her teeth and said angrily. He left. Ling Ling, you lost? I didn't lose. I was careless. Just you wait. He must be participating in the Sky Martial Assembly. I'm going to kill him. Feng Ling gritted her teeth. At this moment, Feng Qingyu looked at his second sister's butt. Sister, your aunt came and you're bleeding behind. Bang, in the next moment, he was stepped on by Feng Ling and laid there. Feng Qinghao shook his head helplessly. Chapter 1298. On the other side, Lin Xian's group of 7 arrived at the other end of IC City. Lin Xian was really convinced. Damn it. I met a girl who doesn't even talk reason with me. This is really fucking annoying. I really want to slap her. However, in the end, it was quite satisfying. He kicked her butt and the wooden stick pierced into her butt, causing her to bleed. It was quite satisfying. As for whether Lin Xian could beat her or not, how should he put it? In Lin Xian's opinion, he would definitely beat her up. It's just that he didn't choose to beat her up. Come to think of it, when it came to the proficiency and purity of space, there was no one else in the world who was better than him. In fact, Lin Xian only needed to cast a spatial seal on her and then use a spatial blast to send her flying. Even though she also has space attribute, it was definitely not comparable to Lin Xian. However, her law was quite powerful. It could reduce a martial artist's strength, speed, and other attributes by half. This was too exaggerated. Think about it, if two sky venerables of the same realm were evenly matched and the opponent's attributes were reduced by half, how could they fight? The originally evenly matched battle instantly turned into a one-sided battle. That weakening law should be a top law in Lin Xian's eyes. Fortunately, Lin Xian has the creation law. Hey, how was it? Ling Ying asked. Then I'll definitely win. Lin Xian shrugged and said. Yuhan said that person is from the Feng family, the Feng family of Feng country. Xiao Xinyue said. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Feng family, no wonder they aren't weak. How strong are they? Han Chushue asked. They should be about the same as us. They have wind, thunder, and space attributes. I don't know if there are any others. Their battle strength is indeed quite good and they do have the qualifications to be proud. Murongyu said, her name is Fengling. She is a very powerful character in the Feng family. He's also a strong contender for the top 10 spots in the God's Awakening Gate. Lin Xian nodded. It doesn't matter, damn it. I wanted to eat 2 Rujiamos. What a hassle. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Then let's hurry. We can't delay any longer. We don't know what we'll encounter on the way. If something goes wrong, we might not make it in time. Han Chushue said softly. N. Wang Xintong nodded and then asked, should we buy a car? Of course, we have to buy it. It's better than walking. Ling Ying then said, 1 sports car for each of us. Let's have some fun while we're at it. Lin Xian, what's wrong with you? Lin Xian couldn't help but shout out. I'm not spending your money, so it's none of your business. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, wow. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. Big sister, think about it. When we drive out, it'll be a world of ice and snow. How can you drive a sports car? Oh, Ling Ying coughed awkwardly after hearing this. Then let's buy a few off-road or Hummer snowmobiles, Murongyu said. No, we don't need to buy, we can just rent. Lin Xian's stingy personality was activated again. He had to be stingy. In the future, he would have so many wives to support, especially this Ling Ying, who asked for a sports car for each of them. How much would he spend in the future? But renting is the same as buying. We might not even be able to return it. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian. Then let's buy a second-hand one. The girls, wow. How can this bastard be so stingy? Hey, we'll probably just use it as a one-time use car. Why should we buy a new one? Of course we'll buy a second-hand one. Lin Xian suggested. Okay, how many should we buy? Lin Xian glanced at them. Just one is enough. Just buy a slightly bigger one with 7 seats. Then why don't we buy 2? It might not be good if the car is too big outside. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Think about it, it's so safe for all of us to be in one car. No matter what we do, we'll be together. 2 cars might not be convenient. Okay, whatever you say. The girls were helpless too. Stingy. This person was too stingy. Lin Xian felt wronged. Stingy? Wasn't he doing it for the family? Other than Wang Xintong, the other 5 girls, Xiao Xinyue, Ling Ying, Murongyu, Han Chushue, and Wu Yuhan, were all extravagant spenders. They could casually buy jewelry that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. They could buy sports cars whenever they wanted. Wouldn't someone stop them? Lin Xian was such a person. Then, they went to the second-hand car market. Boss, take a look at a 7-seater snowmobile or off-road vehicle. I want something more powerful. It's easy to drive in the snow. Lin Xian said. All right, please come with me to take a look. The boss looked at Lin Xian and the others strangely. This Lin Xian was fine. The girls behind him were all fairies. They didn't look like people who could only buy second-hand cars. What do you think of this Mountain Eagle 740? It's the best car for climbing in the snow. The wheels are big, it's not slow, and it has a lot of space. This car is also equipped with a flight mode. It can fly for a short distance with a press of a button. It's not fast, but there are a lot of rifts in the snow. This will be very useful. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. How much is it? This model is 5 years old. It costs 3 million now. Lin Xian? Change it. It doesn't need a flying car. Fuck. Sir, there are a lot of rifts outside. It's very useful if it can fly. No need. Change it. Okay. The girls followed behind Lin Xian and looked at each other helplessly. However, they didn't need a flying car because they had the spatial attribute. When they encountered a rift, they could just use the spatial attribute to bring the car along with them. This model is the Wild Donkey 830. It's very cost-effective. It's suitable for driving in the snow. The fuel tank is very big. However, its functionality is much worse than the previous model. Lin Xian looked at the huge wheels in front of him. The car wasn't small. He nodded. How much is it? This is the 19th model. It's from last year. It costs 1.2 million now. Lin Xian, what about the old model? This is 5 years old. It costs 750,000 now. Even older. This is 8 years old. It costs 400,000 now. What else? 10 years ago. It costs 280,000. This one, the boss coughed dryly. This is a 15-year-old car. It costs 80,000. This is it. The girls? I say. You're too stingy. I can't take it anymore. I'll pay, okay. Linging couldn't take it anymore. Chapter 1299. Lin Xian looked at Linging. What do you know? This is called housekeeping. Anyway, I'll probably throw it away after I use it. Just treat it as a one-time use. What's the difference between an 80,000 and an 80,000? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Wang Xintong whispered, but, is a 15-year-old car okay? The boss said, there are definitely more problems. They are all unpredictable problems. Who knows what will happen if you drive it out? After all, it's a 15-year-old car. No matter how bad it is, you should at least buy a 10-year-old car. Lin Xian smiled and said, you don't understand. Some cars can be driven for 20 years, let alone 15. This one. Little Lingying, pay. Lingying? Lin Xian drove the car. Murongyu sat in the front passenger seat. The other 5 girls sat in the back. It was quite spacious. They could even play poker in the back. How is it? Is there any problem? Lin Xian said as he drove out of Binghai City and headed towards the North Pole. Okay. Let us know when you're tired. We'll take turns. Linging said. The people in the back were in charge of playing. Murongyu in the front passenger seat was in charge of observing the surroundings. Lin Xian was in charge of driving. Then, everyone took turns. Slurp, the girls in the back were happily slurping their instant noodles. Using hot water to make instant noodles in such a cold place was simply amazing. Sister Murong, Lin Xian, here you go. Wang Xintong handed the instant noodles to them. Thank you. Murongyu took it and glanced at Lin Xian who was driving. Feed me. Lin Xian said. Murongyu, damn. I'm convinced. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed just like that. There were still 3 days before the Tianwu conference, and they were already at the North Pole. They drove for 3 days without stopping. Everyone took turns driving. Although they couldn't drive too fast in the snow, they were already very, very deep into the snow. With the signal duplication receiver invented by Miao Xiaomao, they could still use their phones and other devices in such a remote place. They had to admit that it was very useful. Where are we? It was already very, very dark outside. How to say it? They were only driving during the day. Once it was dark, they could only stop and rest. If they couldn't see in front of them, they could really drive and fall into the ice crack. Although they were in the past few days, they had a lot of fun. It's as if they were driving while they were driving. The one was the one who had a hard time. He really wanted to see little Shirshir and little Tianny. Unfortunately, Lingying and the rest didn't know that Lin Xian, that bastard, had a baby. Lin Xian didn't dare to video call them and only occasionally chatted with them secretly. Lin Xian looked to the north and said, we should be able to see the peak of the North Pole after driving for an entire day. That's good. We can still go there a day earlier. The group of them sat in the snow outside the car. Flames burned on the ice, illuminating the endless darkness. After all, they were all in the celestial venerable realm. Although the temperature here was estimated to be -40 or -50 degrees Celsius, it was not too big of a problem for them. The fish is here, the fish is here. Wang Xintong and Wu Yuhan walked over from the side and went to catch the fish. The snow under their feet was half a meter thick, and the ice was a few meters thick. Of course, there were fish under the ice. They had been eating too much snacks for the past few days and were preparing to roast some fish. Then, they prepared the fish slightly and sat around the fire. Little Yu, your father is the lord of the holy sanctum. Is there any news? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Murongyu sat there and looked at Lin Xian, then said, even if there is, I won't listen even if you tell me. Lin Xian shrugged. Sigh, what a proud woman. How good would it be to get some insider information? There's no chili powder. Linging looked at the roasted fish with his chin in his hand. Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and chili powder, cumin powder, and other seasonings appeared. Tell me what you lack. Creating the law is so satisfying. They couldn't help but exclaim. Wow! Creating the law was the most satisfying law in the world. This was something that could be casually created with one's thoughts. Who could resist that? It's okay. After eating, they got into the car and rested. The night passed just like that. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The car was as good as dead. He couldn't start it no matter what he did. The girls beside him took a look at the car after washing up. I told you to buy a slightly better car. You're so stingy. Linging looked at Lin Xian and said angrily. It's fine. There's a law of creation. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly, then released the law of creation and fixed the car. After getting into the car, they sped off into the distance again. After driving for about an hour, the car suddenly lost control. The screams of a few girls could be heard from behind. Luckily, Lin Xian wasn't driving too fast. He quickly braked and stopped the car. It hurts. Wang Xintong covered her forehead, and a few other girls banged their heads on the ground. What's going on? Wu Yuhan frowned and asked. Lin Xian got out of the car and looked at the scene in front of him awkwardly. Cough, 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 he couldn't help but cough. The girls got out of the car and couldn't help but roll their eyes at Lin Xian. This fucking car had lost its left front tire while it was running. They were speechless. Ah! I can't stand you anymore. Linging was going crazy. Cough, cough, it's okay. There's a law of creation. He coughed awkwardly again and released the law of creation. A left front wheel appeared on the car. Get in. I'm not getting in. Linging said. Okay. The girls nodded in agreement. Lin Xian, why? Murongyu looked ahead and said, it's not far. Let's walk. It's not easy to walk ahead. Lin Xian looked ahead and saw that there was no road ahead. To be precise, there was no road to begin with, but the road was still relatively wide and stable. However, in front of them were all snowy mountain ranges of various sizes, as well as cliff layers and rift valleys. The car probably wouldn't be able to drive fast, so they would have to constantly use the space attribute. It would be better to walk. Lin Xian felt that, they despised him. Sob, sob, sob. Ah. He just wanted to save some money and raise a dozen wives in the future. Was he wrong? My father said that there aren't many monsters in a place like the North Pole. However, it's easier to encounter them in such a rugged place. The distance is about right. Let's walk. Okay. Then, they packed up. Lin Xian looked at the car that cost 80,000 yuan with heartache. Then, they entered the first dangerous area. An area with more monsters. Chapter 1300. Lin Xian and the others entered an incomparably huge rift valley. They were stepping on snow and ice. The depth of the rift valley should be more than 100 meters, and the width on both sides was more than 100 meters. Why did they have to pass through here? Because this was a place they had to pass through. There were mountains all around them, and there might even be icebergs thousands of meters tall. This was the only flat ground. Who would be so bored that they would rather not walk on the flat ground below to climb a mountain? Although they had the space attribute, who knew how many mountains were behind one mountain? Lin Xian originally wanted to use the space attribute to directly pass through here, but Murongyu told Lin Xian a cruel truth. She said that the mountains here stretched for more than 100 kilometers, and this rift valley was also more than 100 kilometers long. Lin Xian was helpless. With their strength, they could probably do a space jump of tens of kilometers, but the cruel truth was, this was a very dangerous place. It was an area where powerful demonic beasts roamed. If Lin Xian and Murongyu consumed a lot of spirit power to travel, the consequences would be unimaginable if they encountered a powerful demonic beast. Only the two of them had the space attribute. If they ran out of spirit power, it would be difficult for them to run even if they wanted to. And if a cultivator ran out of spirit power, their combat power would be reduced by 80%. Moreover, there might even be sage-level demonic beasts roaming around here. The reason was very simple. This kind of place was deserted, and no one might come here for many years. That would cause the demonic beasts here to grow unbridled. There might not be many demonic beasts, but those that could survive here were mostly powerful. Anyway, they still had a lot of time. They just had to use the space attribute to travel. It seems to be quite convenient to drive here. As they walked, Lin Xian suddenly realized something. Didn't we lose the car? Wang Xintong asked. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I realized that the 80,000 yuan from before seemed to have been wasted. With that said, Lin Xian released the law of creation and a car appeared in front of them. The girls, Lin Xian also felt helpless. As a person who had lived in the city for a long time, he had a subconscious desire to buy some things in the city. If he lacked something, he would subconsciously buy it with money. He could only buy it with money. But Lin Xian had the law of creation. He always forgot about the law of creation. Most of the time, he had to wait until he had no other choice before he suddenly thought of something. Damn! I have the law of creation. And now that Lin Xian was already a 6 stars Empyrean, it was definitely not difficult for him to create a car with the creation laws. You're crazy. Linging looked at the car, then looked at Lin Xian, and said quietly. Then, the girls got into the car. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Damn it, if I had known that there was such an iceberg valley in addition to the countless mountain peaks, I wouldn't have lost that car. However, even if it was an iceberg valley, it wasn't so flat that you could drive without any obstacles. Maybe after driving for a few kilometers, there would be a cliff in front of you. That wasn't something that a car could go up. Whoosh, then, they drove the car and continued on their way. Another day passed just like that. Along the way, Lin Xian and Murongyu released the space attribute no less than 200 times just to move the car because it wasn't as easy to drive as they thought. They're here. A few figures stood on both sides of the valley in the distance. Are you sure it's Lin Xian and the others? There were other people who passed by earlier and almost made a mistake. A man asked. There's no mistake this time. Then, a man waved his hand, and a mirror image appeared in front of him. In the mirror was Lin Xian, who was driving, and Murongyu, who was in the front passenger seat. That's Murongyu? A man glanced at it and frowned. There were a total of 8 of them. There were 4 on this side and 4 on the other side of the valley. As for their realms, it was unknown for the time being. However, it was obvious that they had come for Lin Xian, and it was obvious that they were Evil God Fire Palace, which was also the Xiao family's people. Why would the Evil God Fire Palace send people to kill Lin Xian? The reason was very simple. With Xiao Yun and Xiao Yun's father thinking of all sorts of ways to instigate them, all sorts of groundless accusations were placed on Lin Xian's head. Do you think the Evil God Fire Hall wouldn't make a move against Lin Xian? In their eyes, Lin Xian was a genius, but he was only a genius. Killing a genius? What was so difficult about that? Furthermore, the most important thing was that Lin Xian had led the destruction of the Evil God Palace in Lin and City. Just this alone was enough for the Evil God Fire Palace to kill Lin Xian. Of course, Lin Xian had a lot of value. If they could not kill him and let him be used by the Evil God Palace, that would be the greatest value. They're here. Let's do it. Lin Xian's attribute, at least the space attribute, was not a secret. If one wanted to kill a space attribute warrior whose realm was not weak, then one must have an even stronger space attribute to suppress him. Therefore, knowing that Lin Xian was a space attribute warrior, the Evil God Palace must have sent a powerful space attribute warrior. Lin Xian's car suddenly stopped moving. Get out. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. Boom. In the next moment, his car exploded. The figures of 7 people flashed to the side, and then, they all took out their spirit artifacts in an instant. Fuck. It's another ambush. Lin Xian's gaze landed on a total of 8 people in front and behind them. 6 men and 2 women, but all of them were wearing masks. When Lin Xian saw that they were wearing masks, he roughly knew. They were from the Evil God Fire Palace. His Eye of Cave Spirit swept a glance. Of the 8 people, 3 were 10-star Heavenly Venerables, 2 were 1-star Great Void Realm, and the remaining 3 were definitely higher than 1-star Great Void Realm. Moreover, 2 of the Great Void Realm were of the space attribute. They were determined to kill him. Everyone from the Evil God Palace is really interesting. You're guarding me in this kind of place? Lin Xian's gaze swept across the front. The lowest of the 8 of them was an 8-star Heavenly Venerables, and there were even 5 Great Void Realm warriors. Lin Xian could indeed kill a Great Void Realm warrior, but there were 2 Great Void Realm space warriors. This battle could not be fought. This was even more dangerous than when the 3 Great Void Realm warriors surrounded Lin Xian and the others. He. This is the only way. Normal people would not choose to cross the mountains and ignore this rift valley. A man looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and kill him, lest something unexpected happens. An old man hurriedly urged. He was Xiao Yun's great-grandfather, and he came with the determination to kill Lin Xian. No matter what, he had to kill this Lin Xian. Okay. Then, the power of the few people began to surge. Lin Xian frowned suddenly. Let's fight, Murongyu said indifferently. Don't be anxious, the voice of a woman in a black dress came from the evil god palace, and then she slowly walked forward from behind. Chapter 1301. The woman in black looked at Lin Xian and said indifferently, Hall Master means that if we can spare Lin Xian's life, then we should. Who gave you the guts to kill him before he even finished speaking? Xiao Yun's great-grandfather frowned when he heard the woman in black. Seventh Elder, based on Lin Xian's past deeds, he's extremely cunning and will never submit to our evil fiend Hall. There shouldn't be anything wrong with killing him, right? Hey, what the fuck are you talking about? Have you asked for my opinion? How do you know I won't submit? I'll chop your mother up. Fuck you. Lin Xian hurled a torrent of abuse at that person. Everyone. You're courting death. Xiao Yun's great-grandfather's terrifying lightning struck Lin Xian. Bang! In the next instant, the woman in black gave the other woman a look. The woman in blue waved her hand and blocked his power. At the same time, she kicked Xiao Yun's great-grandfather away. The most important thing in the evil fiend hall is the rules. If you don't even obey the rules, then I'm afraid you're not qualified to be an elder. The woman in the black dress said coldly. Although she and Xiao Yun's great-grandfather were both elders, elders were divided into different ranks. I'm just too worried about this kid's treachery. Xiao Yun's great-grandfather clenched his teeth and cupped his fist unwillingly. There's no need for you to worry. Then she looked at Lin Xian and asked, the evil fiend hall wants to recruit you. So what do you think? I agree. Lin Xian shrugged and said. Lin Xian. The women behind him frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Oh? You're agreeing so decisively. You're making me very suspicious. The woman in black looked at Lin Xian and said indifferently. Lin Xian shrugged and said, I didn't agree before because I could defeat the members of the evil fiend hall. But now, I can't defeat them. Rather than dying, wouldn't it be better to seek a way out? Actually, Lin Xian was right. If they were to fight, they would all be in danger. In that case, he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to join the evil divine hall and overthrow the evil divine fire hall. You're a smart person, but if you're too smart, I won't be at ease. The woman in black said faintly. Lin Xian smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, according to your evil god fire hall's hall master's intentions, recruiting me is more than killing me, right? Yes. Lin Xian shrugged. Let them go, and I'll join the evil fiend temple. The woman in the black dress smiled and said, that won't do. Release them? They all know that you will be a member of the evil god fire hall in the future. Tell me, how can I let them go? They can only die. If they can only die, then let's fight to the death. I don't believe that you don't know that we've even killed a great void stage expert. If you force us into a corner, among the 8 of you, even a heavenly venerable will die. We can at least take away a great void stage expert. Do you believe me? Lin Xian glanced at them and said. I don't believe it. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Xintong. Roger. Then, Wang Xintong activated her domain. Lin Xian activated his domain. Die. Ah. Then, the 2 8-stars heavenly venerables fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. Do you believe it now? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. However, although Lin Xian did it so easily, more than half of his spiritual power was gone. This was because he had used the law of destruction to instantly kill an 8-stars heavenly venerable. That was really not that easy. However, he only wanted to intimidate these people because Lin Xian knew that if he did not intimidate them, they would all die. If he fought them head-on, they would really die. Indeed, he could take away a large number of these people, but they would really die. Seeing this shocking scene, they looked at each other. He had silently killed 2 8-stars heavenly venerables. It seemed that what he said was true. If they really wanted to fight, although they could kill all these people, there was a possibility that some of them would be taken away, including a great void stage expert. As for who or which great void stage experts would be killed, no one knew. It could be them, or it could be someone else. Then, the woman looked at them and said, however, the solution is very simple. Everyone, join the evil fiend hall. Even if I die in battle, I won't join the evil fiend hall. Linging said coldly. Lin Xian, if you join the evil fiend hall, I will look down on you. Then, Linging said to Lin Xian. She was very smart, but she was actually acting. She did not know what Lin Xian wanted to do, but she knew that Lin Xian's choice must have some meaning. As Lin Xian's woman, she had to choose to believe and support him. Woman, shut up. Lin Xian said, then looked at the woman and said, it's impossible for them to join the evil fiend hall. Then, the woman in the black dress stretched out her hand, then it's easy to solve. There were a few pills in her palm. Everyone, take this. I believe you all should know what this is. If you don't agree, then we can only kill you. Lin Xian, you are a smart person. I don't need to say the rest, right? They never would have thought that this poison pill that the entire continent was helpless against would actually be refined by Lin Xian. This was what Lin Xian had expected. All right. Lin Xian took the poison pill. Don't try to play any tricks. I'll keep an eye on you. Lin Xian nodded, then distributed the poison pill to them. When he turned his head to look at them, he gave them a reassuring look. Eat it. It's better than dying. Scram. Ling Ying cooperated and cursed again. Hurry up and eat. Otherwise, Laozi will be angry. Lin Xian glared at them. I'm not eating. He. Everyone, Lin Xian is a smart person. You guys are really not as smart as him. The woman in the black dress said with a smile. As long as they took this poison pill, even if they said that they would not join the Evil Fiend Hall, they would still be members of the Evil Fiend Hall. You could not tell the outside world any news about the Evil Fiend Hall, you still had to listen to the Evil Fiend Hall, eat it. Lin Xian said. Then, Murongyu and the others took the poison pill. They chose to believe in Lin Xian unconditionally. Right, I have another request. After I become a member of the Evil Fiend Hall, I want to continue participating in the Sky Martial Conference. I might even go to the God's Awakening door. Is that a problem? Of course not. When you come out, we can discuss some things properly. It's naturally best if you can become stronger. Also, joining the Evil Fiend Hall is just joining a faction. If you don't want to kill, then don't kill. No one is asking you to join the Evil Fiend Hall to kill innocent people. Isn't that right? Lin Xian nodded and swallowed the poison pill. Let's go. Chapter 1302. The woman in the black dress and the others watched as Lin Xian and the others swallowed the poison pills. Then, Lin Xian and the others walked past them. Wait! The woman in the black dress said. Lin Xian and the others stopped. Then, Lin Xian looked at her and asked, Is there anything else? The woman in the black dress snorted and said, I don't want you to play any tricks. Stretch your hands over. Lin Xian stretched out his hand. Then, she checked Lin Xian's pulse and frowned. He really swallowed the poison pill? She had always thought that Lin Xian was full of tricks. Under normal circumstances, it would seem that he had swallowed the poison pill, but in reality, he might have used some other method to confuse her. But now, she sensed that the poison had already permeated every part of his body. It was said that this poison wouldn't affect your daily life, but when you betrayed the Evil Fiend Temple, the poison would explode and kill you instantly. This Lin Xian didn't play any tricks? He was a smart person. But, it seemed that he was only SOSO. He wasn't as godly as the rumor said. Go over. Lin Xian shrugged and walked over. Your hand. The woman in the black dress looked at Ling Ying. Ling Ying snorted and stretched out his hand. Go over. Then, one by one, the girls passed through her inspection. Remember my words. Even if you join the Evil Fiend Temple, as long as you don't want to kill people, no one will force you to kill innocent people. So, I hope that in the future, you will feel honored to join the Evil Fiend Temple. I also hope that you will achieve good results in the Sky Martial Conference and enter the God's Awakening door. When you come out, you will make even greater contributions to the Evil Fiend Temple. Let's go. On the other side, those people gathered together. Seventh Elder, isn't it a little too easy? A person frowned and said, I feel that it's a little too easy. That's right. That Lin Xian killed a few of our heavenly venerables in an instant. If they really fought, they might not necessarily die. The woman in the black dress said, It seems easy, but it's mainly because that Lin Xian is a smart person. Yes, each of them is very powerful and can fight across realms. However, we have 5 absolute void realm martial artists. This is not important. What's important is that we have 2 absolute void realm martial artists with the spatial attribute. If there is only one of them, they might make a move. However, they didn't dare to do it for 2 people. With absolute power, the spatial shackles combined with the spatial explosion, they died instantly. That's true. Since they've already taken the poison pill, they won't be able to cause any trouble. The harvest this time is not bad. Lin Xian, even the daughter of the temple master, Murongyu, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue from the 8 great families of Tiandu, and Xiao Xinyue from the Xiao family of the Ice Nation. Not bad. But, Murongyu. She actually took the poison pill. Isn't something wrong? Humph. In this world, no one will go against their own life. The key is that Lin Xian. I have to say, that Lin Xian is very powerful. Those beautiful women, including Murongyu, are probably his women. Isn't it normal for women to listen to men? The more arrogant and noble a woman was, the more obedient she would be. Furthermore, I didn't say that she would become a member of the evil god temple if she ate this poison pill. It wouldn't be a problem to compromise for a short period of time. Let's go back. On the other side, hey, we've all taken the poison pill of the evil fiend temple. What should we do now? Ling Ying asked as he moved closer to Lin Xian. They all believed in Lin Xian's choice and judgment, but they were curious and at a loss. What should they do now? Here. Lin Xian took out a few pills and handed them to them. This is the antidote for the evil fiend temple's poison pill. The women? Antidote? The three great forces and the entire continent have been researching this poison pill for so many years, but they still haven't been able to crack it. You. Murong looked at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian grinned. Otherwise, how can I become the most outstanding man in the world? Then, the women ate the pills without hesitation. Done? Lin Xian nodded. Of course. I've tried. Then can you give the antidote formula to the holy temple? Murong asked. Lin Xian's lips curled. Sure, give me a price. Murong rolled her eyes. This was something that would benefit the continent. However, Lin Xian was right. The three great forces had always been the enemy of the evil fiend temple. Obtaining this formula would be very useful to the three great forces. Actually, Lin Xian could make it himself, but after thinking about it, once the Yixian group was exposed to be able to make the antidote, the Yixian group would be finished. Let's go. I hope there won't be any more accidents. A day later, an incomparably huge snowy peak appeared in front of them. It was so huge that it seemed to reach the sky. Is this the peak of the North Pole? Lin Xian raised his head to take a look. Murong nodded. Yes, it's 11,000 meters high and the temperature is below -60 degrees Celsius. It might even reach -80 degrees Celsius or even lower. The air is thin and normal people would die if they went up, but for us, it's fine. However, if we want to go up there, the Sky Martial Assembly will have a competition at the top. For cultivators, there will be natural disturbances. Lin Xian said, but this is definitely not the reason why they want us to participate in the Sky Martial Arts Conference. There must be a special reason why they want us to participate in the Sky Martial Arts Conference at the summit of the North Pole. There must be a certain segment of the Sky Martial Arts Conference that can only be completed at the summit of the North Pole. Murong, let's go up. Since they knew that it was the peak of the North Pole, there was no need for them to waste any time. They directly released a spatial energy and disappeared from where they were, appearing at the top of the North Pole. Schwa.7 figures appeared there. After landing, they scanned their surroundings. There were people everywhere. They seemed to be a bit late. There were already many people here. The temperature was indeed very low, but as long as they were in the mysterious heaven realm, it shouldn't be a problem in this kind of situation. Aside from a few young people who were participating in the Sky Martial Assembly, there were a few hundred core members of the three major powers. They were the judges and other experts who were standing in a corner. The rest of the crowd numbered over 1,000. They were the experts of the various large families and powers. Simply put, they were here to watch the Sky Martial Assembly. Little Ing. A voice sounded. Ling Ying's father, Ling Hai, walked over with a smile. Chu Xue. Another voice sounded. Beside Ling Hai, Han Guang also walked over with a smile. Ling Ying and Han Chushua's father had also come. Chapter 1303. The two girls froze for a moment. Dad, why are you here too? Ling Ying looked at Ling Hai in front of him. My precious daughter is participating in the final Heaven Martial Assembly. As your father, why do you think I should come? If it wasn't for your mother's low realm and being unable to withstand the cold here, she would have come as well. But it's fine. Anyway, this competition will be broadcasted live. Many people will be able to see your glory. There's still a live broadcast? Ling Ying scratched his head. Sigh, it's all because those people from the three major forces want all the children of the continent to see your glory, so that they will want to work hard to improve their cultivation. It's reasonable for them to want to strengthen the human race. It's not easy for the three major forces. Then, they looked at Lin Xian. Uncle Ling, Uncle Han, hello. Lin Xian quickly coughed and greeted them. Please, 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 please don't expose yourself. That's right. Lin Xian thought that in their eyes, he was their daughter's boyfriend. Actually, they already knew that the man their two daughters liked was him. Sigh, there was nothing they could do. They were all from large families. Their daughters were so beautiful and outstanding. How could they be willing to see their daughters serving the same man? But, the two families had discussed this matter in detail. This Lin Xian was indeed outstanding. In the future, he should be able to reach a higher level. Furthermore, the news of Lin Xian obtaining the divine body was from Murong Feng of the sanctuary. How should they put it? They didn't think for themselves. If they thought for their daughters, as long as their daughters didn't have any connections, they would be able to obtain more by following someone who could become a god. Furthermore, in this world, it was normal for capable people to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. So, Sai, just bear with it. You brat. Ling Hai raised his leg and kicked Lin Xian. Hey, 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 Uncle Ling, Lin Xian quickly dodged. Work hard. Strive to enter the God's awakening door and improve yourself. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Then, he hugged his daughter, Ling Ying, and walked to the side. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so of course, they had a lot to talk about. Chuxue, your grandfather is here too. Let's go meet him. Han Guang looked at Han Chuxue and said. Yes. Han Guang then turned to Lin Xian and said, good luck, all of you. The future is in the hands of you kids. Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian and said, I'll go look for father first. Yes. At this time, Xiao Zun walked over with Xiao Runing. Sister, father. Xiao Xinyue shouted. Uncle Xiao. Lin Xian shouted helplessly. Ah. It's over. Honored Master Xiao had also come. Amen? It's only been a short time since we last met. You've already reached the heavenly venerable realm. Very good. As expected of my Xiao clan son-in-law. Revered Xiao didn't know about the Han and Ling families, but he knew that he was the Xiao family's son-in-law. Xiao Runing also coughed awkwardly. Cough cough. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Let's go and have a seat. The Tianwu conference will start tomorrow. Ah, okay. Lin Xian nodded and looked at Wu Yuhan and Wang Xintong. I'll go and see if there are any friends here. Wang Xintong said and walked away. Wu Yuhan also walked away. Lin Xian followed them. Hey, why are you here? Lin Xian asked Xiao Runing quietly. I didn't want to come. It's so comfortable to lie on the sofa and watch the live broadcast at home. But since my father is here, I followed along, Xiao Runing said helplessly. Lin Xian's appearance attracted the attention of many people. Of course, it wasn't because of Lin Xian, but because of the group of girls beside Lin Xian. However, what shocked Lin Xian was that the top of the North Pole was too big. It was so big that he couldn't see the end. If this was their competition area, it would be really cool. Therefore, not many people saw Lin Xian, but there were a few familiar faces. Murong Yu is now following Lin Xian around? Duan Lingxiao frowned. He had invited Murong Yu to come to the North Pole with him, but she rejected him. So, she came with Lin Xian? She and Lin Xian, could there be some kind of relationship? After all, they had been alone for half a year, and no one had the chance to do so. No, no, no. Impossible. Murong Yu wouldn't fall in love with a man like that. He had known Murong Yu for so long, and he understood Murong Yu. Absolutely not. But he was very displeased. There were naturally people who were displeased like him. Qin Ming, Su Jiming, and the others were also here. Lin Xian also had girls they liked beside him. Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian and nodded at him with a smile. Lin Xian also nodded at Zhuge Feng in response. It's him. Chu Feng was discussing something in front of the group of experts from the Chu family when he saw Lin Xian. He didn't have any grudges with Lin Xian, but he was very displeased that Lin Xian had so many beautiful girls beside him. It's him. Not far away, the people from the Feng family were stunned. Then, they saw Lin Xian. Bastard. Give me your life. After Feng Ling saw Lin Xian, her eyes glittered with killing intent. Especially on that street, her butt kept on bleeding and the back was red. It attracted many people's fingers and she was simply humiliated to death. She deeply hated that person. She knew she would see him here. Now, she really saw him. Bastard. Ah, Ling Ling. Feng Qinghao didn't even react and Feng Ling already rushed over. What's wrong with this girl? Behind, Feng Ling's father tightly frowned and asked. Ling Ling had some friction with that person. This girl, she's simply... Ah. Lin Xian was stunned for a bit. He felt a wave of aura lock onto him, then a wave of power exploded towards him. Everyone's gazes were all attracted by that place. Why did they suddenly start fighting? Damn. It's her again? Lin Xian had a headache when he saw that woman. She was crazy. Boom, in the next instant, Lin Xian's fist collided with Feng Ling's fist. The two of them flashed with lightning. Isn't that the Feng family's girl, Feng Ling? Who's the other one? Lin Xian. China's Lin Xian. He's also very famous. In the martial arts academy, he took first place and defeated Murong Yu and Duan Lingxiao. What? Not only that. He also defeated them in a cross-level battle. I say, you're crazy. Crazy woman. Lin Xian scolded. You dare scold me. Feng Ling gritted her teeth. Chapter 1304. Lin Xian and Feng Ling faced each other. Almost everyone's attention was on them. Damn it. Why can't I scold you? Crazy woman. Crazy woman. Crack crack crack, Feng Ling clenched her fists. Watch carefully. One of them is Lin Xian from China. He's the top student in the martial arts academy. He once defeated Duan Lingxiao, who was a heavenly venerable. The other is Feng Ling from Feng Nation. She's the most talented person in the Feng family in the past 100 years. These two people seem to have some conflict. If they fight, we'll have a chance to learn about the competition later. A powerhouse said to the people behind him. All of you, watch carefully. Okay. Space seal. Feng Ling directly sealed the space around her and Lin Xian. The humiliation from a few days ago, I'll make you pay back tenfold. Lightning surrounded Feng Ling's body. Lin Xian's purple lightning also surrounded her. I'm not afraid of you, crazy woman. You're still scolding me. Feng Ling's eyes flashed with anger. Take this. She shouted and then rushed toward Lin Xian. At this moment, a figure directly broke through the space seal released by Feng Ling and blocked in front of Feng Ling. Enough. Stop fooling around. Feng Qingyang stared at his daughter. Feng Ling quickly stopped. Father. Quickly retreat. Feng Qingyang bellowed. It was obvious that Feng Ling was still very afraid of her father. Oh. Then, she pouted and glared at Lin Xian behind her. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll let you go today. When the competition comes, I'll make you pay the price. Crazy woman. Lin Xian did not give Feng Ling face just because her father was here. You. Feng Ling gritted her teeth. Then, she waved her hand angrily and turned to leave. Feng Qingyang smiled and said to Lin Xian, Little brother Lin Xian, please don't worry. My daughter has been spoiled since she was young. She doesn't know her manners. Lin Xian nodded. She's a little spoiled. Okay, I'll go back and teach this girl a lesson. Feng Qingyang nodded at Lin Xian and then walked away. It's a pity that they didn't fight. Some people at the side discussed. It's fine if they didn't fight, I don't need to observe. Humph. What do you know? Can you defeat the heavenly venerable Duan Lingxiao at the domain realm? That Duan Lingxiao is no ordinary person. The pitiful Duan Lingxiao had become the comparison for these powerhouses to introduce Lin Xian to their juniors. That's right, Duan Lingxiao was very strong. He was the son of the master of the trial union. His status was the same as Murong Yu's. However, he had actually lost to Lin Xian, a domain realm cultivator, when he was only a heavenly venerate. Therefore, in these people's eyes, Lin Xian, who looked ordinary, was actually the one they paid attention to the most. Defeating a heavenly venerable as a domain realm cultivator was not a big deal. Although it was difficult, many people present could do it. However, defeating a top genius like Duan Lingxiao was a little exaggerated. Lin Xian walked over to the Xiao family helplessly. Lin Xian, do you have a grudge with this Feng Lingxiao? Revered Master Xiao asked. Xiao Runing also looked at Lin Xian curiously. Wasn't Lin Xian very attractive to girls? Feng Ling was also very beautiful. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be in such a hostile relationship. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. We had a little conflict before. This woman is crazy. It's as if I'm her father's murderer. This Feng Lingxiao is very powerful. You have to be careful. Xinyue, you have to be careful too. Xiao Xinyue and Lin Xian nodded. Lingling, don't provoke this Lin Xian in the future. Feng Qingyang looked at Feng Ling and said. Why? Feng Ling said unhappily. You might not be his match. Besides, he has the powerful Azura Palace and the Art Pavilion group behind him. So what? Can he compare to my Feng family? Feng Ling gritted her teeth. I can't compare to him now, but it doesn't mean I can't compare to him in the future. I don't care. I just don't like him. I just want to teach him a lesson. Also, who said I'm afraid of him? It's good that he can defeat Duan Lingxiao. However, it doesn't mean I can't defeat him. Feng Ling was about to go crazy. Lingling, he didn't do anything wrong when he bought breakfast. Feng Qinghao said. You're actually speaking for an outsider. I don't care. I just don't like him. Feng Ling said frantically. Then, the people from the Feng family shook their heads helplessly. In short, don't let this Lin Xian affect your judgment. Your goal isn't just to defeat him. The most important thing now is to get into the top 10 of the Sky Martial Assembly and enter the God's Awakening door. You won't get anything by defeating him. However, if you enter the God's Awakening door, you'll get real benefits. Feng Ling nodded. Oh, I understand. One after another, people arrived at the summit of the North Pole. At this time, Murong Feng walked out and said, "Everyone, since you're here, you should rest. Tomorrow morning, the Sky Martial Assembly will officially begin." Then, everyone set up their tents and went inside to rest. Although it was cold here, with their strength, it didn't matter if they waited here. When the Sky Martial Assembly begins, let's work together. In another corner, a few people stood there, enjoying the cold wind and smoking. Duan Lingxiao, Xiaoyun, Su Jiming, and Qin Ming. Duan Lingxiao stood there thinking about something. It was Xiaoyun and the other two who came to find him. Xiaoyun already knew that Lin Xian had taken the poison pill. However, he was even more flustered. Why? This Lin Xian had the Yixian group and even the Azura Palace behind him. Although he couldn't compare to the Xiao family now, with the Yixian group's rising momentum, it wouldn't take long for them to suppress the Xiao family. This world only looked at benefits. When the benefits that the Xiao family could bring to the evil fiend temple couldn't compare to Lin Xian, then Lin Xian would be able to suppress him. Therefore, he still hoped that Lin Xian would die. Even if he didn't die, at least he couldn't enter the God's Awakening door. As long as they could enter the God's Awakening door and Lin Xian couldn't, when they came out, Lin Xian wouldn't be their opponent. Duan Lingxiao glanced at them. No need. Duan Lingxiao said indifferently. He, young Master Duan, if you don't have any worries, why did you come here alone to smoke? Working alone can't be compared to working with a few people, right? Moreover, I'm afraid that it's not just us, the others are also looking for cooperation. Duan Lingxiao paused, then looked at them. How do we cooperate? Lin Xian chatted with the Xiao family for a while, then sneaked over to Ling Ying and the others. Young Master Lin. Chapter 1305. To Duan Lingxiao, losing to Lin Xian was a huge blow to him. What was his status? What was his strength? He actually lost to Lin Xian. Not only did he lose, he was also defeated by Lin Xian. Although it was a simulated battle in a virtual pod, it still proved something. However, he was unconvinced. He always felt that if they really fought, he could still win. But, once a person loses, especially for someone who was extremely arrogant and confident, the devil in his heart would be very big. Xiaoyun smiled and said, "It's very simple. There are a total of 3 rounds in the Sky Martial Assembly. Other than the first round, I don't know about the other 2 rounds, but they should be tests with a higher degree of freedom. Let's work together. At the same time, we'll stop Lin Xian from entering the God's Awakening door." Okay. Duan Lingxiao nodded. Let's talk about it after the competition. After saying that, he walked away. To him, although he didn't think highly of these people, he had to admit that their strength was quite high. They should be able to rank in the top 50 of the 250 people. However, he obviously knew that these people wanted to use his strength to enter the God's Awakening door more effectively. However, if Lin Xian couldn't enter the God's Awakening door, that was the most important thing to him. Little Ling Ying. Lin Xian slipped into Ling Ying's tent. Ling Ying then rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. What are you doing here? I missed you. Ling Ying then rolled her eyes again. My dad knows that you, Chu Xue, and I are in a relationship. Uncle Han also knows. Lin Xian, he? What did he say? Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He told me to find a chance to kill you. Tisk, how is that possible? Lin Xian hugged Ling Ying's delicate body. Lin Xian was secretly shocked. In other words, these 2 families tacitly agreed to this matter? Holy shit. What a happy life. My dad asked me when I'm getting married. Ling Ying then said in a low voice. Lin Xian, do you want it that early? Ling Ying tidied her hair and said, I don't want to either. Wait until we've all stabilized, okay? Lin Xian asked. Whatever. I'm just being casual. Ling Ying said. At this moment, Ling Hai came in and saw the scene. Cough cough cough. Uncle Ling. Lin Xian immediately released Ling Ying and coughed dryly. Come out, I have something to tell you. Ling Hai said to Lin Xian. Whoa. Lin Xian then looked at Ling Ying pleadingly. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at him, meaning to tell him to do as he saw fit. I don't care. Uncle Ling, what's the matter? Lin Xian was simply too obedient. He had no parents and had never felt the love of his parents. It was the same when he was on Earth. This was also why the Dongfang family on Earth looked down on him so much. It was because he had no background. In comparison, Lin Xian liked this place more. Smoke. Ling Hai handed Lin Xian a cigarette. Lin Xian took it. It's about you, little Ling, and Chu Xue. Of course, there might be other girls. I know all about it. Lin Xian, that? Uncle Ling, Ling Hai took a puff and said, I don't care about that. You just have to treat little Ling well. Since she's willing, it means that she likes you a lot. Our Ling family is considered a big family. Although the daughter of the Ling family is a joke, as long as she's happy, it's fine. However, as a man, you must be responsible and capable. Lin Xian nodded, I know. What the hell do you know? Every time I call little Ling, I don't see you with her. Cough, 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 Lin Xian coughed dryly. I don't care about that. You know what you're doing. As a man, of course, I understand the psychology of every man. But everything depends on whether you have the ability. At least for now, you still have the ability. You defeated Duan Lingxiao, but how far can you go? You need to prove to me and to Han Guang in this Sky Martial Conference. Lin Xian nodded, don't worry, I will definitely get into the top 10. Top 10? Lin Xian scratched his head, top 5? Top 5? Alright, first place. Ling Hai smiled and patted Lin Xian's shoulder, if you can get first place, then you have to get first place. Let me see where you are ranked among the top young talents of the entire continent. I understand. Also, what about the matter with little Ling? Ling Hai frowned and asked. Lin Xian obviously knew what Ling Hai was talking about. I've asked a top Heavenly Dao realm expert. She didn't have a solution either, but she gave me a necklace. It's been with Ling Ying all this time. She said that wearing the necklace can calm a person's vagina. Ling Hai shook his head, it's useless. Useless? If it was really useful, then those people wouldn't have been blinded by Shura. Do you think I can't find a spiritual artifact that can calm a person's mind in this world? Ling Hai said. Lin Xian frowned. Back then, Ling Longshui said that it might be useful. She would think of a solution. Then, Ling Hai said, I don't know either, so I handed little Ling to you. Do you really have no solution? Lin Xian said, I will think of a solution. After this is over, I'll find a Fey race expert. She should have a solution. Fey race expert? Lin Xian nodded, yeah, she's an expert who's very good at divining heavenly secrets. I believe she will have a solution. Ling Hai paused. You can't be talking about a Qilin powerhouse, right? Qilin? I think she's a Qilin. You can find her? You know her? Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian nodded, I don't know her, but I have a friend who knows her. I went there once. Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian in shock. Uncle Ling, that senior is very powerful, right? Ling Hai said, I've only seen her in ancient texts. I can't be sure if it's the same person, but if it's her, she's very powerful. She seems to have been at the peak of existence 10,000 years ago, or even longer. Rumor has it that she's the only one who has the chance to step into the void. But until now, she hasn't. You can see how difficult it is to become a true god. I'll go take a look. Alright, since I'm handing little Ling to you, I hope you can take responsibility. If you really can't, then there's no other way. I'm leaving. Then, Ling Hai patted Lin Xian's shoulder and walked away. Lin Xian clenched his fists and returned to Ling Ying's tent. Chapter 1306. When Lin Xian went in, Ling Ying hurriedly sat there. What's wrong? Lin Xian frowned. No, nothing. Ling Ying quickly shook his head. Lin Xian looked at this girl curiously. What was she doing just now? It felt like she was leaning against the tent and listening to their conversation. She couldn't have heard it, right? If Ling Ying released a bit of his power to increase his hearing, he should be able to hear it with his Empyrean level hearing. What did you hear? Lin Xian asked. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. What is an Azura? Lin Xian, it seemed like she heard it. It's nothing. Leave this matter to me. As your man, this is a small matter. Lin Xian said. It's definitely not that easy. Ling Ying shook his head and looked at Lin Xian, asking, what is it? Why did my dad and you hide it from me? It's nothing. It's really nothing. If there was really something, would I be able to leisurely participate in the Sky Martial Assembly? Lin Xian said. Oh. Ling Ying nodded. Alright. Rest. It's daybreak. We'll prepare for the Sky Martial Assembly. The next morning, Lin Xian climbed out of Ling Ying's tent. When he came out, there was already a group of people standing outside. Then, Lin Xian and Ling Ying came out together. Many people saw it. Xiaoyun clenched his fist tightly. Ling Ying was the woman he had always liked. However, she was intercepted by this Lin Xian halfway. He really didn't understand. If it was the current Lin Xian, Xiaoyun admitted that he was quite outstanding. However, what about before? Previously, it was really a PS. What did he lack from Lin Xian? Why was Ling Ying his girlfriend before? Murong Feng glanced at Lin Xian and Ling Ying. This brat and Linging are boyfriend and girlfriend? What a pity, what a pity. He wanted to see if there was a chance for his daughter to. Little Yu, look at her. Murong Feng said to Murong Yu, who was beside him. Look at what? Murong Yu asked in surprise. When did Tiandu's Ling become Lin Xian's girlfriend? What about you? You and Lin Xian were in the divine domain for half a year, and nothing happened? Murong Feng, she glanced. As expected, Linging was Lin Xian's woman, and this Lin Xian wanted to pursue her? Hatue. Dog of a man. It's not like I have to be Lin Xian's girlfriend. Murong Yu mumbled. Sigh, your father really has the impulse to be his father-in-law. Forget it, forget it. This Sky Martial Assembly is very important. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the top 10. However, there are many experts this time. Let's not talk about Lin Xian. Right now, those people around Lin Xian, whether it's Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, or those from the Martial Arts Academy, Wu Yuhan, etc., including the Feng family, the Chu family, Duan Lingxiao, Qi Tianqing, etc. You mustn't be careless. If you, the daughter of the Temple Master, don't enter the door of God's awakening, your father's face will be gone. Impossible. Murong Yu said confidently. She had absolute confidence in her own strength. The main thing was that her realm had almost returned. In this 1 month, she had spent day and night in the dangerous areas of the demon beast domain. Her realm had also reached the 5 stars of the Sky Sovereign realm. Although there were definitely many people who were above the 5 stars of the Sky Sovereign realm, she was confident. It's good that you're confident. Everyone walked out one after another. The surrounding people stayed in the surroundings. Start the live broadcast. Murong Feng said. Okay. Then, dozens of staff members turned on the live broadcast in dozens of positions. The live broadcast was very necessary. Because it would allow the children of the continent to see the elegance of these people. Their ages were not too far apart, so why were they so lacking in this aspect? This would definitely stimulate the fighting spirit of the people of the continent. It's starting, it's starting. The live broadcast is starting. Where's Lin Xian? Wow wow wow. This little brother is so handsome. He's really quite handsome. Miao Xiaomiao, Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, Zhao Yunqi, Zi Qiyue, and Xin, and of course, Lan Xingxing also came. They were not very familiar with each other, but they were still friends. They gathered together to watch the live broadcast of the Sky Martial Conference. They had been waiting for a long time. On the other side, Linglong Shui and the others were also sitting in the living room, watching the Sky Martial Conference on the television. Let's watch the live broadcast together? Murong Qin carried a laptop to Luo Chenxi's office. What live broadcast? The Sky Martial Conference. Sure. Then, the two women sat together. Of course, they usually did not pay attention to the Sky Martial Conference. It was because of Lin Xian and some other good friends that they paid attention to the Sky Martial Conference. On the other side, Bai Xianxian and Lang Wuxin sat together and watched the start of the Sky Martial Conference. Let's stop for a while. In another unknown place, Zhao Mengyue said. Then, a few figures flashed to her side. Leader, what's the matter? Watch the live broadcast. The Sky Martial Conference. Zhao Mengyue said indifferently. Then, she looked at Linya, who was in a daze, and said, Linya, you can see your brother now. Why don't you come? Linya walked over. Then, Zhao Mengyue said, in the future, these people will be our enemies. Now is the time for you to familiarize yourselves with them. I have to admit that some of them are very powerful. Don't hold the attitude of watching a show. Watch the Sky Martial Conference with an attitude of understanding and learning. Okay. A few thousand outsiders, who were the relatives and clansmen of those who were participating in the Sky Martial Conference, were watching from the sidelines, including Ling Hai, Han Guang, and the others. The 250 participants were gathered in the center. Then, dozens of experts from the 3 major powers walked to the center. Murong Feng, Duan Tianming, and Qi Tianshu, 3 middle-aged men, were the 3 leaders of the Sanctuary, the Trial Union, and the Bounty Hunter Guild. Now, I will announce some of the details of the Sky Martial Conference. Murong Feng glanced at the crowd and said, this Sky Martial Conference will be divided into 3 rounds. The total points of the 3 rounds will determine the final ranking. The top 10 will be rewarded with the right to enter the God's Awakening door. The top 30 will enter another secret realm. Although it's not as good as the God's Awakening door, it's not bad either. The first round of the competition is a martial arts competition between martial artists. This time, the entire competition will be broadcasted live. I hope that everyone in the continent will be able to see the glory of these children and become existences like them in the future. Become Empyreans in their 20s. Become the pride of the continent's people. Murong Feng then said, in this competition, there will be a total of 250 people. The number of people is not large, but the significance is huge. The rules are as follows. Each person will fight a total of 15 rounds. If you win, you will gain 1 point. If you lose, you will lose 1 point. The system will automatically arrange those martial artists who have the same number of wins or losses as you. Simply put, except for the first round, in every other round, your opponents will have the same number of wins or losses as you. Chapter 1307. The rules of the Sky Martial Assembly were different from before. The previous rules were a random 1v1. The winner would advance and the loser would be eliminated. This time, although it was also a random 1v1, the rules were changed. No matter who won or lost, they would have to fight 15 matches. Winning a match would earn them 1 point, and losing a match would cost them 1 point. If your opponent was close to you, for example, if you won 5 matches without losing a single match, then your points would be 5 points. Then, your opponent would also win 5 matches without losing a single match. If not, then you would meet someone who won 4 matches. In any case, the closer you were to your opponent. Try to make both sides have the same strength. Lin Xian slightly raised his eyebrows. This is quite interesting. Fighting 15 matches is exhausting. Linging stretched his body. There's nothing we can do about it. This Sky Martial Assembly is too important, so it must be especially strict. It's normal for it to be a little complicated. Mainly, if it's a normal match, it's very easy for someone in the top 10 to be defeated by someone in the top 10. Wouldn't that be very sad? Moreover, this time, it's not just a match that can determine the winner. It should be a point system. The match is just a part of the competition. Wu Yuhan shrugged and said with a smile. Lin Xian glanced at Wu Yuhan. It was clear that his sister had appeared. Then, try your best to fight, Lin Xian said. All right, now, do you have any questions? Murong Feng swept his gaze over everyone. No one replied. Then, let's prepare for the martial arts competition. During the martial arts competition, there is an important rule. You are not allowed to use any spirit weapons or props. Although spirit weapons are also a part of strength, everyone comes from all over the world. Some have big families and businesses, while others may only be ordinary. The disparity between the spirit weapons you take out is relatively large, which will have a greater impact on your combat strength. Then, we have powerful martial skills that can only be used with spirit tools. What should we do? Someone asked. Murong Feng said, there are all kinds of offensive weapons here. All of them are of the same grade, Earth rank 5-star. Take them before you go on stage. In addition, during the match, you are only allowed to use healing potions and spirit energy recovery potions. All the potions you need are also here. Only 5 bottles are allowed. These are the rules. The entire North Pole will be your battlefield. Flying out of the edge will be considered a failure. Any other questions? Everyone shook their heads. Now, all viewers, please move out of the fighting area. The live broadcast will begin. The system will now match the participants for the first round. After that, a powerhouse tossed a small object into the air, which transformed into a screen. The information of the 250 participating cultivators was recorded on the screen, and the screen began to randomly select them. Lin Xian vs. Zhao Haiyang. You'll be the first. The girls glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged and walked out. On the other side, when the girls saw Lin Xian enter the arena, they were all extremely excited. Lin Xian is up. Lu Yufan was still holding 2 small hammers in her hands. Although she wasn't present, she hoped that cheering for Lin Xian would liven up the atmosphere. Zhao Haiyang felt terrible. He had heard of this Lin Xian. It was said that he had defeated the heavenly venerable Duan Lingxiao when he was in the domain realm. How could he fight him? Although he was powerful, and to be precise, the people who could come here were not weak, he admitted that he couldn't beat Duan Lingxiao. As for this Lin Xian, no. He, Zhao Haiyang, was not that weak. Zhao Haiyang, for stars heavenly venerable, please advise me. Zhao Haiyang then cupped his fists towards Lin Xian with a sword in his hand. Lin Xian cupped his fists with a sword in his hand. Lin Xian, 6 stars heavenly venerable, please advise me. 6 stars heavenly venerable? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Duan Lingxiao and some people who were paying attention to Lin Xian frowned. After losing to Lin Xian last time, Duan Lingxiao had gone crazy to raise his cultivation realm. Although Lin Xian's cultivation realm had improved very quickly, he hadn't improved at all in the following month. His cultivation realm had improved a lot, but it was only 1 star higher than Lin Xian. Lin Xian defeated him last time when he was in the domain realm. This time, he was only 1 star lower than Lin Xian. Could he still win? He could definitely win. He didn't lack Lin Xian. He could definitely win. Who was he? He was Duan Lingxiao. Why couldn't he win? Zhao Haiyang frowned. 6 stars heavenly venerable, 2 stars higher than him? Lin Xian indicated that if he wanted to properly farm monsters every day, he would be far beyond the 6 stars heavenly venerable realm. 6 stars heavenly venerable, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Feng Ling snorted. His cultivation realm was the same as hers. But she didn't care. She could definitely defeat this Lin Xian. Whoosh, Zhao Haiyang waved his spirit artifact and his aura surged. Come on! He shouted and charged toward Lin Xian with a thunderous roar. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Get out! Whoosh, following which, Lin Xian released his spatial attribute and Zhao Haiyang, who was charging over, disappeared from the spot and appeared outside the battle arena at the North Pole. Everyone, the release of the space attribute can't be blocked at all. Yeah. As long as his cultivation realm is lower than Lin Xian's, he can use the space attribute to send him out of the competition area. This is the brainless part of the space attribute. However, even if his cultivation realm is lower than Lin Xian's, if he's strong enough, he can still break free from the space attribute. It's a pity that he was sent out of the competition area by the space attribute without any chance to fight back. If they really fight, he won't be Lin Xian's match. The strong cultivators discussed fervently. Zhao Haiyang clenched his fists. That's it? Ah. He couldn't accept it. If he had a good fight with Lin Xian, he might have had a chance. However, this Lin Xian used the space attribute to send him out. He had no chance at all. Who could he blame? He could only blame his cultivation realm for not being as high as Lin Xian's. He could only blame himself for not having the space attribute. First round, Lin Xian wins, 1 point. Next round, the selection will begin. Oh, this is so boring. Miao Xiaomiao rested her chin on her hand as she watched the live broadcast. Then, she glanced at the bullet screen. There were still many people scolding Lin Xian. Why? Because he didn't even dare to fight and just sent him out. If this wasn't cowardice, then what was? Of course, some of them were rational. Those comments were pure idiocy. The space attribute didn't count as one's own strength? He could still preserve his strength for later battles. There was nothing wrong with that. It'll be interesting later on. After Lin Xian wins 8 or 9 in a row, his opponents will all have 8 or 9 in a row. He'll be very powerful. Yi Yi said softly. Chapter 1308. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours passed just like that. Some matches were really fast, and some were really a waste of time. Lin Xian and the rest had already fought 9 matches, and the next match was the 10th match. Everyone, including Wang Xintong, had won 9 matches in a row. Those who weren't their match couldn't do it. One had to know that the people they had met before were people who had won 7 or 8 matches in a row, but their skills were a level higher. There were many people who had won 9 matches in a row like them, but there were definitely not many. Next, they would definitely meet those who had won 9 matches in a row. The next matches would be even more difficult. What made everyone want to curse was that bastard Lin Xian. In every match, he relied on his powerful spatial power and his high realm advantage to send people out. That's right, Lin Xian hadn't really fought a match yet. Then, those people who were defending Lin Xian before really started cursing. Fuck. Shameless bastard. Next match, please look at the big screen. Following that, the big screen began to scroll, and finally, Lin Xian appeared again. Lin Xian's name showed 9 matches in a row, and Lin Xian's opponent, Su Jiming, 9 matches in a row. In fact, it had to be said that Su Jiming was indeed powerful, otherwise, he wouldn't have won 9 matches in a row. At the very least, this Su Jiming should have the strength to be in the top 50, or even the top 30. It was a pity that he met Lin Xian. It was really a small world for enemies. After Su Jiming saw his opponent, his brows suddenly furrowed. Although he was very unhappy with this Lin Xian, he had to admit that this Lin Xian was indeed powerful. Oh ho, this match is going to be interesting. Finally, this Lin Xian met Su Jiming. I know this Su Jiming, the eldest son of the Ice Country Su family. He's very strong, and his realm has also reached 6 stars of the Sky Venerable Realm, the same as Lin Xian. At the very least, Lin Xian's space shouldn't have much effect on him, and can only slightly restrict him. This match is definitely going to be interesting. Fuck. Look at the other spatial attribute warriors. Out of the 250 people, there should be at least a few dozen with spatial attributes. Although spatial attributes are rare, these people are all top-notch, selected by the continent. It's normal for them to have spatial attributes. I don't see anyone else like this. Bastard. Bastard. This bastard, give him a good beating. This Lin Xian, Mu Rongqing glanced at the bullet screen. They were all begging Su Jiming to beat him up. If you said that Lin Xian was despicable, then he was indeed despicable. But at least in this match, he didn't do anything. Wasn't he the only one who used the spatial attribute to send his opponents out continuously? There was nothing wrong with that. This bullet screen, these people were very unhappy. It couldn't be helped. This Lin Xian had a despicable physique. No matter what he did, people would always magnify his despicable nature. This match is going to be interesting. Those experts were also whispering to each other. The 10th match, all 9 consecutive victories. At this point, spatial attribute warriors are basically not allowed to send their opponents out directly. As their winning streaks increase, their strength will be closer and closer. Moreover, at the same realm, this Su Jiming can easily break free from Lin Xian's spatial jump power. This is going to be interesting. Humph. How despicable. A spatial attribute warrior has been defeating his opponents like this for 9 consecutive victories. This young lady wants to see how long you can last. Feng Ling gritted her teeth. No matter what this Lin Xian was doing, she just couldn't stand him. Very, very unhappy. Lingling, he's a spatial attribute warrior. There's nothing wrong with his fighting style. You can do it too. I don't care. But you can't say that it's wrong for him to fight like this. Feng Qingyang looked at his daughter helplessly. Humph. Lin Xian and Su Jiming held their spiritual weapons and faced each other. Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian in front of him. He only knew one thing. When facing this Lin Xian, he couldn't think of holding back because he knew that once he held back, he would lose the chance to fight. Lin Xian. We're facing each other again. Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian and said. Use whatever moves you have. Don't make me send them out directly. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. That won't happen. Strengthen the laws of nature. Following that, Su Jiming's aura soared. That's right, this was his laws of nature. It wasn't top-notch, but it was definitely not bad either. It could directly strengthen his strength by up to 80%. That was close to doubling his strength. 6 stars heavenly venerable realm meant that his strength was close to doubling. How was he going to fight him? Thunder Domain. Following that, he stomped his foot and the entire battlefield at the North Pole became his domain. The Thunder Domain was a simple domain. In this domain, one could forcibly increase one's lightning attribute strength by several times. Although directly releasing the laws of nature and the domain consumed a lot of spiritual power, he knew that this was a must to fight Lin Xian. Hiss. He's going all out? This Lin Xian is so powerful? Who is this Lin Xian? Why haven't I heard of him before? I've heard of this Su Jiming. Is he the singer Lin Xian? Ha ha ha, how is that possible? How can he be the singer Lin Xian? This Lin Xian is so shameless. How can he be the same person as my idol Lin Xian? That's true. Not many of these people knew Lin Xian, and not many knew about Lin Xian. Lin Xian had won first place in the Martial Arts Academy competition. This news was only known to the insiders. Many martial artists didn't know about it. Apart from that, Lin Xian was really a nobody. On the other hand, Su Jiming was quite famous. It couldn't be helped. This Su Jiming had never kept a low profile since he was young. Therefore, when they saw that Su Jiming was going all out to fight Lin Xian, they were stunned. This Lin Xian was actually so important to him? Take this. Heaven-tier martial art technique, Lightning Bird. Following that, the lightning condensed and then converged into the shape of a few birds. They even let out a cry and carried a huge power. Under the amplification of his strength and the power of the lightning domain, they charged towards Lin Xian with unimaginable power. Hiss, this power should be able to cause harm to those in the virtuality stage, right? More or less. This Su Jiming's law and domain seemed to amplify his strength. How terrifying. Indeed, those who can participate in the Tianwu tournament are not weak. Yeah. Then how is this Lin Xian going to dodge? Use the power of space to dodge? That should be the simplest way. What? He is actually condensing lightning. He wants to compete with this Su Jiming in strength? Is he crazy? This Su Jiming has already released his law domain. With this martial art technique, he wants to compete in strength? Everyone was shocked. Chapter 1309. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. In terms of strength, he had never been afraid of anyone. Your laws and domain were amplified, but Lin Xian naturally had an amplification, and it was a 100% amplification. Heaven tier martial technique, thunder surging heavens. The purple lightning rushed towards the extreme electric birds. You're courting death. Su Jiming was already prepared for Lin Xian to release space to dodge his martial technique, then he would immediately approach and launch a series of attacks, but he wanted to compete with him in strength? Normally, he would be a little afraid, but his martial technique was amplified by both laws and domain. He dared to compete? Attribute exchange, double strength. Create laws of nature, raise. Boom. When the two lightning bolts collided, everyone was stunned. Those strong people also did not understand why Lin Xian wanted to compete with Su Jiming in strength, but when they saw this scene, they understood. This Lin Xian's strength was actually not weaker than Su Jiming's? Su Jiming was stunned. His strength was amplified by both laws, and this Lin Xian's martial technique was not a god-tier martial technique, so how could his strength be on par with his? Could it be that he also released his domain? No, I didn't feel any domain power. Laws? There was indeed a surge of law power emerging, that should be his laws, but was his laws also amplifying strength? Why could it amplify so much? Brother, it's a big taboo to be in a daze during a battle. Lin Xian's voice suddenly came from behind Su Jiming. Su Jiming's pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly turned around to attack, but Lin Xian's figure disappeared again. Eat shit. Bang. Lin Xian kicked his back, and then he fell to the ground like a dog eating shit. Get out. In the next instant, Su Jiming appeared outside of the arena with his aura in disorder. Everyone? Why is it like this again? It's like this again? Both of them have 9 consecutive victories, and this Lin Xian actually defeated Su Jiming in a crushing manner? Why? Why is it like this? How is he stronger than Su Jiming? Why is his strength so strong? His laws and domain double amplification, and then it was blocked by Lin Xian's strength. Is it a tie? Su Jiming was really stupefied. He was still watching the two powers colliding, and then Lin Xian appeared behind him. Damn it. Space attribute was really powerful. It could only be limited of time. Otherwise, there was no way. He just lacked a space. This was something that everyone couldn't figure out. At the same level, Su Jiming released his laws and domain to double amplify the power of his martial arts, but he didn't release his domain. He only released his laws. As for what kind of laws it was, it didn't increase his aura, but it should be a kind of laws that increased strength. Then, how could his laws be comparable to Su Jiming's combined laws and domain? They were both top experts, but was there really a better genius among the top geniuses? Even if there was, how big was the gap? Lin Xian had shown them. However, everyone couldn't understand. Lingling, are you still saying that Lin Xian is inferior to you? Feng Qingyang asked. Humph, it's just a powerful law, and the amplification isn't weak. So what? My laws aren't weak either. Feng Qingyang shook his head secretly. This girl. When the time came for her to experience a real failure, she would probably understand. Lin Xian wins. Lin Xian won, but everyone was baffled. How did he win? Lin Xian stretched his body and walked to the girls. To be honest, I really don't know why you're so strong. How much did your laws of creation increase? Linging elbowed Lin Xian and asked. The few of them who were most familiar with Lin Xian knew about Lin Xian's laws. Lin Xian was so strong that he could defeat Su Jiming in terms of strength. But wasn't the increase a little too much? Not much. Lin Xian said. It's definitely not little. In fact, Lin Xian didn't increase his strength by much. The main thing was that no one knew that Lin Xian had a law that could double his strength. It could increase his strength for no reason. This was equivalent to the power of a law. The system was still awesome. Next round, Ling Ying and Li Tianqiao, please come on stage. I'm going. Then, Ling Ying walked over. How do you feel? Su Jiming walked to the side of Xiao Yun and the others. They quickly asked. I don't understand. I don't understand why he's so strong. We're both using heaven-ranked martial skills. Even my martial skills are stronger than his. My strength increase and domain increase only tied with him. I really don't understand. He released his law. Xiao Yun said. He released his law, but I didn't feel his aura rising. It should be his law power. But, can his law compare to my law and domain combined? It's really scary. Su Jiming gritted his teeth. Although he lost, it was not a big deal. He only lost 2 points. On the contrary, he would be able to fight against the 9 winners and 1 loser. His chances of winning would be higher. Moreover, there were still 2 more rounds of the Sky Martial Assembly. He might not necessarily lose. Top 10, he might have a chance. How many people could win all 15 rounds? If he lost the first round, the people he would fight later might be weaker. This could be considered good news. But he couldn't understand. Duan Lingxiao then said indifferently, when I fought with him in the simulation pod, he was also like this. He erupted with power that didn't belong to the domain realm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost to him as an Empyrean. But I don't understand where that extra power comes from. Laws? Can his laws really increase his power by so much? I don't know. Let's see what he can do later. Anyway, I lost. But it's not a bad thing. Our cooperation will continue. We can't let this Lin Xian continue to get good results, Su Jiming said. Ling Ying's battle was still in a stalemate. Ling Ying was also a 6-star Empyrean, and his opponents were also 6-star Empyrean. Basically, these people were 5-star and 6-star. There were also 7-star, but not many. There were also 8-star, but even fewer. The highest was 8-star. They were all martial artists of the same level. The gap wouldn't be too big. The gap between realms wouldn't be too big either. The final battle was won by Ling Ying. He won 10 consecutive rounds. His luck was quite good. He met someone powerful, but not the most powerful. Someone like Duan Lingxiao. After meeting Duan Lingxiao, Ling Ying wasn't easy to fight. The others weren't easy to fight either. Although the gap between realms was almost closed. The battles continued one after another. Then, next battle, Lin Xian vs Zhuge Feng. Lin Xian, wow. It's him again. Chapter 13:10. When Zhuge Feng saw that his opponent was Lin Xian, he smirked and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also looked at Zhuge Feng. How should he put it? No matter what others said, Lin Xian felt that Zhuge Feng was stronger than those so-called Duan Lingxiao and Qi Tianqing. For some reason, Lin Xian felt that Zhuge Feng was stronger. Fuck, I'm meeting him now. When Zhuge Feng saw that his opponent was Lin Xian, he let out a long sigh of relief. He finally met him. He had wanted to have a good fight with him for a long time. During the Martial Arts Academy competition, he was tricked by Lin Xian. They hadn't even fought yet, but this time, they should be able to fight, right? Zhuge Feng and Lin Xian walked together. Zhuge Feng then smiled and said, let's have a good fight. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Why don't we not do it? After all, we're on the same side. If one of us forces the other party to use his trump card, it would be a little troublesome. Zhuge Feng shrugged and said with a smile, but in my eyes, being able to have a good fight with you might even be more important than ranking in this competition. Lin Xian, wow. Are you crazy? Lin Xian touched his forehead. I've been wanting to have a good fight for a long time. Zhuge Feng cracked his neck and stretched out his hand. A sword flew from the armory into his hand. Come on. I'm also a 6 stars heavenly venerable. This battle should be considered fair. Lin Xian held the spiritual weapon in his hand and said, come on then. This battle, we should be able to see a beautiful and shocking battle. Both of them have a 10-win streak. If they don't meet each other, both of them might achieve a 14-win streak or even a 15-win streak. However, this time, one of them will definitely break their winning streak. Old Feng, who do you think will win this battle? The head of the Bounty Hunter Guild, Qi Tianchu, looked at Murong Feng and asked. Lin Xian. Murong Feng smiled and said. Oh? Old Feng, do you think so highly of this Lin Xian? Although he is indeed the champion of the Martial Arts Academy, this kid from the Zhuge family is not simple. Qi Tianchu glanced in the direction of the Zhuge family. Although his family was worried about Zhuge Feng, they trusted him more. Actually, I also think that Lin Xian has a higher chance of winning, but, Duan Tianming hesitated for a moment and said, the Zhuge family, as the only warlock family in the continent, this Zhuge Feng has mastered all types of spells. Dealing with this Zhuge Feng is equivalent to dealing with a martial artist with all types of attributes. Moreover, Zhuge Feng's strength is also top-notch. Although my son lost to Lin Xian, and was even defeated by Lin Xian, I still think that he can't beat Zhuge Feng. Oh? Old Duan, even a proud person like you can say such words? Murong Feng smiled and looked at him. I'm just stating an objective fact. However, this Lin Xian is not simple either. Let's look forward to the battle between the two of them. In front of their phones and computers, everyone was nervously watching the battle. Zhuge Feng and Lin Xian were the same. They were relatively low-key. When they saw Zhuge Feng's name, most of them did not know who he was. However, since he had won 10 consecutive battles, he was definitely not weak. Moreover, the most exaggerated thing was that Zhuge Feng did not use any spells in his previous 10 consecutive victories. Because he did not use any spells, the people watching the live broadcast could not recognize him as a member of the Zhuge family. However, as soon as he used his magic, many people would instantly realize who he was. This was because the only family in the continent that knew spells was the Zhuge family. Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng's aura rose at the same time. Open! In the next moment, Zhuge Feng stomped his foot, and the ground of the entire North Pole flashed with a blue array. The 8 gates, the 5 elements, and the 4 divisions. Lin Xian was currently standing at the Gate of Death. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. It seems that in Zhuge Feng's heart, Lin Xian is indeed a strong opponent. Duan Tianming nodded and said, Zhuge Feng is a smart person. It can't be, big brother. He's already playing this? Lin Xian frowned when he felt the power. I have to. What if I don't have a chance to use it? Zhuge Feng smiled and said. Then come. Whoosh, Lin Xian suddenly increased his speed. Lightning flashed as he rushed toward Zhuge Feng. The array has been set. It's not that easy. Zhuge Feng stomped his foot. Death Gate, close. In the next moment, Lin Xian found that he could not rush out. Space Jump. Lin Xian tried to use it, but found that he could not jump out of this Death Gate. He was tightly confined to this small area. 5 elements, wood, bind. Whoosh, the array rotated. Countless vines rushed toward Lin Xian from all directions. Fire, burn. Whoosh, then, violent flames rushed toward Lin Xian. Earth, pierce. This is the power of the Zhuge family. This array can even restrict the space attribute. Now, let's see if Lin Xian can break through the Death Gate. If he can't, then he will be passive throughout. He won't even be able to attack Zhuge Feng and will be attacked by Zhuge Feng until the end. It's difficult, right? How many people in this world know about the 8 gates of mystic arts? If no one knows anything, how can he break through? Some of the strong people were discussing. No wonder Lin Xian always said that Zhuge Feng is very, very strong. Now it seems that it is true. Even in the martial arts academy competition, he did not use his full strength. Linging said after some thought. In the martial arts academy competition, he did not meet the strongest people. In the battle with Lin Xian, he was tricked by Lin Xian and did not use his full strength. But now it is different. Murongyu also looked at Zhuge Feng. Zhuge Feng was a member of the Storm Squad. He was the only male other than Lin Xian. It was enough to see how much Lin Xian valued Zhuge Feng. Boom, in the next moment, Lin Xian was engulfed by flames, vines, and earth thorns. For a moment, no one could see him. Zhuge Feng frowned. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and blocked Lin Xian's attack from behind with his sword. What? How did he suddenly break through the Death Gate and appear behind Zhuge Feng? I didn't see it clearly, I really didn't see it clearly. The Gate of Death is a very powerful place. It can ignore everything in the world and space. Could Lin Xian have found a way to break the Gate of Death? No way. Isn't the Death Gate the hardest to break? Everyone was shocked. Chapter 13:11. Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng's powers collided, and Zhuge Feng staggered backward. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. Sizzle, the lightning struck Zhuge Feng. Earth Wall. Swoosh, in the next instant, a huge earth wall appeared in front of Zhuge Feng, blocking Lin Xian's 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon and shattering it. As the dust settled, the two of them switched positions. Zhuge Feng was also puzzled. How did you come out of the Death Gate? He asked Lin Xian. See for yourself. Lin Xian smiled. Zhuge Feng took a look, and his pupils shrank. The Zhuge family's experts also widened their eyes. The Death Gate was not broken, it was destroyed. How did he destroy the Death Gate? Once the Gate of Death was forcefully attacked, it would cause the power of the 5 elements and 4 symbols to bombard it violently. Trying to destroy the Gate of Death directly, in a situation where both parties were evenly matched, was definitely courting death. However, he really did it. The point is, I still don't know how he did it. The group of experts was shocked. Perhaps the people watching the live broadcast did not understand, but they could roughly understand that Lin Xian seemed to be in a very dangerous place, but he managed to avoid danger. Lin Xian smiled and said, I can't tell you. Zhuge Feng's sword was surrounded by lightning. Then let's not play this game anymore. Let's have a good fight. Speed, strength, spirit. Then his aura rose rapidly. Lin Xian, damn. The Zhuge family's technique was really powerful. It could directly increase speed, strength, and other attributes. Lin Xian felt that the increase was not weak. How could Duan Lingxiao compare? In Lin Xian's opinion, if Duan Lingxiao and Zhuge Feng were to fight at the same level, Duan Lingxiao would have no chance of winning. Attribute exchange, strength, speed, spirit. Go all out. Boom, in the next instant, the two of them collided, and the whole ground cracked. Zhuge Feng frowned. How did Lin Xian's strength increase so much? Then, the two figures attacked, defended, and shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed and frequency. It looked like they were evenly matched. This Lin Xian feels so strong. He really isn't as weak as before. Nonsense. He was too lazy to fight properly before. Those people before couldn't make him fight properly. But now, he will definitely take this opponent seriously. Looks like we've misunderstood this Lin Xian. He really is an expert. Just from the scene of the two people fighting, these people could see the strength of one person, or at least how strong one's combat power was. Lingling, no matter if you meet Zhuge Feng or Lin Xian later on, just admit defeat. Feng Qingyang said as he watched the battle. Why? On what basis? It's not like I can't beat them. Feng Ling clenched her fists and said. It's not that you can't beat them, but even if you can, you will expose a lot of your strength. This is only the first round of the Tianwu conference. There are still 2 more rounds. It will be useful to preserve some strength. It's better to take less points. I don't want to. Even if I don't enter the God's Awakening door, I will still fight with my full strength. Especially this Lin Xian. Feng Ling stared at Lin Xian, who was at the top of the North Pole. Yes, he was very strong now, and he definitely had a lot of trump cards that he hadn't used yet. But she felt that she wasn't weak. Seal. Zhuge Feng suddenly pulled away. Then, Lin Xian suddenly realized that he couldn't move. He lowered his head and saw that a talisman had been pasted on his arm at some point. Young Master Lin, the battle is over. Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian and said. It wasn't that Lin Xian wasn't strong, but he didn't know that there was a talisman. It was said that one couldn't use tools, but talismans were an exception. You could think of it as a shaman's ability, just like a martial technique. Shamans spent a lot of time and effort to study these things, which was equivalent to learning martial techniques. So why couldn't they use them? Young Master Lin, you can't use your spiritual energy, and you can't move your body. Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian nodded. That seems to be the case. Then, young Master Lin, do you admit defeat? Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian. No matter what method he used to defeat Lin Xian, as long as it was a legitimate method, it was a victory. There was no point in continuing to fight with Lin Xian. The two of them were evenly matched, so there was no point in using big moves. It was better to end the battle with this move. Of course not. Lin Xian shook his head. Then you might get hurt. Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian. 10,000 swords. Swish swish swish, in the next moment, countless shadows of swords danced along with Zhuge Feng's 2 fingers. Defense, double. Lin Xian could only forcefully block this move. Then, he could use Zhuge Feng's attack to break the talisman. Damn it. He was tricked by Zhuge Feng. Damn it. Swish swish, in the next moment, countless shadows of swords engulfed Lin Xian. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It should be over. It should be over. A martial artist can't use his spiritual energy, how can he block it? Those experts also felt that the battle should be over. Zhuge Feng didn't show any mercy, because this was respect to his opponent. When the dust settled, Lin Xian was half kneeling there. His clothes were ragged, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. What? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't believe it. He was injured, but he wasn't defeated? Divine body? Murong Feng looked at Lin Xian, his eyes twinkling with radiance. He could only think of the power of the divine body. This was one of the reasons why he was so confident in Lin Xian. The divine body could heal quickly. If not for the double defense, Lin Xian's current situation would be even worse. Zhuge Feng frowned, then subconsciously took 2 steps back, increasing the distance between him and Lin Xian. This feeling was not good. You're injured, can you still fight? Zhuge Feng asked. Who said I'm injured? Lin Xian stood up and smirked. Zhuge Feng sensed that Lin Xian's aura was so stable that it was terrifying. The divine body, the power of the law of creation, allowed Lin Xian's injuries to heal instantly. The battle has just begun. Unfettered under the heavens. Lin Xian disappeared in the next moment. He rushed over. Space didn't have much effect on him in this battle, because Zhuge Feng had the ability to control space. Zhuge Feng greeted him with his sword, then stabbed Lin Xian's afterimage. Seeing this scene, the expert's pupils suddenly shrank. What a ghostly movement technique, what a fast speed. This movement technique's grade is definitely not low. Of course, Heaven grade 10 star was definitely not low. Zhuge Feng stood in place, frowning. Heavenly Thunder, 10,000 Thunder Blast. He stomped his foot, and a terrifying power erupted. No matter how fast he was, as long as his attack covered the entire North Pole, there was no place for him to escape. Law, Infinite Shadow Doppelganger. Swish, 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 thousands of Zhuge Fengs appeared beside him. Everyone. It's useless, break them all. Everyone. Chapter 13:12. This was the first time Lin Xian saw Zhuge Feng using his own law, so it was enough to see how strong he was. He didn't even use his own law before. The Infinite Shadow Doppelganger law was very powerful, and Zhuge Feng's law was definitely not weak. The doppelganger wasn't just a flower vase. The doppelganger also had the ability to attack. The most terrifying thing was that it didn't only have the ability to attack, but it also had any of Zhuge Feng's abilities. Simply put, there were thousands of doppelganger. Although each doppelganger couldn't have all of Zhuge Feng's abilities, they could still release various elemental powers, martial arts, and even the Zhuge family spells. However, a very powerful law should be a very troublesome power, but Lin Xian had the ability to restrain it. The law of destruction. Without the law of destruction, what was the same as? It was equivalent to Lin Xian facing thousands of Zhuge Feng's doppelganger. Even if he destroyed all of Zhuge Feng's doppelganger, he would have to spend a lot of energy and spiritual energy. However, the law of destruction, no matter how powerful the doppelganger was, they were still formed by the law. No matter how many of them there were, they were still laws. Wasn't it easy for the law to break the law? Swish swish swish, before Zhuge Feng could give the order, his thousands of doppelganger disappeared just like that. What? Zhuge Feng was completely confused. His law, his thousands of doppelganger, how did they all disappear suddenly? Infinite Shadow Doppelganger. Then, thousands of Zhuge Feng's doppelganger appeared again. Break. Then, it was gone again. Zhuge Feng was speechless. Really, this was the only time he had encountered such a thing in his life. It was too fucking exaggerated. How did the Infinite Shadow Doppelganger get broken? I can't see it. It seems like Lin Xian also released his law power, law against law. But, what is Lin Xian's law power? Why can I only feel the law but can't see anything at all? The law of destruction. Suddenly, someone shouted. What? The law of destruction? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. The legendary law of destruction? How else can it be explained? The law of destruction can be released with one's will. It can destroy anything within one's ability. It's impossible to see how it's released. There's no chance to react or resist. Hiss, he actually has the law of destruction. Doesn't that mean he's definitely going to win? It's probably the case for this round, but it's not necessarily the case for the later rounds. This kind of powerful law is very useful when the opponent's realm is lower than his. However, if the opponent's realm is higher than his, the effect of this law is extremely limited. Murongfeng also looked at Lin Xian. The laws of creation and destruction. Alright, even if he was number 1 today, even if he was number 1 in the entire Tianwu assembly, he would absolutely accept it. His daughter only knew the laws of destruction, but this Lin Xian, damn, there was really a mountain taller than the other. How is it? I told you, this Lin Xian is definitely not simple. Feng Qingyang looked at his daughter and said. So what if you break the laws of nature? Win Chime's eyes shone with fighting spirit. That's right, although she was stubborn, she had already changed from looking down on Lin Xian to seeing him as a strong opponent. The law of destruction. However, she had the law of creation. This was why Win Chimes was called the rare genius of the Feng family. The Feng family was originally a top family. Although Win Chime's status was not comparable to the daughters and young masters of the 3 major forces, the Feng family was not weak. It was definitely a T2 plus force, which meant that it was only weaker than the 3 major forces. Her law of creation had always been hidden. In the entire Feng family, only Feng Qingyang and her grandfather knew about it. However, it could be revealed now. This was because she was already in the heavenly venerable realm. She had the absolute ability to protect herself. Sigh. Feng Qingyang shook his head helplessly. This daughter of his was just too competitive. She was even a little arrogant. Feng Qingyang felt that it would be best if she failed. If she failed, she would only lose a battle. However, she might be able to obtain a better life. She would be able to change herself. This was what her father wanted to see. Young Master Lin, your law is amazing. Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian and said. It's still okay. How about we decide the winner with one move? Sure. Zhuge Feng smiled. Then, his face turned serious. He stomped his feet and the array began to hover around him. I haven't used this move in a long time. His clothes and hair danced wildly. In the next moment, flames, lightning, ice, and other forces erupted from the array and gathered in the air. Whoosh! Zhuge Feng leaped into the air and stood in the air. All things become one. Swoosh! It was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. All the power gathered at a certain point in the sky and locked onto Lin Xian. When Lin Xian felt the terrifying aura, he was secretly speechless. As expected, Zhuge Feng was definitely stronger than Duan Lingxiao and the rest. However, he might not be stronger than him. Divine rank martial skill, world? Return to 0. Swoosh! The wind and snow had stopped. However, at this moment, a hurricane came and a blizzard came. These two forces are so strong. Will they be alright? It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. If these forces collide, something might really happen. But they should know what's going on. Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng are really strong. When the bullet screen saw the strange phenomenon, they were all dumbfounded. I'll take back what I said earlier. This Lin Xian is really not weak. From the moment he used the spatial attribute to teleport his opponent out of the arena, I knew that he's definitely not weak. Then, who will win this move? Yi Yi and the rest watched nervously. Who will win? Ling Longyue asked. Lin Xian. Ling Longshui and Yi Renbing said in unison. With the law of creation and the law of destruction, it's impossible for him to lose. He will definitely be the first in this competition. Ling Longshui said. Little Shishir, who was in her arms, and little Tianyi in Yi Renbing's arms, were excitedly watching Lin Xian on the television. Divine rank martial skill, myriad lightning heavenly prison. Lin Xian once again summoned a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Lightning, wind, and snow intertwined, and then his figure slowly rose into the sky. Come! Break! Boom! In the next instant, the two terrifying forces collided. At the moment of contact, they had already disappeared from everyone's line of sight. They were completely unable to see them clearly. Boom! Those who were very far away retreated. They even had to release their spiritual power to resist this terrifying force. How is it? Chapter 13:13. The two forces calmed down after the collision. The wind and snow stopped, and the phenomenon disappeared. The dust slowly dissipated. A figure gradually appeared in everyone's sight. The figure slowly became clear, and at the same time, he slowly stood up. The other figure was half kneeling there, and did not stand up. When the dust completely dissipated, everyone's pupils shrank. The ground had been destroyed by the powerful forces of the two people. And Lin Xian won. Zhuge Feng raised his head and looked at Lin Xian, then laughed. So that's how it is. Losing is not unjust. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and his bleeding arm instantly recovered due to the divine body, and stopped bleeding. Without these, I really wouldn't be your opponent, Lin Xian said. What was he referring to? Of course, it was the two great laws. Destruction and creation were really invincible laws. As Lin Xian's cultivation level increased, he could release more of the two great laws, and he was closer to being invincible. But what if he didn't have these two great laws? Lin Xian really couldn't say how strong he was. And now, he was indeed somewhat invincible. At least in Lin Xian's opinion, Zhuge Feng was definitely in the top 3, and this top 3 did not include him. Murongyu, Zhuge Feng, and Lin Xian did not know, but Zhuge Feng was definitely in the top few. But he probably could not beat Murongyu. This girl was really powerful. Next time, let's fight again. After saying that, Zhuge Feng's body fell down weakly. Little Feng. A few people from the Zhuge family rushed up, checked Zhuge Feng's injuries, and then breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing serious, he will wake up in a while. Then, they looked at Lin Xian, and said, You are an opponent worthy of Little Feng's respect. Thank you, uncle, for your affirmation. Then, they brought Zhuge Feng away for treatment. Duan Lingxiao and the others' pupils constricted as they watched this scene. That power just now, if they were the ones to block it, what would happen? Probably. No, they would definitely lose, right? Duan Lingxiao gritted his teeth. No. He wasn't certain yet. In terms of destructive power, he had never feared any of the young geniuses of the same level in this world. If Lin Xian insisted on competing with him in terms of strength, it would be Duan Lingxiao's opportunity. However, in his heart, he was becoming less and less confident. When the time comes and you fight with Lin Xian, don't fight like this. It's too dangerous, and it might even affect the following matches. If you don't handle it well, you might even miss the opportunity to enter the top 10. Do you hear me? Feng Qingyang looked at Feng Ling and asked. Wind Chime's gaze fell on Lin Xian. I didn't. Feng Qingyang, you. He sighed helplessly. This daughter of his was really spoiled. I will definitely defeat him. At this moment, the bullet screen was going crazy. Lin Xian had won, and it looked like he had defeated Zhuge Feng without much trouble. Although they weren't there, the visual impact was enough to stun them. This was also a win. Moreover, it seemed to be a crushing victory. Lin Xian sat there, recovering his spiritual power. He did not need to worry about his injuries as his divine body would heal in no time. The most important thing was to recover his spiritual power. Are you alright? A few girls walked over. I'm fine, I just need to recover my spiritual power. You guys should get ready for the next match. Okay. Ling Hai and Han Guang gathered together. In such a short time, this Lin Xian has already grown to such an extent. Ling Hai sighed. Yeah. Han Guang nodded. In fact, when he found out that his precious daughter was Lin Xian's girlfriend with another girl, he felt terrible. However, his daughter was Han Chuxue, and he knew his precious daughter too well. She would not do anything rash, but she still chose to do so. This proved that she had truly fallen in love with this Lin Xian, and now, Lin Xian's performance had indeed satisfied him. Previously, Lin Xian only won against Xiaoyun by a hair's breadth, but now, Xiaoyun should not be worth mentioning in front of him. The current Lin Xian should be in the top tier, Ling Hai said. In the future, he will definitely become a heavenly Dao expert. As for how many stars he can reach, no, in the future, he might become a god. Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian and said calmly. After that, one match after another, Zhuge Feng had already woken up and was recovering his injuries and spiritual power. It would definitely affect his future matches, but it was not too big of a problem. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Mu Rongyu, and Wu Yuhan all won 11 matches in a row. The girls had simply stunned the entire audience. Not only are they all beautiful, but they are also so powerful. It was too exaggerated. Only Wang Xintong was slightly lacking. After winning 10 matches in a row, she met Duan Lingxiao in the 11th match and was defeated by Duan Lingxiao. There was nothing he could do about it. Wang Xintong's dual attributes of light and water were simply too weak. However, Lin Xian had watched her climb step by step to reach her current level. To win 10 matches in a row like this, she was really, really strong. In the following matches, they all won 12 matches in a row. Wang Xintong also won. In the 13th match, they all won 13 matches in a row. Wang Xintong won another match. And now, it was estimated that there was a high chance that they would meet each other. Next match, Lin Xian vs Duan Lingxiao. Mu Rongfeng's voice sounded, and Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He met this Duan Lingxiao again. Duan Lingxiao stood up. Meeting Lin Xian, he was excited and nervous. If he was excited, he could really prove himself in this match. If he won, he could make a comeback. But, in this match, there was a high chance that he would lose. If he lost again, it would prove one thing. He, Duan Lingxiao, really couldn't compare to Lin Xian. In the eyes of the world, he, the son of the dignified trial union's leader, couldn't compare to a person with no background. If word got out, it would be too embarrassing. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Feng Ling was anxiously pacing back and forth. It was the 13th match, the 13th match. After this match, regardless of whether Lin Xian won or lost, it meant that he still had 2 matches left. If she didn't meet Lin Xian in the last 2 matches, then she really didn't have a chance. That's right, they had finished their matches. This was Lin Xian's 13th match. Why couldn't she meet Lin Xian? Young Master Lin, we can finally have a good match. Duan Lingxiao took out a sword that was used for matches and looked at Lin Xian in front of him. And? Didn't we fight before? When you were in the heavenly venerable realm and I was in the domain realm. Lin Xian said as he picked his ears. Duan Lingxiao, damn it. Chapter 13-14. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Lin Xian's words, some people couldn't help but cough dryly. Wow. This Lin Xian was really a dog. He didn't do anything else but like to poke at other people's sore spots. This was definitely Duan Lingxiao's sore spot. As a top-notch martial artist, one of the best among geniuses, what he should have done was to defeat someone of a higher realm with a lower realm. However, he was defeated by someone of a lower realm. Wasn't that embarrassing? So embarrassing. Then, that bastard Lin Xian had purposely brought up the matter of the heavenly venerate realm and the grand domain realm. Duan Lingxiao clenched his fists, then snorted and said, "Last time, we fought in a virtual pod, so it wasn't quite the same as in reality. However, I did lose to you, young Master Lin. I admit that, but this time, I won't do it again." Then, he waved the spirit weapon in his hand and looked at Lin Xian with bright eyes. Lin Xian shook his head. "It's useless. You don't even have the space attribute. How are you going to fight a martial artist with the space attribute?" To be honest, this Duan Lingxiao was indeed powerful. Even without the space and time attributes, he was still so powerful. This was something that one could not help but admire. "My realm is higher than yours. Your space attribute won't have much effect on me. So, you don't have to worry about that at all," Duan Lingxiao said calmly. Also, who told him that he couldn't fight without the space attribute? Who told him that he didn't have the time attribute? As a top-notch existence, he had to have either time or space. That's right, he had time. Unfortunately, he was too conceited in the battle with Lin Xian in the virtual pod last time. He didn't even use the power of the time attribute, which led to his defeat. If he had used it, he definitely wouldn't have lost. So this time, he still had a chance. His realm was higher than Lin Xian's, his attributes weren't much worse, and his martial skills weren't bad either. How could he lose? All right. Lin Xian shrugged, then stretched out his hand and a spirit weapon flew into his hand. Duan Lingxiao took a deep breath. This battle was a battle to wipe away his humiliation. The auras of the two of them surged, and at the same time, lightning surrounded them. Blue and purple. There's something else that's surprising about this Lin Xian. His lightning is actually purple. The purple thunderbolt should surpass any other thunderbolt in terms of destructive power and intensity, right? Yes, this purple thunder can at least make up for the difference of one star in the Empyrean realm. So, if they were to compete in thunder, there shouldn't be any difference in their realms. Last time, Duan Lingxiao lost to Lin Xian. This time, it looks like he wants to avenge himself. The reason he lost last time was probably due to his arrogance. This time, however, it's hard to say. But I really think that Lin Xian is really powerful. The battle with Zhuge Feng before has already proved that. Whether it was the experts from the surrounding families, the experts from the three forces, or the people in front of their phones and computers, all of them were talking about it. Boom! The battle was about to begin. Do you still remember? Last time, I didn't even use my laws and domain. You should know that, right? Duan Lingxiao and Lin Xian swords, which were surrounded by lightning, clashed continuously. Then, Duan Lingxiao gritted his teeth and talked to Lin Xian. Bang bang bang. The two people's sword moves were extremely fast. Yes, it's useless. Why? So, you're going to use it this time? This time, I'll definitely avenge myself and tell the world who's the strongest. Bang! In the next moment, he was kicked by Lin Xian, who then slashed the clothes on his chest with his sword. In terms of swordsmanship, Lin Xian had never been afraid of anyone. He had received the inheritance of that mysterious demon clan expert at the foot of the mountain. He also had a sacred weapon and all of his understanding of swordsmanship. Perhaps some of the older generation experts might be a match for him, but for someone like Duan Lingxiao who had only lived for 20 years, how could he be Lin Xian's match in terms of swordsmanship? But he did not believe it. He had to spar with Lin Xian and talk to him. If not for his quick reaction, Lin Xian's sword would definitely have given him a hard time. Duan Lingxiao kept retreating, frowning. Why was Lin Xian's sword different from before? It had become much faster and much sharper. He even had a feeling that he would not be able to beat Lin Xian in terms of swordsmanship. How was that possible? He had been wielding a sword since he was 3 years old. Furthermore, he had an extraordinary understanding of swordsmanship and sword intent. At such a young age, he had already grasped some of his own. In terms of swordsmanship, even Murong Yu might not be his match. Yet, he had lost to Lin Xian? No. It must be because I was talking to him just now that I was distracted. Again. Duan Lingxiao wanted to get to the bottom of this. He did not believe that Lin Xian was stronger than him in this aspect. Then, he directly charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to spar with him in terms of swordsmanship. He could not afford to lose. He felt that he was invincible among his peers. Especially in terms of swordsmanship. If that happened, Lin Xian might crush his confidence again. The strength of this Duan clan boy is obvious to all, especially his understanding of swordsmanship. It has reached a certain level. In 100 years, I'm afraid there will be very few people in this world who can compete with him in terms of swordsmanship. But, This Lin Xian is actually inferior to him in terms of swordsmanship? No, 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 it's useless. This is just the beginning. They are just testing each other. Although it seemed like Duan Lingxiao lost by one move, it was probably because he was talking to Lin Xian and got distracted, right? As soon as that person finished speaking, Duan Lingxiao was already retreating. He purely wanted to test the waters and compete with Lin Xian in terms of swordsmanship. In less than 10 seconds, he was already defeated. His arm was once again slashed by Lin Xian's sword, and he staggered backward. Everyone? This Lin Xian swordsmanship is actually so much stronger than Duan Lingxiao's? This is unbelievable. This Lin Xian is so young, but his swordsmanship has already reached the Grandmaster level? This should be the Grandmaster level, right? What do you think, fellow swordsman experts? I got it. I definitely got it. Duan Lingxiao's mastery of swordsmanship is godly. He should be able to reach the Grandmaster level at such a young age. Lin Xian only used 10 seconds to defeat Duan Lingxiao with absolute swordsmanship. This is definitely the Grandmaster level of swordsmanship. Sir Swordsman, what do you think? A middle-aged man hugged his sword and looked at Lin Xian. Then, he said calmly, I might not be able to defeat him with just the sword. What? Hearing the swordsman's words, the group of experts was dumbfounded. Although this swordsman was not the strongest swordsman on the continent, he was still famous for his swordsmanship. He actually said that he might not be able to defeat Lin Xian? What a monster. Chapter 13-15. The other girls were also very surprised. They had never felt that Lin Xian's swordsmanship was so strong before. How did he reach such a level in such a short period of time? Could the sword improve so much in such a short period of time? Unless he had an epiphany. Otherwise, it was impossible. How could an epiphany be so simple? Feng Ling clenched her fist. Although she did not want to admit it, his swordsmanship was indeed above hers. How powerful was Lin Xian? As Lin Xian's battles progressed, the confidence in her heart disappeared bit by bit. Duan Lingxiao's expression was terrible. He had lost. Fuck your mother. Why did he have to compete with Lin Xian? Wouldn't it be fine if he did not compete? Now, his and Lin Xian's swordsmanship attainments were clearly displayed in front of everyone, and his loss was also real. Duan Lingxiao gritted his teeth. Young Master Duan, your swordsmanship still needs to be improved. Lin Xian's voice entered his ears. Cough cough, Duan Lingxiao almost could not catch his breath. 8 Desolation. Sword Aura. Duan Lingxiao did not want to drag things out with Lin Xian. A golden light appeared on his sword, and then his aura rose rapidly. Swish swish swish, subsequently, a continuous stream of powerful sword aura slashed towards Lin Xian. This was not a simple sword aura, but the 8 Desolation sword aura. If Lin Xian dared to clash with his strength, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. You're cultivating this kind of 8 Desolation sword aura? Then how about mine? Great Void. Sword aura. Swish, Lin Xian only slashed out one sword aura. When the two sword auras collided, Lin Xian's sword aura was like a gluttonous snake, and Lin Xian's terrifying sword aura was devoured by Lin Xian's gluttonous snake. It was instantly devoured clean. Everyone? Duan Lingxiao? How was that possible? Whoosh, he leaped and dodged the sword aura. This was the 8 Desolation sword intent that had been passed down from an expert 1,000 years ago. He lost? Had he lost completely? Arg, Duan Lingxiao shouted angrily and condensed a lightning dragon. Break. Groan, the thunder dragon even let out a long roar, shattering the ground and blasting towards Lin Xian. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Then I'll show you this move, for tails against 1,000 caddies. Lin Xian did not move from his original position. When that terrifying power was about to touch him, he stretched out his sword and stirred the lightning dragon released by Duan Lingxiao, continuously dancing. Everyone? What kind of sword art is this? He was actually able to block his opponent's martial skill? 4 ounces to 1,000 caddies? Is it really that easy to achieve? This Lin Xian is really not simple. 1,000 caddies into 10,000 caddies. Arg, in the next instant, Lin Xian flung the lightning dragon that Duan Lingxiao had conjured with all his might. The moment the lightning dragon rushed over, everyone felt its strength increase by several times. Even the eyes of the lightning dragon silhouette turned red. Duan Lingxiao's pupils suddenly shrank. Invincible domain. He stomped his foot and the power of his domain directly erupted. Then that terrifying power directly bombarded his body, but he did not even take a step back. Lin Xian, fuck. This domain is amazing. Sure enough, this genius was a genius. The domain he comprehended was actually invincible. This was really amazing. However, Duan Lingxiao's domain was directly forced out by Lin Xian. The invincible domain has been released. Next, let's end the battle. Duan Lingxiao did not want to be flashy with Lin Xian. He realized that if he continued to be flashy, he would be the one to lose, so it was better to honestly defeat him. Slaughter Law. His power, his laws were all born for battle, and coincidentally, his domain was an absolute defense. This was definitely a very powerful combination. This Slaughter Law was a little similar to the Destruction Law, silently surging power to the opponent, causing damage to the opponent. However, the gap between it and the Destruction Law was too big because it still needed power to surge, but the Destruction Law did not need that at all. The Destruction Law only needed a thought. This was an absolute gap. Lin Xian felt the aura of slaughter surrounding him, then directly exchanged for the attribute that doubled his defense, and then the aura on his body surged. Then, come at me. Chi chi chi. Everyone only saw that Lin Xian's clothes were constantly being torn, but nothing happened to him. Duan Lingxiao frowned. His Slaughter Law only had this little destructive power? Was this a joke? Let me show you this, the Destruction Law. Since Lin Xian's Destruction Law was already exposed, he could not be bothered to hide it anymore. Lin Xian, use it carefully. Ling Hai shouted. Knowing that Lin Xian's Destruction Law, he was very shocked, but he also understood that this law was extremely effective against people of the same realm and lower realm, but against people of a higher realm. The damage to himself was a little too great. Lin Xian nodded, then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Duan Lingxiao's aura surged, and he directly released his divine rank martial skill. He wanted to use this power to resist the effect caused by the Destruction Law. However, he realized that it seemed like nothing happened at all. Is this the Destruction Law? I'm only one realm higher than you, and it's useless. Duan Lingxiao continued to condense his divine rank martial skill. Is that so? Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Look at your invincible domain, do you still have it? What? Duan Lingxiao then carefully sensed it, and his pupils suddenly shrank. His invincible domain was actually destroyed. It could not be activated again. Hiss. This is the power of the Destruction Law. The Destruction Law can destroy everything. This Lin Xian is very smart. Using his realm lower than Duan Lingxiao's to destroy his body and cause him harm, this is definitely more difficult. But if it's just destroying Duan Lingxiao's invincible domain release, it's much easier. Without invincible, I want to see how strong you can be. Divine rank martial skill, Myriad Thunder Heavenly Prison. Arg, in an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, heaven and earth phenomenon appeared, and a thunderstorm-like scene appeared in the void. It was very normal. Releasing a divine rank martial skill with the strength of a heavenly venerable could indeed attract this heaven and earth phenomenon. Boom, in the next instant, two terrifying divine rank martial skills collided together. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Strength doubled. In the Heaven Martial Arts Conference, one could only use their own strength, and could not use any of their own spirit weapons or some special tools. This led to Lin Xian being invincible. Yes, his realm was indeed 1 star lower than Duan Lingxiao, but he could double his strength. Double it, he did not even use the creation law. How could you compare to him? Everyone stared with wide eyes. Why did this Lin Xian's strength surpass his own 6 stars Empyrean realm by so much? They sensed it for a moment, then were all shocked. Chapter 13-16. Previously, Lin Xian had indeed displayed such strength. His strength could suddenly be much stronger than others. The strength he displayed was not something he should have at his level. In the beginning, many people thought that it was some kind of prop, but now that he could not use props, it should not be a prop. He did not dare to use it. Then, was it a martial technique? Amplification of martial techniques? Was this the only possibility? Or was it a law or a domain? In any case, the amplification was too much. Bang, Duan Lingxiao's figure flew out. He was completely crushed by Lin Xian. That's right, from the very beginning, he had already lost completely. Invincible domain, N, was very powerful, but it was directly broken by Lin Xian's destruction law. Slaughter law, seemed to be nothing in front of him. Then, Lin Xian's strength doubled. How could he fight against the same divine rank martial technique? Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked in front of them. Duan Lingxiao flew out. Whoosh, Duan Tianming leaped and caught Duan Lingxiao, who flew down from the peak of the North Pole. This match, Lin Xian wins. It was true. They hadn't even felt their true strength in this match, and then Duan Lingxiao had lost. In other words, Lin Xian did not display his true strength? Actually, Duan Lingxiao did not display his true strength. He could only release a divine rank martial technique? Of course not. However, in this collision, Lin Xian's strength was too strong and crushed Duan Lingxiao. Cough, cough, Duan Lingxiao clutched his chest and stood up. Lin Xian, why is your strength so strong? Are you sure you did not use any props? Duan Lingxiao was unwilling to believe it. He, Duan Lingxiao, was famous for his strength. However, he was crushed by Lin Xian. He was unwilling to believe that he could still be crushed by Lin Xian's divine rank martial technique after he released it. This was impossible. This was the effect of attribute exchange when one's realm was higher. Was doubling your strength in the mystic heaven realm and doubling your strength in the heavenly venerable realm the same concept? Completely not. Everyone was confused when they heard Duan Lingxiao's words. To be honest, they also wanted to know. Lin Xian smiled and said, "My spatial ring is there, and I've checked my entire body. What do you think I have?" That's not necessarily true. Who knows if you have other ways to hide it? Lin Xian shrugged and said, "Well, I couldn't have used props when I fought you in the virtual gaming chamber, right?" Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Duan Lingxiao was suddenly enlightened. That's right. Previously, when he was in the virtual reality pod, his strength had also far exceeded the realm he should have been in. However, the virtual reality pod was filled with spirit. How could he bring in real-life items? So, he really wasn't using a prop. Young Master Lin's strength is really strong. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. After Duan Lingxiao finished speaking, he left to recuperate. Murong Feng looked at Lin Xian. This kid was becoming more and more outstanding. Yes, I have the urge to be his father-in-law more and more. All right, Lin Xian, you should also go and rest, Murong Feng said. Lin Xian cupped his fists and left. The girls beside Lin Xian knew that he was enhanced by the law of creation. However, they didn't know that it was actually the system. The matches continued one after another. After the first round, it was Lin Xian's turn again. Next round, Lin Xian versus Murong Yu. Lin Xian, the two of them looked at each other. Both of them had a 13-match winning streak. As expected, they still met. The possibility of them meeting each other was too high. Then, the two of them walked over. Feng Ling clenched her fists. The 14th round, the 14th round. She still hadn't met Lin Xian. She still had the 15th round, the last chance. If she still didn't meet Lin Xian, then she really wouldn't meet him. Even though Lin Xian had displayed such a powerful ability, she still felt that she could win. She was definitely not weak. Among all the people here, she was only worried about Murong Yu and Zhuge Feng's strength. She didn't care about the others. Perhaps there was still Lin Xian. Because of her dual laws, she was destined to be able to crush everyone. Let the battle begin. Lin Xian and Murong Yu faced each other. Shua, Murong Yu's aura rose. She wanted to have a good fight with Lin Xian. Last time, she didn't have enough fun. Still want to fight? Lin Xian said helplessly. Fight. Murong Yu stared at Lin Xian and said indifferently. All right. I admit defeat. Everyone? Murong Yu, why do you admit defeat? Murong Yu frowned. I don't want to fight with you. Lin Xian shrugged and said. Murong Yu secretly clenched her teeth. You're not allowed to admit defeat. Lin Xian smiled. I'm leaving. I'm going to prepare for the last round. After saying that, Lin Xian walked down. Murong Yu, despicable. Despicable. He admitted defeat just like that? Looks like he has absolute confidence in himself. Even if he loses this round, he still has the confidence to get into the top 10 of the Tianwu assembly. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Let's see how he performs later. Palace Master Murong, your daughter seems to have a good relationship with Lin Xian. Duan Tianming glanced at Murong Feng and asked. Ha ha ha, it's all right. They should be very good friends. Not boyfriend and girlfriend? To be honest, he was a little worried that Murong Yu and Lin Xian were boyfriend and girlfriend. One Murong Yu was already troublesome enough. His son, the future palace master of the Trial Union, was not even a match for Murong Yu. Now, there was also Lin Xian. If Lin Xian and Murong Yu got together, the palace master would become stronger because of Lin Xian. At the same time, they would also have the Yixian group and the Azura Palace. Moreover, he knew that his son liked Murong Yu. I don't know either. The younger generation's matters are up to them. We old guys definitely won't care. Murong Feng knew what Duan Tianming wanted to say. He wanted to talk about the marriage between the two families. Therefore, he directly talked about the younger generation's matters and let them decide for themselves. This way, Duan Tianming wouldn't be able to ask the question. Next round, Feng Ling vs Han Chuxue. Following which, the two girls walked up to the stage. This Han Chuxue from the Han family is quite strong. However, it will be difficult for her to fight against Feng Ling. It will be difficult. However, it's hard to say. In terms of individual ability, Feng Ling might not be comparable to Han Chuxue. Feng Qingyang looked at his daughter. I admit defeat. Feng Ling said straightforwardly. Everyone was speechless. Feng Qingyang staggered. Admit defeat? To Feng Ling, the reason for admitting defeat was simple. Lin Xian had won 13 out of 14 matches. If she wanted to fight against Lin Xian, she had to lose this match. She didn't know if she could win against Han Chuxue. Therefore, she didn't want to waste her spiritual energy. She directly admitted defeat. Chapter 13-17. Feng Ling's admission of defeat stunned everyone. She was a top-notch genius. She should at least be in the top 10 or top 20. Although Han Chuxue was strong, she should be evenly matched with her before the fight. Why did she admit defeat just like that? Feng Qingyang's mouth twitched. That girl. That girl. He was about to go crazy with anger. Of course, he knew why his daughter had admitted defeat. Was it really that important? Dad, did Ling Ling admit defeat just to fight Lin Xian? Feng Qinghao asked. What do you think? Feng Qingyang sighed helplessly. My second sister is so honest. She admitted defeat just to fight Lin Xian. She's so cool. Feng Qingyu looked at Feng Ling, who was walking over with admiration. Bang! Feng Qingyang slapped him on the head. Cool? That's called brainless. Han Chuxue was strong, but his daughter was not weak either. She might not lose. She had a high chance of winning because she had the space attribute. But she admitted defeat just like that. This was the Sky Martial Assembly, the final Sky Martial Assembly. This girl actually, she was so angry. There was another reason why Feng Ling admitted defeat. Even if she had the space attribute, weakening, and the law of creation, she felt that the fight with Han Chuxue would be a tough one. She would definitely reveal a lot of her trump cards. So, she admitted defeat. If she did not fight Lin Xian in the next round, there was nothing she could do. But if she did, humph. You little girl. Feng Qingyang was exasperated with her failure. Feng Qinghao shook his head helplessly. He, Feng Qinghao, had won 13 out of 14 matches. He had lost one match to Han Chuxue. He wanted to win 14 matches in a row, but his second sister gave up on her own accord. I want to fight with Lin Xian. Feng Ling stood there with his arms crossed and said. Then do you know that if you don't handle things well later on, you might? There are countless people with special abilities in the Tianwu tournament. Do you think you can easily get into the top 10? Let's not talk about Murongyu, Duan Lingxiao, and Qi Tianqing for now. Just those people around Lin Xian, which one of them can you say for sure that you can beat them? Feng Qingyang could only sigh. I just want to beat him up. Wind Chimes gritted her teeth. Sigh, there was nothing Feng Qingyang could do. The bullet screen was also filled with question marks. They didn't understand. Wasn't this girl very fierce before? 13 consecutive victories. Why did he admit defeat without even fighting? Could it be that this cold and super beautiful goddess was so powerful? Hey, that Feng clan's daughter seems to have set her eyes on you. She directly admitted defeat to Chuxue just to have the same number of points as you. That way, she would have a chance to meet you. Linging elbowed Lin Xian's waist and said. There's something wrong with that woman. She's really sick. Lin Xian had seen many strong-willed women before, but he had never seen one as strong-willed as her. She could not be called strong-willed. She was simply condescending. There was no one or thing that she could set her eyes on. What she did was right. She was a typical spoiled brat, a typical princess syndrome. She felt like the whole world revolved around her. Fuck, which girl around him wasn't as beautiful as her? Wasn't Murongyu prettier than her? Her status was also high, but she was just arrogant. That was normal. Helpless. This girl even triggered a mission. Since she triggered a mission, it meant that she was not bad and had a good personality. Then, he would just leave her to Lin Xian to train. After fighting for so long, the experts in the surroundings had a rough idea of the strength and abilities of the people they paid attention to. The subsequent battles continued one after another. Speaking of which, it's really amazing. Lin Xian used to be a piece of trash. In such a short time, he has become such an existence. He even made me feel pressured. What do you think he went through? Zhao Mengyue sat there and looked at Linya. Weren't you also a piece of trash before? Linya said indifferently. That makes sense. Boss, do you want us to kill him? Blood Demon asked. He was the one that Lin Xian met earlier and was heavily injured by Dragoni. Shut up, you piece of trash. Last time, you didn't get the power of the void killing eyes because you were too useless. Are you also Lin Xian's opponent? Zhao Mengyue trembled with anger when she thought of this. She didn't know how the power of the void killing eyes was now. She didn't dare to go over for fear of an ambush. You can't blame me. Who knew that he had such a powerful little guy in his arms? What kind of little guy? Zhao Mengyue asked. I didn't pay much attention to it. It looks like a fairy? Anyway, it looks like a human, but it's very small. Forget it, we'll talk about this later. I hope that power didn't fall on Lin Xian. Otherwise, he's too big of a threat. Zhao Yingmeng gritted her teeth. The void killing eyes was one of the strongest powers among the 12 demon gods. It had the strongest attack power. In the entire continent, the void killing eyes attack power was almost unparalleled. If it fell on Lin Xian, it would be really bad. Lin Ye looked at the screen. Little Xian had grown to become more and more powerful. Moreover, he must have gotten the news that she left in Drunken Pavilion. She hoped that everything would go well. Next match, Lin Xian's name slowly appeared on the screen. Feng Ling nervously clenched her fist. It must be her. It must be her. Then, Feng Ling's name slowly appeared behind Lin Xian's name. Lin Xian versus Feng Ling. Feng Ling's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Xian, wow. Did he really meet this chick? Whoosh. Feng Ling directly appeared on the North Pole's arena and looked at Lin Xian. Good luck. A few girls cheered for Lin Xian behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and walked over. I hope you don't admit defeat. Feng Ling looked at Lin Xian and said coldly. Admitting defeat is impossible. I can see that you've always wanted to beat me up. What do you think? Feng Ling gritted her teeth and extended her hand. A public Earth Stage 5-star sword flew into her palm. What kind of enmity does this Lin Xian have with Feng family's Feng Ling? From the beginning, Feng family's Feng Ling seemed to be targeting this Lin Xian. Murong Feng looked at the two people in the arena with interest. I heard that they had some friction in Icy City. It seems that Feng family's Feng Ling was taught a lesson by Lin Xian. Oh? No wonder Feng Ling was so unconvinced. Interesting. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Let's begin. You're not using your sword? Feng Ling frowned and looked at Lin Xian. I don't need it to deal with you. Everyone, hiss. Isn't this Lin Xian too arrogant? He's really arrogant. He doesn't need it? Is he pretending or does he really not need it? Chapter 13-18. Everyone only knew that Lin Xian's swordsmanship was really powerful. If he used a sword, his combat power would definitely increase tremendously. If he didn't use it, it would be equivalent to him giving up his powerful swordsmanship against Feng Ling who used a sword. It was a natural disadvantage. On the other hand, Feng Ling felt a strong sense of mockery from Lin Xian. Damn it. Whoosh, she then raised her hand and her sword flew out. Since you don't use it, I won't use it to bully you. Feng Ling looked at Lin Xian and said. Everyone, this girl. This girl. Feng Qingyang was really convinced by his daughter. She didn't teach her well. Lin Xian gave her a chance to win. She had such a big advantage, but she still threw her sword away. He was furious. Lin Xian smiled. Although this chick is spicy, a little chili pepper, she is really interesting. Are you sure you don't want to use it? Cut the crap. Let's fight. Feng Ling's aura began to surge. Lin Xian smirked. Don't cry when you lose. Don't find excuses to lose to a woman. After Feng Ling finished speaking, her wind attribute power surged. She didn't even use her space and rushed directly in front of Lin Xian at an unimaginable speed. She was a proud woman. If Lin Xian didn't use her space, she definitely wouldn't. Whoever used it first would prove that they lost in terms of aura. It proved that whoever didn't use it couldn't win. She had to use it. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. As expected of the Feng family, her wind attribute power was really strong. Her speed was really fast. Then, Lin Xian's wind attribute also surged. Whoosh, bang, the two charged at each other and their fists collided. The moment their powers collided, the ground under their feet cracked and the two sank directly. The surrounding air exploded and dust was directly shaken up. So strong. Both of them are so strong. They're really strong. They should be the top existences in this competition. I don't know who will win. I feel that the two of them didn't reveal too many of their trump cards in the previous matches. Sister, who will win? Ling Longyue also asked Ling Longxue curiously. Although her realm wasn't low, she didn't have much experience. Lin Xian. Ling Longshui said without thinking. Is this Lin Xian really that powerful? Ling Longyue said unhappily. All you need to know is that Lin Xian is absolutely invincible in the same realm. Ling Longshui said. At least in Ling Longshui's eyes, there was no one in the world who was a match for Lin Xian in the same realm. Even being 1 star higher than Lin Xian was useless. It was also an absolutely invincible existence. It couldn't be helped. This was what this person was showing Ling Longshui. You're courting death. When Feng Ling saw that Lin Xian was actually competing with her in terms of strength, she sneered. Following that, her fist didn't move, but a hidden force exploded. This feeling was like a nail being nailed into a wall. The nail couldn't move, but there was a hammer behind it that suddenly increased the force of the nail. That was the feeling. Hidden force. Lin Xian instantly retreated a few meters. This was a very powerful ability of Feng Ling. Her strength was normal, but she had a hidden force. To put it simply, as long as she released this hidden force, every time she attacked, there would be 2 forces, one from the front and one from the back, and the hidden force would be even stronger. For example, when she and Lin Xian fought, neither of them could do anything to the other. However, if the hidden force successfully hit Lin Xian's arm would look fine on the surface, but the tendons and even the bones in his arm would directly shatter. This was the terrifying part of the hidden force. When Lin Xian fought with her before, he already knew that this woman had such a power. What was this? Lin Xian didn't understand. This wasn't a law, nor was it a martial technique. He didn't understand, but it was indeed a little tricky. It was very dangerous. Upon seeing this scene, everyone frowned. Lin Xian had lost in the first move? Take this. Whoosh, following that, Feng Ling charged forward fiercely. Their fists and feet began to collide at a very fast frequency. Impact. Apart from the sound of the wind, there was only the muffled sound of their fists colliding with each other. Lin Xian didn't plan on exchanging for attributes. He didn't plan on exchanging for strength, speed, and defense to fight this girl. He wanted to have a good fight with her without using any of the system's powers. He wanted to see what he could do without the system's powers. In fact, it was too easy for Lin Xian to win. They were in the same realm. If Lin Xian directly doubled his strength, Feng Ling would definitely not be a match for Lin Xian. She would even be tortured by Lin Xian. But this time, Lin Xian wanted to use his true strength to fight with her. At the same time, he wanted to know how strong his strength was compared to the top powerhouses of the same realm. Was this Feng Ling strong? Of course she was. Although Lin Xian had fought with Murongyu many times, winning and losing, Lin Xian wanted to try fighting with someone else. Ripping Hurricane. After Feng Ling punched at Lin Xian, her aura surged. From behind her, the terrifying hurricane force attacked Lin Xian like a sharp blade. Whirlwind clouds. Swish swish swish, it was like countless sharp blades colliding with each other. Bang, following that, the two of them pulled apart. The moment they pulled apart, Lin Xian's body began to be surrounded by lightning. He then took the initiative to charge forward. Bang, this time, Lin Xian's every punch was accompanied by the power of lightning. As for Feng Ling, she also had the lightning attribute. But this time, under Lin Xian's attacks, she was forced to retreat. Why? Lin Xian's lightning was much stronger than hers. When others saw that Lin Xian's lightning was purple while Feng Ling's was only blue, they knew that Lin Xian would never lose to anyone in the same realm in terms of lightning. Rage of thunder soaring. Feng Ling pulled apart the distance once again. Then, she pointed to the sky. Terrifying lightning fell and condensed at her fingertips. Then, she suddenly waved it at Lin Xian. Hundreds of lightning condensed into phoenix-like phantoms charged at Lin Xian. Thunder surging heavens. Sizzle, boom, their powers collided once again. No one could do anything to the other. You still don't want to use the space? Lin Xian asked with a smirk. You don't? Feng Ling was not afraid of Lin Xian at all. Why should she use it first? After you use the space, you will know that there is always someone better in this world. Hee hee. Feng Ling laughed in disdain. Divine level martial arts technique, myriad thunder falling. Rumble, Lin Xian smirked. Divine level martial arts technique, myriad thunder heavenly prison. Boom, everyone in the distance released their powers to resist the terrifying shockwave from the collision of the two divine level martial arts techniques. Whoosh, Feng Ling's figure flew out from the lightning and landed on the ground. She retreated more than 10 meters before stopping. Damn it. She could not withstand it. She really could not win in terms of lightning. However, in the next moment, a red mark suddenly appeared under her feet. Chapter 13:19. Feng Ling's pupils suddenly constricted. Whoosh! In the next instant, she released a space jump and disappeared from her original spot. The moment she disappeared, a pillar of raging flames rose into the sky from where she had been standing just a moment ago. Everyone was secretly shocked. This Lin Xian, space, wind, thunder, fire. He had many attributes. And those who were familiar with Lin Xian knew that he was far more than that. Feng Ling was secretly shocked. If that flame touched her, she was afraid that her match would be over. Hey, let's release the space. Lin Xian's lips curled as he looked at Feng Ling. Humph. Space seal. She then directly sealed Lin Xian. Space blast. Boom. When the dust dissipated, Lin Xian's figure was no longer in the space where he was. Clearly, Lin Xian had directly broken through her space power. Space seal. Lin Xian then released a space seal on Feng Ling. Space blast. When the dust dissipated, Feng Ling was half kneeling there with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. What? Everyone revealed a shocked expression when they saw the scene. Feng Ling's space seal and space blast were directly broken by Lin Xian, and she was hit by the space seal and space blast that Lin Xian released on her. This can only mean one thing: Lin Xian's space attainments are stronger than hers, and much stronger. Is this Lin Xian really so terrifying? His space is much stronger than others? They're about the same age. Isn't this kind of space or time attribute only revealed a few decades later? Why is there such a big gap now? This scene made many people very puzzled. Wind Chime slowly stood up. She should be the one who found it the most inconceivable. Previously, she had compared space with Lin Xian and felt that it was about the same. However, this time, she felt that she had been crushed. His space power was stronger than hers. That was absolute. Perhaps she had been too careless. Because she had fought with Lin Xian once before, she probably thought that she could directly break through. Then, she tried again, but this time, she actually did not break through. It was too late to use any other method. If she hadn't been so careless, she would have definitely been able to break through Lin Xian's spatial seal with her spatial power and her own powerful attack power. Even if that didn't work, she could at least create a law to increase her strength, right? But time couldn't be reversed. Now that she was injured, the situation was even worse. Law of weakening. Without hesitation, she stood up and unleashed the law of weakness on Lin Xian. Take this. Fierce wind rolling waves. Feng Ling's hair was dancing wildly, and the wind was so strong that the spectators could not open their eyes. Even breathing was difficult. Law of creation, buff me. Feng Ling knew that if she were to continue fighting like before, she would definitely lose. She immediately released 2 laws to reverse the situation. Lin Xian's law of destruction was useless because she had already weakened him. It wasn't useful before, but it's useful now? Lin Xian directly created a law to increase his strength that was weakened by her, and then thunder erupted. Thunder rolling heavens. Boom. The 2 forces collided. In the beginning, they were evenly matched, and even Lin Xian's thunder rolling heavens had a slight advantage. But in the next instant, her wind attribute martial skill instantly crushed his thunder attribute power. What caused Lin Xian to be stunned for a moment was that they were both heaven rank martial skills, and her martial skill should also be around heaven rank 1 star. Why was it that the power of her wind attribute martial skill crushed his lightning attribute? Could it be that she had some kind of buff? No. He had seen this kind of situation many times. Even if you had some kind of buff, when you released it, it was already at that level. How could you increase your strength midway? He had only seen this kind of situation when he released the law of creation. It was exactly the same. Law of creation. This woman also had the law of creation? No wonder she dared to fight with him even though she knew that he had the law of destruction and was not weak. In principle, her confidence came from the law of creation. But, there was no use. Lin Xian's law of creation directly increased his thunder rolling heavens again. Then, the thunder rolling heavens that was just crushed instantly rose again. Feng Ling. This, law of creation. She was too familiar with this scene. She had only seen it when she released the law of creation. This Lin Xian, other than the law of destruction, he also had the law of creation? 2 top-notch laws gathered in one person? No wonder. It was really no wonder that he could use some kind of power to make up for it when she directly weakened his strength by 50%. So it was the law of creation. I want to see. You've already used up a lot of spiritual power to use the law of creation to make up for the debuff that my law of weakness gave you. I'll directly compete with you in spiritual power. Can you still win? Then, Feng Ling continued to use the law of creation to increase the power of her martial skill. Lin Xian, damn. This girl actually wanted to play with him like this? Competing to see who had more spiritual power? Then why would Lin Xian be afraid of her? Then, Lin Xian continued to use the law of creation to increase the power of his thunder-rolling heavens. The two forces gradually became stronger. If you don't give in to me, I won't give in to you. Everyone. This? What the hell is this? These two martial skills have already been released. Why are they still increasing their power? Feng Ling's martial skill increased and wanted to suppress Lin Xian's martial skill. However, the power of Lin Xian's martial skill suddenly increased again. Can this be? These two martial skills have already been released. Why is the power still increasing? What's going on? Many people were dumbfounded. Many of these people had not even heard of the law of creation, and those who had heard of it had never seen it at all. It was very difficult for them to directly link it to the law of creation. However, there were a few people who could see through it directly. This Lin Xian. Feng Qingyang's eyes widened. Feng Qingyang already thought highly of Lin Xian's law of destruction. After all, it was an ultimate law of the same level. However, Lin Xian actually had the law of creation. This person was simply terrifying. How could he be so good-looking? There was no way for his daughter to win. Unless her spiritual power was much higher than Lin Xian's, otherwise, however, Lin Xian was so heaven-defying. Could his daughter's spiritual power really be higher than his? This Feng Ling actually has the law of creation. No wonder. Linging was suddenly enlightened. No wonder she dared to continue fighting with Lin Xian. So that was it. How envious. This is bad. After seeing this scene, Murong Feng frowned. If these two people continued to fight like this and continued to increase the power of their martial skills, they might be able to increase their power to the level of the higher void stage. However, once it exploded, they would definitely die since they did not have the cultivation of the higher void stage. Chapter 13:20. As for Feng Ling, she did not care about anything else. She just wanted to defeat Lin Xian. She did not care about the consequences. As for Lin Xian? Don't worry. How could he be worried about this? Hey, aren't you afraid that when the time comes, your power will be too condensed and you will die? Lin Xian kept releasing the law of creation and then said, "You're almost out of spiritual energy, right?" Feng Ling then said, and then the power of the law of creation increased again. Lin Xian, this woman must be crazy. Alright. If you want to play, I'll play with you. Lin Xian's law of creation also continued to increase. The surrounding people swallowed their saliva. The martial skills released by the two six-star heavenly venerables had already reached the level of power of the Great Void stage, surpassing the third stage. More and more people felt that something was wrong. The law of creation. It's the law of creation. Both of them have the law of creation. They are now competing with the law of creation. Competing with the density of their spiritual energy. Suddenly, someone discovered this matter and shouted out. The law of creation. Hearing this, they came to a realization. So it's the law of creation. No wonder they can continue to increase their power after releasing their martial skills. What is this law of creation? It's one of the strongest laws in the world, as famous as the law of destruction. Wait. This Lin Xian already has the law of destruction, and now he is releasing the power of the law of creation. He actually has the two strongest laws in the world? Suddenly realizing this matter, those people revealed shocked expressions. The law of creation. So it's the law of creation. Xiao Yun, Duan Lingxiao, and some others who had lost to Lin Xian but did not know why Lin Xian was so strong suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Lin Xian's power is so strong. So this is the reason. He used the law of creation to strengthen his own power or martial skills, which is why he displayed a power that does not belong to his realm. Duan Lingxiao clenched his fists. Why? Why was this world so unfair? He did not have the law of creation or the law of destruction, but Lin Xian had two. Why? His loss was justified. At the same time, he understood that it wasn't Lin Xian who was strong, but the laws. He had simply lost to the laws. If Lin Xian did not have a law of this level, how could he have lost? Keep increasing. Feng Ling shouted and her strength soared again. Give me more points. Lin Xian did not cower in the slightest. Gradually, their spiritual energy was almost depleted. Of course, Lin Xian definitely had more spiritual energy than Feng Ling. Wind Chimes gritted her teeth. It was one thing for Lin Xian to have the law of creation, but did he have more spiritual energy than him? Boom! She finally retracted her hand, and the two forces officially collided. Prepare your defenses. Murong Feng loudly shouted. He was speaking to the other contestants and the people who had come over. There were many strong people here, but there were also some whose cultivation was not that strong. When the martial skills of these two people collided with each other, the resulting power was simply unimaginable. Boom! The entire Arctic summit trembled violently. Dust flew everywhere, and the airflow was chaotic. Who won? The dust slowly dispersed, and everyone swallowed their saliva as they watched. The people in front of their phones were all motionless. They nervously stared at the thick dust on their phones. They were looking forward to what kind of scene would appear after the dust dispersed. Although the others were very nervous, they were not too flustered. These two people both had the space attribute. With the space attribute, they would not be directly injured by this kind of power, right? As the dust slowly dispersed, a huge crater that was over 200 meters wide gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Hiss! When they saw the scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the power they had erupted with. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Quickly go and see if the two of them are all right. Then, a group of people ran over from all directions. Then, they saw the two people face each other in the deep pit. Seeing this scene, they let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that they are fine, it's good that they are fine. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This woman was indeed powerful. How should he put it? She might not be as powerful as Murong Yu, but she was definitely not inferior to Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the rest. She was strong in the creation of the law, including the space attribute. Murong Yu had the destruction law, so she could fight with her. As for Ling Ying and the rest, they did not have such a level of law. At the same level, it was very difficult to beat her. Top-level laws were not just for show. However, if she gave up this power and fought in other ways, she should not be a match for Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Xiao Xinyue. Lin Xian also realized that without the power of the system, although he was still not weak, he was not as brainless as before. However, he still could not lose. Still fighting? Lin Xian looked at Feng Ling in front of him and asked. Wind Chimes gritted her teeth tightly. Her butt. Lin Xian took advantage of the situation and threw a stone at her butt. Now, even if it was not bleeding, it was definitely purple. I'm not done with you. Feng Ling glared at Lin Xian angrily. Even if you're not done, you have to have the ability. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Domain, infinite replication domain. In the next moment, Feng Ling's aura surged and her pupils suddenly shrank. This Lin Xian still had so much spiritual energy? He even had the time attribute? From the beginning of the battle with him, he had not used his full strength. That's right, this was Feng Ling's domain. If this domain was said to be strong, it was extremely strong. If it was said to be weak, it could also be very weak. Anyway, if it was really in terms of domain power, Ling Ying and the rest's domains were not weak. They were all very strong, but the effect was different. This Feng Ling's domain was infinite replication. What effect did it have? Choosing a target, she could replicate his state, his attributes, and his abilities. For example, now that Feng Ling had replicated Lin Xian's power, she had the same remaining spiritual energy value as Lin Xian. She had the power of ice, time, fire, darkness, and other attributes. She had Lin Xian's law of destruction power. Of course, she could not replicate the void-killing eyes. In this domain, she had almost all of Lin Xian's power. Of course, she had to give up her own power. Therefore, the more powerful the opponent, the more powerful she would be after the replication. If the replicated opponent's strength was not as good as hers, then it would be terrible. However, after the replication, she would have to consume spiritual energy every second. Therefore, this domain could not be said to be particularly strong, but it could not be said to be very weak either. Feng Ling was stunned on the spot. His domain could actually reduce the opponent's cultivation by 3 stars regardless of the realm. Feng Ling felt it and was even more stunned. Therefore, he still held back a lot in the battle with her. Otherwise, she would have lost long ago. Ka. Feng Ling clenched her fists and then her spiritual energy dissipated. I admit defeat. She gritted her teeth as she finished speaking. Then, with a leap, she flew out. Chapter 13:21. This inexplicable scene caused everyone to be stunned. She looked fine, and didn't she just release her domain power? Why did he admit defeat before even fighting after releasing his domain power? What was going on? Lin Xian was also stunned. This was not her personality. Could it be that she knew she couldn't fight? No. With this girl's personality, even if she couldn't fight, she would still fight. Lin Xian felt that this girl would not admit defeat so easily even if she died. Lin Xian returned to Ling Ying's side. Why did she admit defeat? Maybe she knows she can't beat me. Lin Xian shrugged and said. But she's really powerful. She even has the law of creation. Xiao Xinyue said. It seems like she has 2 laws. Wang Xintong said. Lin Xian nodded. 2 laws were rarer than 4 laws. Murongyu only had 1 law. You can imagine. Anyway, Feng Ling was the only person Lin Xian had met who had 2 laws. There must be more. After Lin Xian's battle ended, there were still other people to fight. However, it had to be said that Lin Xian had shocked everyone. Although Feng Ling lost, she also surprised everyone. Why did you admit defeat? Feng Qingyang looked at his daughter. He knew his daughter too well. Even if she died in battle, she would not admit defeat so easily. Feng Ling said, I can't beat him. Second sister, this is the first time I've heard this from you in so many years. Feng Qingyu looked at Feng Ling in shock. Feng Ling was helpless. She looked at Lin Xian. She couldn't beat him. Indeed, she had replicated Lin Xian's power and could still fight with him. However, she also knew that if Lin Xian had used his domain, time, space, or even the law of destruction that he hadn't used in his battle with her, she would have lost long ago. Although she was strong, she was very rational. She knew that she was no match for Lin Xian. However, she was unwilling to accept it. He was really unwilling to accept this. Why did this person have to provoke him, and why couldn't he beat him? Damn it. You've replicated his power. He must have some powerful abilities that he hasn't revealed yet, right? Feng Qingyang asked. Time and space, dual laws of creation and destruction. His domain can reduce an opponent's strength by 3 stars regardless of their realm. Even a heavenly Dao realm expert can be reduced by 3 stars. If he were to fight in such a manner, I would have long lost. Feng Ling said. What? Feng Qingyang was shocked when he heard Feng Ling's words. The strongest powers in the world, time, space, creation, and destruction, were all in his hands? Then, his domain reduced his opponent's cultivation by 3 stars. This wasn't a big deal, but the most terrifying thing was that it ignored the reduction in cultivation level. When this person grows up in the future, he will be invincible. Feng Qingyang said as he looked at Lin Xian. Feng Ling also nodded in agreement. Although it was very unpleasant, it was the truth. Creation, destruction, space, and time were already invincible, and he even had such a domain. Seriously, they really didn't know how he could lose. As long as he didn't overestimate himself and grew up completely, his ability and terrifying level would increase along with his cultivation level. If such a person can become a member of our Feng family, Feng Qingyang looked at Lin Xian with a burning gaze. Feng Ling, Lin Xian's dual laws of destruction and creation had caused an uproar among this group of experts. Everyone thought that Murongyu, Duan Lingxiao, and the others were the strongest, but they soon realized that wasn't the case. This unknown Lin Xian was the most terrifying person. However, they didn't know much about the people sitting in front of their phones and computers. They only knew that Lin Xian seemed to be very powerful. Even if they heard about the laws of creation and destruction, how many of them actually knew or had heard of them? Sigh. It seems like there's still a huge gap between me and Lin Xian. Zhuge Feng sighed. He originally thought that there wasn't much of a gap between him and Lin Xian, but he lost. He felt that his loss was justified, but he still thought that he had a chance to catch up with Lin Xian. Now, he had completely given up on that thought. With Lin Xian's strength, he couldn't catch up with him even if he worked hard. Do we still want to work together? Xiao Yun asked. Su Jiming clenched his fists. He had a strange feeling that even if they worked together, they wouldn't be able to stop Lin Xian. Work together. Duan Lingxiao clenched his fists. Now that Lin Xian was so powerful, if he was allowed to enter the God's Awakening door, his strength would soar. If he stopped Lin Xian from going to the God's Awakening door, he would be able to shorten the gap between him and Lin Xian. He might even surpass Lin Xian. Rumor had it that he had heard from the higher-ups of the Enforcement Union that the God's Awakening door had an almighty ability that could reshape one's life. What did it mean to put it simply? As long as one was alive, even if one's attributes and laws were already set, one would have a chance to obtain other attributes, laws, and even domains. One could even obtain other things. The God's Awakening door wasn't built by the 3 major factions. No one knew how the God's Awakening door had been passed down. In any case, it had been around for a very long time. There were too many things that could be obtained from it. As long as he obtained the power of time, space, creation, and destruction, he would definitely be able to crush Lin Xian. Hence, it was necessary to stop Lin Xian from entering the God's Awakening door. But with just the few of us, I'm afraid, that's right. The current Lin Xian had already caused them to fear him to such an extent. Not to mention killing him, they didn't even have the confidence to stop him from entering the God's awakening door. Duan Lingxiao said calmly, "Don't worry, I can find him. There's no need to kill him, just stop him." He believed that with his talent and ability, he would definitely be able to surpass Lin Xian once he entered the God's awakening door. In this competition, the difference between everyone isn't that big. That Lin Xian didn't have 15 consecutive victories. He also admitted defeat once and only has 13 points. It's about the same as us. Hence, he doesn't have much of a lead over us. The possibility of stopping him from entering the God's awakening door is very high. Alright. Since young Master Duan has said so, then let's work together to stop Lin Xian. All the best. Lin Xian said to Wang Xintong and the others. Alright. The next match would be Murongyu's 15th match. She already had a 14-match winning streak, and her next opponent was someone who also had a 14-match winning streak. Just how strong was a person who could achieve a 14-match winning streak? How many people could there be? Therefore, it was very easy for Murongyu to run into his own people. However, her luck wasn't bad. She didn't meet her own people. Murongyu's 15th opponent? Chu He. Who was Chu He? An expert with 14 consecutive victories. Chu Feng's elder brother, the eldest young master of the Chu family from the Feng country. Chapter 1322. Anyone who was able to obtain 14 consecutive victories in this competition was definitely at the top. Who did this Chu He even defeat? That's right, he beat Qi Tianqing. Qi Tianqing was the young master of the Bounty Hunter Guild. How strong was he? That went without saying. However, he was defeated by Chu He. Lin Xian also secretly praised. Indeed, the world was big, but there was always a higher mountain. There was always a higher mountain. It didn't mean that the most famous people were the strongest. It was hard to say. Wasn't this an example? However, no matter how strong Chu He was, Lin Xian felt that he couldn't be Murongyu's opponent. Lin Xian knew Murongyu too well. Inside and out, from top to bottom. Lin Xian dared to say that even Murongyu's father and mother didn't know her as well as he did. That was for sure. Therefore, in this round, Murongyu would definitely win. As expected, although Murongyu didn't crush her opponent, she still ended the battle with an advantage. However, it could be seen that Chu He was also very strong. He actually forced Murongyu to use her law of destruction. However, Lin Xian knew that she still had trump cards that she hadn't used yet. For example, 1,000 ice pupils. This was normal. After all, Lin Xian felt that there weren't two people here who could force Murongyu to use her full strength. After that, the battles ended one after another. Everyone had a rough idea of who were the stronger ones among the contestants here. Too cool. It's so cool to watch these people fight. Yeah, they are the strongest group of martial artists in our generation. They really live up to their names. Especially a few of them, wow. They're just too cool. However, did you guys notice that this era seems to have changed? The most amazing thing is that there are more girls than guys. It seems to be true. There seem to be more powerful girls. Times have changed. Alright. Now, the first round of the Tianwu assembly has ended. Let's take a look and see which ones are at their peak. Murong Feng said. Then, everyone gathered there and raised their heads to look at the big screen. Everyone knew how many rounds they had won and how many rounds they had lost. The list of 15 victories, Murongyu, Xiao Xinyue, Wu Yuhan. That's right. There were only 3 of them. Han Chuxue and Linging both lost a match. There was nothing they could do as they still had some tricks up their sleeves. However, Lin Xian told them not to push themselves too hard. It was just one match, and they were only 2 points behind the winner. What was the point of that? If he were to injure himself and affect the Tianwu assembly, then the losses would outweigh the gains. Moreover, how many people could achieve complete victory? Most of the strong ones actually had 14 wins and 1 loss. They weren't too far behind, so they didn't go all out. Wang Xintong was a bit worse, only winning 12 matches. There was nothing she could do as her attributes were there. Although she had tried her best to improve herself, with only water and light attributes, how could she fight against lightning, dark, space, and time attribute warriors? Indeed, there were strong and weak attributes. You really couldn't lie through your teeth and say that water attribute was stronger than time attribute. However, every attribute had its own special effect. It wasn't something that could be divided by strength. In the Storm Squad, Wang Xintong's position was never a warrior who would charge into the enemy's ranks. However, she was definitely an indispensable member of the squad. It's a pity. If Lin Xian didn't fight against Murongyu, he might also have a 15-win streak. Xiao Runing, who was standing beside Xiao Zun, secretly said. That can't be helped. This Lin Xian and Murongyu are good friends. Moreover, the two of them are very strong. If there was a winner, it wouldn't be good for their future. This kid is very good. He only lost 2 points. I believe he will be able to catch up later. However, there are a lot of people with 14 win streaks. Xiao Zun looked at the people with 14 win streaks. There are a lot of people. The competition later on will be even more brutal. I wonder what the content of the last 2 rounds of the Tianwu assembly will be. This was also what everyone was looking forward to. The people who knew about the last 2 rounds of the Tianwu assembly were Murong Feng, Duan Tianming, and the others. Even the leaders of the 3 major factions didn't know. There was only one person who knew, and that was the president of the Radiant Association. An existence that had lived for thousands of years. He didn't come, but he had been paying attention. In order to ensure fairness, he had told one of the representatives of the 3 major factions. After all, the sons and daughters of the 3 major factions had also participated in the Tianwu assembly. It was normal to have selfish motives. If they had prepared in advance, they would have a great advantage. What kind of organization was the Radiant Association? A long time ago, the human race had an organization. Murong Feng and Lin Xian had said that it was this organization that had dealt with Di Lin and the 12 demon gods, saving the human race and the demon race from calamity. However, the current Radiant Association was unable to contact the 3 major factions. Only they could contact the 3 major factions. They weren't very strong. It was said that the Radiant Association didn't even have 10 members. Those people would only appear when the human race was facing a great crisis. Of course, there was also the special occasion of the God's Awakening Door. This was the first time the Radiant Association had interfered with the God's Awakening Door. This caused the people of the 3 major factions to be very shocked. However, it was true that the quality of this Tianwu assembly was higher than any of the previous ones. Now that the situation had changed, it was indeed somewhat different from the previous ones. Next, I will talk about the scoring of this competition. The final top 10 will be ranked according to the points. The total points of the first round will be multiplied by 1,000. Every victory will give you 100 points. The total points will be your current total points. Lin Xian, what the hell? Multiplied by 1,000? Lin Xian opened his mouth. Wow! This group of people are really despicable. 15 consecutive victories, multiplied by 1,000, that would be 15,000 points. 14 consecutive victories would be 1,000 points less than 15 consecutive victories. 1,000 points would be a huge difference. Moreover, there would be additional rewards for winning. In other words, those who had 10 consecutive victories would have 1,500 points. His 14 consecutive victories would only have 1,400 points. With this added up, 14 consecutive victories would naturally have 1,100 points less than 15 consecutive victories. Wow! Despicable. In other words, those who had 15 consecutive victories, as long as they didn't make any major mistakes in the later rounds, they would already be in the top 10. I believe that you all have a clear idea of your points. Now, let me announce the content of the second round of the Tianwu assembly. The content of the second round: strength and resistance to beatings. Everyone. To be honest, when Murong Feng heard the content of the second round a few seconds ago, he was completely dumbfounded. This round could be said to be very simple. It could be said to be a competition, but it was still a competition. However, wasn't it a bit too sloppy in this level of the Tianwu assembly? Generally speaking, this was the entrance examination of an ordinary academy. Moreover, he could understand if it was a competition of strength. However, he really couldn't understand if it was a competition of resistance to beatings. Chapter 1323. Not to mention Murong Feng, the other experts, the people from the clans and powers, including the people in front of their phones and computers, were all dumbfounded. This assessment seemed to be very sloppy. Moreover, what was the point of taking a beating? Murong Feng really didn't understand the Radiant Association's intentions. Old Feng, are you sure you didn't say anything wrong? Duan Tianming asked. Murong Feng nodded his head. That's right. The information sent by the Radiant Association's experts is here. He then showed them the information on his phone. Comparing strength is reasonable. Comparing the ability to take a beating is to test the strength of their physique? What's the point of this? Indeed, the more resistant a person is, the higher their survival rate after getting injured in battle. However, forget it, they must have their own intentions. Murong Feng nodded his head and said, their intentions should be inside the God's Awakening door. That's right. No one knows what's inside the God's Awakening door. However, everyone who enters and exits the God's Awakening door has their memories erased. No one knows what's inside the God's Awakening door. Maybe these experts from the Radiant Association know something about it. Forget it, let's not think about it. We are all humans. This is for everyone's good. They must have their own intentions. Then Murong Feng looked at everyone and said, everyone, rest for a few hours. I will tell you the details later. Then, the crowd dispersed. Murong Feng and the others also didn't know how to compete. They had to see what the Radiant Association would give them and some rules. Lin Xian and the others released their space attribute and went to the foot of the mountain. They sat in a corner and Lin Xian created his own law to create the ingredients and hot pot base. The few of them sat there and ate the hot pot. It was very beautiful. The elders didn't disturb them. The children were together, why would they disturb them? Dad, I'm going to find Xinyue and the others. Xiao Runing said and walked away. You guys are really beautiful. Xiao Runing saw Lin Xian and the girls cooking hot pot. There were even big bones in the hot pot. This was simply too satisfying. Sister, let's eat together. Xiao Xinyue said. When they were with Lin Xian, they didn't learn anything except how to eat. In Lin Xian's words, only when one was full would they have the strength to do strength training. Only when one was full would they be able to endure more vicious beatings. Thinking about it, it did make some sense. Sure. Of course, Xiao Runing didn't stand on ceremony. She sat beside them and started eating hot pot. I don't know how this round of assessment is going to proceed. Looking at my father and the others, it seems like they don't know the content either. Murongyu said. Lin Xian nodded, it seems so. I saw him looking at his phone. Isn't the content of the Sky Martial Assembly decided by the three major powers? Murongyu shook her head. Yes, it used to be like this, but it might not be this time. Could it be that there's another force behind the three forces? Lin Xian asked in shock. Radiant Association. Wu Yuhan said. Ah? What is the Radiant Association? Wang Xintong asked with a puzzled expression. Wu Yuhan said, previously, when I was investigating the Feng family and Chu family, I accidentally found this. The Radiant Association might not be the strongest, but there are many highly respected human experts there. If there's a force behind the three forces, then it's the Radiant Association. Lin Xian had also heard about the Radiant Association from Murong Feng. The rules set by the Radiant Association? But this second round is a little inconceivable. Ling Ying frowned. Han Chuxue also nodded. However, they should know better than anyone else. They must have their reasons. It's related to the God's Awakening door, Lin Xian said. Murongyu nodded. It must be, but how do they know about the God's Awakening door? What do you mean? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian and said, didn't my father tell you? What did he say? The people who came back alive after entering the God's Awakening door, Ling Ying quickly said, I know. They can't say anything about the God's Awakening door. Murongyu shook her head. That's what they say to outsiders. One of my brothers came out from the God's Awakening door. After he came out, he became a core member of the Sacred Palace. Then, I realized that all his memories about the God's Awakening door had disappeared. Disappeared? Yes, it's not that they can't say anything, but they have lost their memories. I don't know if they lost their memories in the God's Awakening door, or if it was done by the three forces or the Radiant Association. My father said that he didn't do it, but I don't know if I should believe him or not. Lin Xian nodded. Then it shouldn't be a problem. This is to protect the secrets of the God's Awakening door. Yes, that's why I'm even more curious about the God's Awakening door. Also, to be honest, from what I know, 10 people who enter the God's Awakening door in less than 5 years might not come back alive. But the truth is that those who come back alive have undergone a qualitative change. Murongyu said. This is making me a little scared. Ling Ying shrunk his head. In short, it's good to go, but it's not necessarily bad if you don't go. It's just that no one knows what secrets are hidden in there. Murongyu shook her head. Forget it. Let's not think about this. It's fine as long as we work hard. If we can't go, then there's nothing we can do. Those who can go will definitely not give up such an opportunity. All 7 of us have to go. When the time comes, we can take care of each other. There won't be a problem. Wang Xintong said, I might not have a chance. The difference in points is too big. Lin Xian stared at Wang Xintong. What are you saying? You're doing this again. Have some confidence in yourself. Wang Xintong stuck out her pink tongue. But this second round of assessment is more advantageous for me. Yes, yes, yes. Your skin is thicker than a centipede. You'll definitely be able to take a beating. Xiao Runing said with a smile. Ha ha ha, then, they laughed out loud. On the other side, Xiao Yun, Duan Lingxiao, and the others gathered together and smoked. This isn't good. We can't cooperate in the second round of assessment. Xiao Yun said. There will always be a chance. I don't believe that every round of assessment is to test some personal things. There won't be a segment to go out. Don't forget where we are now. We're at the peak of the North Pole. The North Pole. The first and second round of assessment can be carried out in any other city. Why do we have to be at the North Pole? It must be related to the third round. The third round is definitely an open topic. It's definitely related to the North Pole. Duan Lingxiao said. That makes sense. After 2 hours, the bell rang. Then, everyone gathered at the peak of the North Pole again to prepare for the second round of assessment. Chapter 1324. Everyone once again gathered at the top of the North Pole. Murong Feng swept his gaze over everyone and said, Now, we will begin the first test of the second round, the strength test. He pointed at the stone beside him and said, This is an ore. Then, he pointed to a stone at the side and said, This is the raw power stone. Its effect is similar to some of the talents that you have appraised before. You only need to bombard this stone with your power. The stone will emit a 7-colored light of red, orange, green, cyan, blue, and purple. However, each color of the 7-colored light, such as red, is further divided into light red, medium red, and deep red. Therefore, there are a total of 3,721 levels. Each level that you can reach will give you 500 points. The highest score you can get is 10,500 points. Murong Feng then said, Remember, this round is much faster and simpler than the first round of the martial arts competition. It can even be said that you'll be able to pull more points. Aside from using spirit tools and other tools, you can use all of your own strength to increase your own strength and bombard this raw power stone to obtain even higher points. Therefore, don't say things like other people have space, time is unfair, and so on. Space and time are the most useless attributes in this round. At this time, Xiao Xinyue was puzzled and asked, But, our realms are different. The power that we produce should be unfair, right? Yes, this is a good question. However, you don't need to worry about it. This ore has already been modified. Simply put, for example, for a 5 stars Empyrean realm expert, the difficulty of producing a deep purple color is 100. For a 4 stars Empyrean realm expert, the difficulty is 90. In short, you don't need to worry about it. It means that it is more difficult for those with lower realms to produce a high score. This is absolutely fair. Hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Then, they could only bombard it with all their strength. Good, now, we will ask the Bounty Hunter Guild to prepare to record. Please stand in an orderly manner. The screen will randomly display your order. One by one, you will undergo the strength test. Remember, you only have one chance. Don't tell me that you made a mistake or didn't use all of your strength. You only have one chance. Then, 250 people lined up and stood in a line. What attributes would benefit the most in this round? Attack attributes, fire and thunder had the best effect. Metal attributes could increase strength and the effect was also very good. Wind, ice, and water attributes were a little worse. Time, space, light, wood, and earth attributes were almost useless. No, time and space attributes were completely useless. This was because it required physical strength. You couldn't just release a martial skill and use a martial skill to attack. That was impossible. You could release a martial skill, but you had to use a fist to support the martial skill. As for why, that was the Radiance Association's idea. They didn't know either. Then, their names were displayed on the big screen, and they were all arranged in order. Yi Tianyi touched the tip of his nose. Interesting, I'm the last one? Just nice, I can show off now. This was not a test of talent or anything like that, it was purely a test of strength. However, in terms of strength, Yi Tianyi was definitely the strongest, there was no other. Not to mention other things, his system had something that could double his strength. Next up was Feng Qingyu. And all of this was being broadcasted live. Everyone was only curious about a dozen or so people. Feng Qingyu walked in front of the origin stone. Wind. Shua, following which, he unleashed the wind attribute on his right arm. When he swung his arm, it would contain the power of the wind attribute. Fire. Then his fists burst into flames. Heavenly fire heart-burning fist. Huh. Then, with a loud shout, his terrifying fist landed on the origin stone. Following which, the origin stone began to glow. Finally, it stopped at the green color. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This Feng Qingyu is also a top-notch fighter. He won 11 out of 15 matches. He's definitely stronger than most of the people here. Can he only produce a green light? And it's even a light green? So difficult. It's really difficult. I suddenly have no confidence. Attributes are also one thing. Moreover, he has the fire attribute, but he can only produce a light green when he uses both wind and fire. It's really difficult. Feng Qingyu's fist gave everyone a rough idea of what to do. It was very difficult. Moreover, no one could say that Feng Qingyu was holding back or not using his full strength. That was impossible. This was related to his ranking and results. How could he hold back? Feng Qingyang frowned when he saw this scene. Although his youngest son's talent was not as good as Feng Ling and Feng Qinghao, it was definitely not bad. It was only a light green and only 6,500 points. His score would be pulled down in an instant. Feng Qingyu lowered his head and walked back. Light green, 6,500 points. It's a total of 17,500 points. Next, the second contestant. One by one, the contestants gave their scores. There were no particularly strong contestants. What surprised everyone was that the highest score was the same as Feng Qingyu. No one could produce a score higher than the light green color. Next, Duan Lingxiao. Duan Lingxiao walked up confidently. This round was very friendly to him because he was most famous for his strength. His strength was extremely strong. Sizzle, terrifying lightning wrapped around his right fist. Thunderous sky-shattering fist. Boom, a terrifying force bombarded the origin stone. Finally, the light stopped at a light purple color. Hiss, everyone's pupils constricted and they sucked in a breath of cold air. It's a light purple color? That's a little exaggerated. Duan Lingxiao is indeed Duan Lingxiao. He produced a light purple energy. But, this Duan Lingxiao's strength should be the strongest among all of them, right? He only produced a light purple color? Who else can compare to him in terms of strength? Lin Xian? Not necessarily. Although Lin Xian beat him, his strength might not be higher than his. However, this Lin Xian is a famous cross-level expert. Can he get a higher ranking? Whether it was the people here or those in front of the screen, they were all amazed. Duan Lingxiao frowned slightly. He was somewhat dissatisfied. His strength was only a light purple color? He was really dissatisfied. However, he could only produce a light purple color. It would be difficult for the others. Then, one after another, Xiao Yun, Su Jiming, Qin Ming, these top contestants could only produce a medium blue or dark blue color. No one could even produce a purple color. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. It's so difficult. Wang Xintong shrunk her head beside him. It's okay. I'll try my best. Okay. Next, Wang Xintong. Then, Wang Xintong walked up. Go Xintong. Ling Ying shouted. Okay. Wang Xintong took a deep breath. Then, she condensed her water elemental energy in her right hand. At the same time, she increased the temperature of her water elemental energy. Boom, she threw a punch. Light green. Wang Xintong walked down. It's okay. That was great. That Feng Qingyu also only produced a light green color. Lin Xian patted her shoulder. Okay. Next, Ling Ying. Chapter 1325. Ling Ying walked up. Ling Hai, who was not far away, stared at his daughter. He was a little worried. This was because his daughter was wind and dark. Dark was completely useless, so she could only use wind. Even if her results were good, it would not be much better than his. Ling Ying naturally knew that this could not be helped. This round of assessment was a test for martial artists with rare attributes. But, she had something unusual about her. Where? Dark attribute. Other people's dark attribute was useless, but her dark attribute contained dark energy, including Wu Yuhan's. Where did dark energy come from? It was a power that was discovered after one's dark attribute purity reached 100%. Lin Xian also had dark energy, but his dark energy was obtained from completing a mission. But it was the same, it did not matter. What was so powerful about dark energy? It could break through defenses. Even if it was a raw stone of strength, breaking through defenses would definitely increase one's strength. Ling Ying then condensed dark energy, and with the support of wind attribute, he threw a punch. Everyone, purple? Medium purple? What? Medium purple? Damn. Why? Why is she able to get a medium purple result? Is she stronger than Duan Lingxiao? Impossible, we could feel it from the side. How can she be stronger than Duan Lingxiao? Duan Lingxiao has the lightning attribute, so he has the biggest advantage. How can he lose to her? She is indeed a goddess. This is unbelievable, she actually got such a high score. She has the highest score so far. Those experts were stunned. Ling Hai was stunned, and even Lin Xian was stunned. Dark energy? Lin Xian frowned, then his eyes lit up. It was definitely dark energy. Damn. He also had dark energy. It's dark energy. The legendary dark energy. What? Is it the kind of dark energy that can break through defenses that can only be comprehended with 100% dark attribute purity? That's right. This was the reason why the darkness attribute was rated as the strongest attribute after the time and space attributes. The darkness attribute's ability to break through defenses was terrifying to the extreme. However, there was no one in this world who could achieve 100% purity in any attribute. Wait. It's Lin Xian. That's right, it's Lin Xian. Don't forget about the Yixian group's attribute increasing potions. Since it can increase by 10%, I dare to believe that 10% is not the limit. So, what is the background of this Yixian group? It was too terrifying. It could actually create an existence with 100% purity. No wonder this Lin Xian's strength is so strong, he must have increased his strength to the maximum. No wonder this Lin Xian space is stronger than anyone else's space, so the main reason is this. Ling Ying's performance caused an uproar in an instant. The Xian group had once again become a god in these people's hearts. Unfortunately, it would be difficult for them to obtain the attribute boosting potion from the Yixian Corporation. Ling Ying was also shocked. She never thought that the dark force would have such an effect. Next, Han Chuxue got a light purple score, and Murongyu got a medium purple score. After all, she was the best, and she had the thunder attribute. Wu Yuhan, medium purple. Dark force. Xiao Xinyue, light purple. Feng Ling, medium purple. That's right, Feng Ling was the most unhappy. She also had the thunder attribute, but why couldn't she compare to Murongyu? Why was she just a little bit worse? If Murongyu could get a medium purple score, she could also get a medium purple score. However, she used the law of creation to increase her strength. She thought that with the law of creation, she could get the only deep purple score. How infuriating! There were two possible reasons for this. Firstly, Murongyu had a divine body. Her strength wasn't weak to begin with. Although the divine body didn't increase her strength, it still had some effect. Secondly, the purity of her lightning. Zhuge Feng only got a light purple score. After that, only one person, Chu He, got a medium purple score. No one else could get a medium purple score. Finally, it was the last person, Lin Xian. The one that everyone was paying the most attention to was none other than Lin Xian. He had created many legends, and he was the last one. Whether it was the people in front of the screen or the surrounding experts and contestants, they all stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian has the law of creation and the thunder attribute. His score won't be bad. Duan Lingxiao frowned. Medium purple. That's right, he predicted that Lin Xian would get a medium purple score. After all, Feng Ling also had the law of creation and the thunder attribute. At that time, Feng Ling and Lin Xian were evenly matched, although Feng Ling admitted defeat. Lin Xian, you can do it. Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, and the others looked at Lin Xian nervously. He should be very strong. Zi Qiyu looked at the screen and said calmly. Come on, come on. Lan Xingxing ate potato chips while staring at the screen without blinking. Do you think Lin Xian can get a deep purple score? Yirenbing hugged little Tianyi and looked at Linglong Shui. He's the only one who can possibly get a deep purple score. Linglong Shui was quite confident in Lin Xian. Big brother can definitely do it. Big brother, you can do it. Dragoni flew around excitedly. If Lin Xian doesn't make any mistakes, the God's Awakening door will definitely go. However, is it a good thing for the God's Awakening door to go? Murongyu pondered for a moment. Why isn't it a good thing? Luo Chenxi asked, puzzled. Because the mortality rate is very high. Forget it, let's not think about it. To him, this person's life is very important. It shouldn't be a problem. What do you think? Bai Xianqian asked. Lang Wuxin said, medium purple is the lowest. Deep purple is possible. Although she didn't want to admit it and hated him, this person was indeed something. In the 10th Fei God's Temple, Shui Bingxin, Shui Binglan, and a group of beautiful ladies around Yirenbing were also watching. If Lin Xian can get a deep purple score, we must find a chance to eliminate him. Zhao Mengyue said indifferently. Lin Ye frowned slightly. Then I'll kill you immediately. You can try. Lin Xian walked to the front of the origin stone of strength. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. In the past, I needed to keep a low profile. However, reality doesn't allow me to do so. This time, alright, I won't keep a low profile in the future. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. Then, lightning gathered in his right fist, followed by dark force. Dark force? Lin Xian has the dark attribute? Oh my god. How many attributes does Lin Xian have? From what I know, fire, wind, lightning, ice, time, space, and now, he has the dark attribute. Wait, could it be that he has other attributes? Could it be that he has all attributes? Hiss? Chapter 1326. That's right, Lin Xian's display of the power of darkness stunned everyone. What the fuck? In other words, Lin Xian didn't use his full strength during the competition? Fengling clenched her fists. Really, she really couldn't beat him. No. She had to win. She had to defeat him. And the only chance to defeat him was after coming out of the God's Awakening door. As long as she got more than Lin Xian in the God's Awakening door, she could defeat Lin Xian. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Double my strength. That's right. He felt that it wasn't enough. Create the law, increase my strength. Lin Xian's punch looked very ordinary. It held the thunder and was entwined with the dark power. However, the power of this punch was enough to destroy anyone in the Great Void stage, as long as they were not in the Great Void stage with a very high star level. Lin Xian expressed that he had forgotten about the dark force. Otherwise, he would have used the dark force when he was fighting with Fengling. Now, he should be using his full strength, right? Other than not using any top-notch martial techniques, it was about time. Very strong. Come on. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. This fist looked like it was just condensed energy, but in fact, it contained the power to kill a Great Void stage expert. Then, it landed on the power source stone. Boom, this fist, without talking about other things, just the power of this fist made everyone see that this fist was definitely stronger than anyone before. At that moment, some of the people nearby couldn't react and directly retreated. Those who reacted had to release their spiritual energy to block it. Hiss, so strong. Is this Lin Xian's true strength? He should be using his full strength, right? It should be. In this round of assessment, no one has a reason not to use their full strength. This will pull down points. I think this Lin Xian has a chance to hit a dark purple color. Really, I thought the strongest in this Tianwu conference was Murongyu, Duan Lingxiao, and the others. Who knew that Lin Xian would appear? In the next instant, the light flashed. Red, orange, red, green, blue, blue, purple. It was difficult for everyone to see the change in color, but it directly reached purple. It instantly reached dark purple. Looking at the violently flashing dark purple light, everyone's pupils shrank. Indeed. This Lin Xian is indeed the strongest. The power of the law of creation, purple lightning, and the dark energy, he should have hit a dark purple light. Wait, look at the power source stone. Suddenly, a voice attracted everyone's attention to the raw stone of strength once again. What had happened? Cracks appeared on the origin stone of strength. Everyone's pupils shrank. What? The power source stone? I know the principle behind this power source stone. It will respond according to the attacker's realm. Simply put, in theory, even if a heavenly Tao realm's strength were to land on it, the power source stone will be able to withstand it and then test the heavenly Tao realm's results. However, when the strength released by the power source stone is far lower than what it can handle, which is to say, exceeds its limit, it will be damaged. I also know that. Simply put, a heavenly venerable realm attack power source stone's limit is 200. A heavenly Tao realm attack's limit is 20,000, and when a heavenly venerable realm attack's strength exceeds 200, the power source stone will be damaged. This Lin Xian actually reached such a heaven-defying level? Where did he get his strength from? Even if it's the law of creation, the dark energy, and purple lightning augmentation, it shouldn't be so terrifying, right? Everyone was dumbfounded. The reason was simple. Lin Xian had even exchanged for a power source that doubled his strength. When the power of the three was doubled, it wasn't as simple as the power of the lightning being doubled. Bang! At the next instant, the power source stone exploded in front of everyone. Then, Lin Xian was sent flying by the blast of energy. So, an expert charged at Lin Xian and caught Lin Xian. Gulp! Everyone gulped a mouthful of saliva as their heads were filled with question marks. This is a fucking complete explosion? What kind of monster is this Lin Xian? WDNMD. Not only is this Lin Xian stronger than Murong Yu and the other top-notch martial artists, but he's even stronger than them? If this isn't crushing, what is? If it was dark purple, it would only mean that Lin Xian was stronger than them. But now, it's crushing. When Duan Lingxiao and company saw the scene, they subconsciously clenched their fists. He was going to die. He was definitely going to die. If he did not die, there would be a person called Lin Xian standing above their heads for the rest of their lives. When they saw the scene, they had a feeling that even if they all entered the God's Awakening door and this Lin Xian did not enter the God's Awakening door, the things they obtained might not allow them to surpass Lin Xian. This Lin Xian was definitely going to die. No, they had to think of a way to get rid of this Lin Xian before he completely rose to power. They had to get rid of him. He was still a heavenly venerable, so there was still a chance. If he reached the absolute void stage, then the chances would be too slim. And he would definitely reach the heavenly Tao. If he reached the heavenly Tao, they would completely lose the chance to kill him. Fuck. Linging saw the scene and immediately cursed. Big brother, when we met, you weren't as strong as them. How long has it been? How did you become like this? Wah. It was true. Perhaps in the past, Linging felt extremely unhappy about being Lin Xian's girlfriend and being ruined by him. But now, she even had a feeling that she was no longer worthy of Lin Xian. Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian. He was really much stronger than she was. In the past, she did not think that there was anyone in this world who was so much stronger than her. Of course, she knew that there was always someone stronger than her, but she had never thought that there would be someone who was so much stronger than her. Previously, in the divine realm, they could still win and lose. But now, Murong Yu felt that she was no longer Lin Xian's match. She was a strong woman. Even if Lin Xian was her man, she would not allow herself to be so much weaker than Lin Xian. She could not be in the limelight, but she could not admit defeat like this. She had to continue becoming stronger. And Lin Xian had become Murong Yu's target. When Feng Ling saw the scene, she clenched her fists tightly. Previously, she felt that she would definitely be able to defeat Lin Xian. Then, she realized that she was not as good as Lin Xian. Now, she was even wondering if she could surpass him and defeat him? It was too exaggerated. Lin Xian landed on the ground and looked at everyone. Can't take a beating. Lin Xian sighed. Everyone, so, it felt good to be pretentious. Chapter 1327. Linglong Shui and the others watched this scene. I still underestimated him. Linglong Shui said helplessly. He really isn't simple, Yuanbing said. Little Shishir, who was in Linglong Shui's arms, was clapping happily. For some reason, maybe it was because she saw how dazzling Lin Xian was, and she was clapping for Lin Xian? Who knew? On the other side, Zhao Mengyue frowned as she looked at Lin Xian on the screen. She originally thought that Lin Xian could only be dark purple. She didn't expect him to directly destroy the origin stone of strength. Fuck. Lin Yu looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. He had already grown to such an extent? She was really happy for Lin Xian. In front of all the geniuses in the continent, he was already the most outstanding one. Lin Yu was really proud of Lin Xian. Boss, should we make a move? Zhao Mengyue frowned. She was afraid that if she didn't make a move, when Lin Xian completely matured, she was afraid that, however, because Lin Yu was here, she couldn't directly make a move on Lin Xian. She felt that the best outcome was that she could do her own thing, and Lin Xian wouldn't interfere with her. She also didn't have to deal with Lin Xian. She felt that this was the best outcome. Really, for some reason, she felt that if she made a move on Lin Xian, she would be the one to suffer. She always had this intuition. I won't make a move for now. But boss, didn't you just say that if Lin Xian's results were too good, you would make a move on him? Zhao Mengyue glanced at him and said, I said I won't make a move, so I won't make a move. Are you going to be disobedient or what? If you're disobedient, there are plenty of people to inherit the power in your body. I understand. Lin Xian had shocked everyone, but what could these people do? Lin Xian's martial arts competition had already shocked everyone. This seemed to be within reason. No. But you fucking destroyed the raw stone of power. What the fuck is this? This was much stronger than they had expected, much stronger than they had expected. Alright, the first round of the examination is over. Everyone's scores have been displayed on the big screen. Murong Feng said. Wait, I have a question. Lin Xian. Lin Xian, what do you want? Lin Xian then said, it's true that I got the highest score, but I made an exception and completed this test. Shouldn't I get extra points? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the experts exchanged glances. In theory, there should be bonus points, but there was no such content. This, in theory, yes. But the rules don't have such content, and we can't change the rules at the last minute. So, we can't add points. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Then why did he work so hard? To act cool? That didn't seem too bad. Alright. Then everyone get ready. We'll proceed with the second test of the second round according to the previous order, the defense test. Everyone, please take a look. Then, everyone's gaze gathered on a bed. There were handcuffs and shackles. It looked just like the place where an execution would take place. This is a modified hit bed. After you lie on it, the handcuffs and shackles will be fixed, and the electric shock will begin. The electric shock is divided into 21 levels. Just like the first round, the points will be the same. For every level of electric shock, you'll get 500 points. This electric shock will only cause pain on the spot, but it won't affect your body in any way. This electric shock simulates the power of heavenly thunder. Everyone was secretly astonished. When warriors advanced to the Great Void Realm and the Heavenly Tao Realm, they would attract heavenly punishment lightning. According to each warrior's talent, the number of heavenly thunder they attracted would be different. The more heaven-defying a warrior was, the more heavenly thunder they would attract. At most, it could reach 99 heaven-defying bolts of lightning. However, no one in history had experienced 99 bolts of heaven-defying lightning. Only you could withstand the heavenly thunder. Once you withstood all the heavenly thunder's power, you would have successfully advanced. And if you died under the heavenly thunder, it meant that you had failed. Therefore, this was like a test of the heavenly Tao. If you failed the test, you would die. If you passed, you would enter a powerful realm. Therefore, this round was meaningful. It was also a useful test for them. As for the problem of realms, you don't need to worry. The intensity is different. A 6-star Empyrean can withstand the power of a 6-star Empyrean, and a 5-star Empyrean can withstand the power of a 5-star Empyrean. We have already done the data comparison. In this round of test, you can lie on the bed and release all your strength to resist. But what I want to say is that the effect might not be great. This is because the electric shock's power is not an external strength, but an internal strength. It doesn't matter if you have an earth attribute or a metal attribute to increase your defense, the effect won't be great. What might be effective is the healing of water, light, and wood. Murong Feng said. As for how to judge whether or not you have finished, there will be a decibel detector beside your head. When the sound you make exceeds 30 decibels, it will be considered the end. At that time, the level you can withstand will be the level and the score will be the same. This decibel is not only the sound you make in your mouth due to the pain, but also the sound you make when your limbs collide with the jade bed. The sound you make when you shake your arms and the handcuffs will also be considered the final sound collected. Alright, is there anything you don't understand? Murong Feng swept his gaze across the crowd. These experts felt that this was necessary. When they heard that it was a test of defense, they were puzzled. So it was a test of lightning resistance. This was really necessary. Every child here would definitely be able to reach the Heavenly Tao Realm in the future. The Great Void Realm and the Heavenly Tao Realm both had tests of the thunder of heavenly punishment. It was a good opportunity for them to experience it in advance. Furthermore, from the looks of the Radiant Association, there might be something related to the thunder of heavenly punishment in the God's Awakening Door. Everyone shook their heads. Alright then. Feng Qingyu, you go first. Feng Qingyu shrunk his head. He was so miserable. He was the first one again. He was the guinea pig again. Then, Feng Qingyu walked over and laid there. His 4 limbs were handcuffed. The handcuffs and leg cuffs were specially made. They were unable to break free. Are you ready? Feng Qingyu took a deep breath. I'm ready. Begin, the first level. And, then, a weak sound came out from his throat. As the level of the electric shock slowly increased, Feng Qingyu's expression changed. His body unconsciously twisted slightly. Then, he released his spiritual energy. It was useful, but the effect wasn't too great. Finally, when the level reached the 13th level, the sound coming from his throat became louder. When the level reached the 14th level, he cried out in pain. It's over. Your final score is the 14th level. Your score is 7,000. Feng Qingyu walked over with his head covered in sweat. Next. Chapter 1328. To be honest, they hadn't tried it yet, but they were a little afraid when they saw Feng Qingyu's appearance. The people in front of their phones were watching with interest. In this round of assessment, they felt that it was very interesting. They were judging some people's movements, expressions, and so on. They felt that it was quite fun. I can't take it anymore. More than 10 people finished one after another. The best was Feng Qingyu, who was level 14. It really wasn't that easy. Then, Lingying kept pacing there. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Lin Xian glanced at Lingying. No, look at how they're lying there. They look so pathetic and ugly. I'll be as ugly as them when the time comes. Ah! Lin Xian, damn. This woman's brain was really wired differently from others. Lin Xian thought she was afraid, but she was afraid of embarrassing herself in front of these people. Damn. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at her helplessly. Damn. Why are you rolling your eyes? Lingying glared at Lin Xian. Ahem, it's nothing. Humph. Lingying then rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. If you don't believe me, ask Xintong and the others if they're afraid. Lin Xian then looked at Wang Xintong. Wang Xintong stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly. It's okay. However, her eyes told Lin Xian that she was also a little afraid of embarrassing herself in front of everyone. But it was okay if everyone wanted to try, right? Wang Xintong. Ah? Yes. Wang Xintong then walked up. Good luck, you have the dual healing effect of water and light attributes. It shouldn't be too bad. Lin Xian looked at Wang Xintong and said. Yes, yes. Lin Xian was quite confident in Wang Xintong. This girl might not be strong, but her endurance was definitely not bad. Many men might not be able to beat her. Then, Wang Xintong lay on it. It was only when she reached level 10 that she gradually showed some signs. Even when she reached level 15, she didn't make more than 30 decibels. Wow, this beautiful girl is really amazing. There are so many men in front of her who are at most level 15, but she's able to endure until level 15. And she's at least level 16. She's going to break the record. Isn't this the pretty girl who only managed to get a light cyan color from before? I didn't expect her to be so weak, but her endurance. Really, I have to give her a big thumbs up. Where can she go? At level 16, Wang Xintong released light and water to heal. At level 18, she finally couldn't take it anymore. The sound of her hands being pulled and the sound of the handcuffs made her stop. Phew, Wang Xintong sat up, panting heavily. The hair in front of her forehead was already wet. So good. Lingying and the others exclaimed. It's really good. Wang Xintong then ran over and stood quietly. Duan Lingxiao. In the end, Duan Lingxiao stopped at level 19. How should it be said? In the eyes of the others, it was normal for him to reach level 19. Duan Lingxiao was a little unhappy. He felt that it was reasonable for him to not be able to reach dark purple in strength. He couldn't increase it anymore. But for things like endurance, he could forcefully endure it. No matter what, he could continue to increase it. But at level 19, he really couldn't endure it anymore. Lingying, Han Chuxue, Wu Yuhan, Xiao Xinyue, they were all level 17. There was nothing they could do about it. Although their battle prowess was strong, who would deliberately cultivate this kind of defensive endurance? They were confident that they could reach level 18 if they had water attribute healing, but they didn't. Feng Ling walked up and finally stopped at level 20. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A girl who had reached level 20 was able to suppress Duan Lingxiao. What could Duan Lingxiao do? This Feng Ling had the law of creation. What could he do? How could he compete? Murongyu, level 21. Fuck. What's going on? Level 21? Fuck, level 21? A girl had reached level 21? She didn't create the law of creation, right? How could she reach level 21? This is too exaggerated. A girl reached level 21? Full marks? Can she endure it that much? Hiss, really, everyone knew that Murongyu was strong. But strong was strong, it had nothing to do with endurance and defense. How could she last 30 seconds at level 21? There were only a few people present who knew about this, but Lin Xian knew. Divine body. That's right, divine body. This divine body was much stronger than any water attribute or wood attribute body. This was also within Murongyu's expectations. Zhuge Feng stopped at level 18. It couldn't be helped. It was really difficult. In the end, it came to Lin Xian once again. Everyone's eyes gathered on Lin Xian again. Lin Xian was lying there. Let's start from level 15. Lin Xian said. Everyone, what the fuck? This Lin Xian? What's going on? Is he so pretentious? But I have to say, although he's pretentious, I think he's qualified. I used to think that he was a pretentious guy, but today I realized that he's qualified. He must have confidence in himself. Linglong Shui and the rest shook their heads helplessly. Okay, they were used to it. Are you sure? Don't you need a slow process of adaptation? Lin Xian shook his head. No need. Okay then. Since it's your request, we'll go straight to level 15. But if you can't endure the sudden pain and make a sound, then there won't be a second chance. Murong Feng reminded. Come on. Okay, counting down, 3, 2, 1. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt the pain all over his body. He finally understood why so many men were placed at level 12 or 13. Level 15 was really too much. But to Lin Xian, it didn't matter too much. Level 16. Level 17. Level 18. Lin Xian adjusted his breathing. Suddenly, he thought of something. The law of destruction. Lin Xian directly used the law of destruction on himself and destroyed his pain nerves. It didn't matter to him if it was destroyed temporarily, but people couldn't be without pain nerves because it would affect other aspects. If the pain nerves were gone, the other nerves might not be able to transmit. Moreover, if you were injured in battle, you wouldn't know how serious your injuries were and wouldn't be able to react flexibly. It was very dangerous. Therefore, it needed to be preserved and couldn't be removed permanently. In any case, he had the law of creation. He could just restore it after he was done. Then, everyone was stunned. Why did Lin Xian's expression suddenly become so calm? Didn't you feel pain? Chapter 1329. Lin Xian knew that the pain from the lightning was harmless. If you fainted from the pain, it would be because your body was protecting you and making you lose consciousness. It wouldn't cause any harm to your body. Lin Xian knew that it wouldn't cause any harm to him, so he directly cut off the pain nerves. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal. Lin Xian just lay there like that, calmly looking at the clouds in the sky with his eyes wide open. Everyone? Level 20. When the pain reached level 20, Lin Xian's expression didn't change at all. Everyone was stunned. If he was faking it, and the intensity of the lightning suddenly increased, his expression didn't change at all. If he was faking it, how could he be faking it? Wasn't this too inconceivable? Gulp. What kind of monster is this Lin Xian? Why doesn't he have any expression of pain? He's already level 20. Murong Yu also couldn't bear it when she reached level 20, but this Lin Xian's expression didn't change at all. The strength of his body couldn't have reached such a terrifying level, right? Although this is simulated lightning and there's a substantial difference between it and real lightning, the pain is still very real. Hiss. What kind of monster is this? That's right, Lin Xian was lying there, but once again, everyone was dumbfounded. Don't you fucking feel pain? Level 21. Murong Feng looked at Lin Xian as if he had seen a ghost. Level 21, the strongest level. Lin Xian didn't show any signs of pain. He was still lying there and blinking at the girls. Everyone? This was why the law of creation and the law of destruction were so powerful. Because these two great laws could be released according to one's will, as long as one's imagination was big enough, as long as it was within the scope of one's ability, then these two great laws could be used to great effect. Therefore, people who had these two laws had flexible minds and knew how to adapt to situations. For example, Murong Yu had the law of destruction, but she couldn't think of Lin Xian's method. Okay. 30 seconds have passed. Murong Feng gulped as he looked at Lin Xian. Once again, Lin Xian had shocked everyone. How had he managed to hold himself back? It didn't seem like it. Could he not feel pain? This shouldn't be the case. Wait a minute, Uncle Murong. Is the CD bed broken? Why doesn't Lin Xian look like he's in pain? Duan Lingxiao couldn't take it anymore. Could this Lin Xian be any more heaven-defying? He had personally experienced this kind of pain, so he knew how unbearable it was. However, this Lin Xian was so calm and collected. Young Master Duan, why don't you try? Lin Xian turned to look at Duan Lingxiao and said, let's try it. Duan Lingxiao then walked over and slowly reached out to touch the electroshock bed. The next moment, his entire body trembled and he quickly pulled his hand back. Fuck. It was so painful. How did this Lin Xian endure it? You said that they had the lightning attribute, so it was reasonable for them to be a little immune to this kind of electric shock. However, wasn't it too exaggerated for him to be completely immune? Duan Lingxiao's performance also made everyone understand that Lin Xian was enduring a great deal of pain, yet he was still able to act as if nothing had happened. His tone didn't even change. This person, fuck. Amazing. Can you tell what's the reason? Yiren Bing asked Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui shook her head. I can't tell. I don't understand. Logically speaking, he's also enduring this kind of intense electric shock. Could it be that he's immune to the power of lightning? It can't be, right? It shouldn't be. There should be some other reason. This kid really knows how to give people unexpected surprises. Lin Xian then stood up. Lin Xian, full marks for this round. Lin Xian's lips curled slightly, then he looked at his ranking. Second place. First place was Murongyu. However, the gap between him and Murongyu was very small. What Lin Xian wanted to do next was to see what the third round's content was. He wanted to see if he could use his ability to help Wang Xintong, who had a lower score, enter the top 10. Ling Ying and the others weren't too sure either, so he wanted to see what the third round's content was. Alright, everyone, rest for half a day. After dawn tomorrow, we'll announce the content of the third round. The North Pole summit is rather cold, so everyone should go down the mountain and rest. Murong Feng said. Then, everyone dispersed one after another. Let's go! Lin Xian and the girls released their spatial attribute and went down to a corner to take shelter from the wind. Once again, they set up a hot pot. Very happy. Then, Lin Xian used the law of creation to repair his pain nerves. The moment Lin Xian's pain nerves were repaired, he felt an electric current running through his body. Then, Lin Xian convulsed there. Girls, hey, big brother, are you okay? They hurriedly looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the law of creation to repair his body. There was no other way, he had been up there for too long, so it was inevitable that there would be some residual electricity left in his body. I am fine, there's just a bit of electricity left. Big brother, why are you only reacting now? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Ha, the reaction arc is a bit slow. Lin Xian scratched his head. A day passed just like that. The content of the second day wasn't broadcasted, so the rest of the continent couldn't see it. Ning, you have to watch this Lin Xian carefully. In the Xiao family's tent, Xiao Zun looked at Xiao Runing and reminded her. Until now, he still thought that Lin Xian and Xiao Runing were a couple. Got it, Dad. I reckon that Lin Xian will have a lot of wives in the future. There's no other way, this kid is indeed outstanding, us old fellows can see it, but you have to fight for your future position. Xiao Zun warned again. Got it, Dad. Xiao Runing was helpless. She and Lin Xian weren't a real couple. Although the two of them had done it many times, they had never established a relationship, so they shouldn't be a couple, right? Sigh, so annoying. Let's go, the third round of the examination is about to begin. I don't know what the third round is about. When you were young, why didn't you participate in the Sky Martial Assembly and choose to be a teacher? Otherwise, you wouldn't be just a Sky Venerable now. Xiao Zun sighed. But what could he say about his daughter's choice? He just felt a bit unreconciled. His eldest daughter should have been able to reach a higher realm by now. It was just that being a teacher distracted him and wasted his time. I like that kind of life. Xiao Runing said. Sai, let's go up and see what the content of this round of examination is. Let's see what kind of surprises this Lin Xian can bring us. At the top of the North Pole, everyone once again gathered there. Chapter 1330. It was the Radiant Association's idea to hold the Tianwu Conference at the North Pole. The previous two rounds had nothing to do with the North Pole. The third round's final test must be related to the North Pole. Lin Xian and the others looked at Murong Feng. They were looking forward to the third round's final test. Murong Feng, Duan Tianming, and the others looked at the crowd. Is everyone here? Duan Tianming asked. Then they nodded and everyone was here. Good. Since everyone is here, I'll talk about the content of the final round of the Tianwu Conference. Everyone looked at him nervously. Lin Xian was nervous because he wanted to give Wang Xintong and the others a chance to advance. Therefore, Lin Xian was concerned about whether the content of this round could help them. What was Duan Lingxiao and the others nervous about? This round must be the kind of content that could help them attack Lin Xian or obstruct him. Then Duan Tianming said, the content of the third round is to attack the demon race. What? Hearing Duan Tianming's words, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Attack the demon race? Attack the demon race in the third round? Duan Tianming smiled and said, of course, it's not to attack the demon race like the demon god temple. It's also not to attack the big forces of the demon race. What you need to do is to clear out all the demon race forces near the North Pole with 250 people. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Is it really enough to rely on just us? They looked at each other in astonishment. Then Duan Tianming said, there aren't many demon beasts in the North Pole. However, they threaten the safety of the people in Icy City and the surrounding cities every day. There are even more cases of demon beasts invading human territory to attack humans than any other city. Originally, we planned to send troops to destroy this place. However, it just so happens that the Tianwu conference is around the time. Therefore, we'll leave it to you. There's no place more suitable for this test than here. Some people knew the North Pole quite well. What was the situation? Why was this place more suitable for their test? First of all, the North Pole was very big and very spacious. Although the terrain was complicated with ups and downs, it was much more comfortable than a forest in some aspects. Secondly, there were some Fey forces or races in the North Pole. Some of the Fey were nomadic and had no fixed abode to look for food. Some of the Fey were organized and even took human form to preside over the overall situation. This kind of Fey had basically taken root in the North Pole and even built houses and territories. Generally speaking, the territory of a race was a type of demonic beast. There could be many types of demonic beasts, and that was called power. This type was relatively strong. However, how strong could the strongest realm be? The Great Void stage was the limit. Furthermore, the other side would not be very high-level Great Void realm stars. Most of them were heavenly venerables at the peak. It was just that there were quite a few heavenly venerables. Some of the smaller ones were only at the domain realm. These were the main culprits of the disaster in Icy City and other cities. They liked to eat human flesh. Sometimes, they would burrow into the ground and enter Icy City and drag people away. Therefore, whenever a burrow appeared in Icy City, it meant that someone had suffered. Then, there was a Fey God temple here. It was called the Ice God Temple, the second Fey God Temple. However, this Fey God Temple was very far away in the sea. Moreover, this Fey God Temple was usually more peaceful. Therefore, as long as this place was eradicated, the few cities here would be very safe. When the others heard the content of this test, they could not help but be shocked. The content of this test was somewhat dangerous. They could not help but worry about their children. Come, everyone, take this. Then, someone gave each of them a blueprint. Lin Xian glanced at it. There were some letters on it. Lin Xian did not understand the specific meaning. This is very important. I hope you can keep it in your interspatial rings. This is the distribution map of the nearby forces. We have divided it into a total of 300 large and small demon forces. They are divided into a total of 5 grades, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The lowest grade is B, and the leader is probably at the domain realm. It won't be a problem for you. The leaders of the A-grade forces are basically at the heavenly venerable realm, but it won't be too high. When it becomes an S-grade force, the number of heavenly venerables in the demon force will be quite high. When it becomes an SS and SSS rank force, there will be demon experts at the Great Void realm. We have already marked the location and letter rating of each force on the map. There are a total of 300 forces. There are about 15 SSS grade, 30 SSS grade, and 80 SSS grade. Everyone had a rough understanding of the surrounding 1,000 miles. Duan Lingxiao and the others' eyes suddenly lit up. Beautiful. This was a free test. No matter where they were, where they went, and what they did, they were free. There was no problem even if they were to lie down and sleep. This also meant that they could make a move on this Lin Xian. They definitely could not kill Lin Xian. They did not dare to because they might be exposed. Moreover, their whereabouts might be seen by these experts. She did not know if they had the ability to do so. But to be safe, they definitely could not do so. Secondly, they were probably not Lin Xian's match. However, they could compete with Lin Xian. There would definitely be a test of results. As long as Lin Xian could not compete with them, his results would be pulled down step by step. Moreover, as the only content with a degree of freedom, this would definitely be the one that pulled down the most points. There was a chance. This, President of the Trial Union, isn't this test a little too dangerous? A parent of a student asked worriedly. It's very dangerous, but it's also not dangerous. You can completely understand it as your children going to the demonic beast domain to farm monsters to increase their realm. However, this time, it's targeted. Moreover, your children are not simple. Another point is that we have already marked the strength of the forces on the map. They are still very clear about their own strength. They can distinguish which forces can and cannot go. Then, Duan Tianming paused and continued, of course, if you really feel that it's dangerous, we will definitely not force you. You can give up, but I don't think any of you will give up. For those who were ranked low, this was their chance to make a comeback. Now, for those who were ranked high, it was even more impossible for them to give up. Moreover, you can form a team. There's no limit to the number of people in a team. Hearing this, they revealed shocked expressions. Of course, there are pros and cons to forming a team and not forming a team. What I'm going to say next are the rules. Chapter 1331. They only knew that there were a total of 300 large and small forces. Basically, the realm of each force's powerful figures. However, they had to pay attention to the rules. How to score and how much to score. Duan Tianming glanced at everyone and said, "The rules are very simple. You will compete for the right to attack a total of 300 forces. The reward for destroying a B-grade force is 2,000 points, an A-grade force is 10,000 points, an S-grade force is 50,000 points, an SS-grade force is 100,000 points, and an SSS-grade force is 200,000 points." Hiss, hearing this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. B-grade forces were only worth 2,000 points while SSS-grade forces were worth 200,000 points. The difference between them was obvious. However, the most powerful B-grade forces were those in the domain realm. If you could destroy them with a wave of your hand, the 1,000 points would be obtained with a wave of your hand. As for SSS-grade forces, the most powerful ones were those in the Great Void Realm. Their realms might not be too low. SS-grade forces had Great Void Realm experts, but there might be more than one of them. To them, SSS rank was basically very difficult. Because they were all in the Heavenly Venerable Realm. After all, it wasn't that easy to defeat a Great Void Realm expert. Moreover, the risk of losing their lives was extremely high. This left them with more choices. If they wanted to get more points, that would be S-grade forces. Although the points were high, in terms of danger, it wasn't as high as SS or SSS-grade forces. Competition. There were a total of 250 people and 300 forces. The A-grade forces would have 10,000 points and the S-grade forces would have 50,000 points. As for B-grade forces, the points were too little. Although it was very simple, however, you can choose to form a team. However, if you choose to form a team, for example, if you form a team of 5 and annihilate an S-rank organization, then the 50,000 points of the S-rank organization will be divided equally among the 5 of you. If you're alone, the points will be yours alone. Duan Lingxiao said. Therefore, this was the benefits of forming a team and each person had their own benefits. It was safe to form a team. However, if the points were divided, each person might have less points. However, it was dangerous to have more points. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. If it was an individual, he would choose to join a B-grade force. There were so many B-grade forces. Very few would choose to join a B-grade force. If one joined a B-grade force, it would be 2,000 points. It seemed that the points weren't too low. However, it was a long journey. The furthest two of these forces were thousands of kilometers away. It would be best to attack a powerful force. Although it would be dangerous, there would be more points. In this round, it was really going to be a competition that would pull down points. Maybe if you fight one less force and they fight one more force, they will have tens of thousands more than you. But at the same time, the competition was great. Then I'd like to ask, what if we attack a certain force together? How do you calculate the points? Feng Qinghao then asked. That's a good question. At that time, each of you will have a locator installed on your body. We will be able to see your location and see who came first and who came later. At that time, you will need to keep the demon crystals of one or several leaders of each force so that we can identify which force you destroyed. One more thing. Duan Tianming glanced at the crowd and said, which force will be destroyed in the end? We will judge based on each of you and your team's route, the time you stay in a certain force, and the demon crystal of the leader of the corresponding force. You are forbidden to kill each other for demon crystals. If you are discovered, you will be disqualified immediately. Originally, this should also be a part of the assessment. However, I do not wish for some of you to not attack the demon clan and only think of picking up ready-made items to attack your own people. Therefore, this aspect is forbidden. Of course, it is not a problem for you to fight for the force. For example, if Team A wants to go to a certain S-grade force, and Team B wants to go too. If you all go, who will take down the force in the end will depend on who has the leader's demon crystal. If it is in Team A's hands, then it will be Team A's points. Team B will only be working for Team A. However, during this period, if the demon crystal is in someone's hands, as long as you touch it, you will not be able to snatch it again. If you are discovered, report it directly with your mobile phone. After we verify, you will be disqualified immediately. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. They were really considerate. Duan Lingxiao's lips curled. Although they were not allowed to kill each other, stopping them was not a problem. Moreover, if they competed with each other and went to a force together, Whoever killed the leader and took out the demon crystal would get it. Then, this could effectively prevent them from scoring and waste their time. Now, if a team had the spatial attribute, it was definitely good news. It could save a lot of time on the road. However, we rather encourage you to compete with each other and not kill each other. We rather encourage you to fight for a force together. This way, it will also increase the difficulty for everyone and increase the places you can train. Therefore, when the time comes, each of you will be able to obtain a map. Just download it on your mobile phone. Duan Tianming then continued, this map will be the map on the paper in your hands. It will mark the points of each force, as well as each of your whereabouts, including your name. It can even search for your name, location, and distance. Including if you destroy a force, you need to make a selection on your mobile phone and mark it. When the time comes, take out the leader's demon crystal. This way, we will know that the force was destroyed by you. It can also let others know that the force is gone, saving time. If you do not mark it, even if you have the leader's demon crystal, it will be considered that you did not defeat the force. Everyone, Duan Lingxiao's eyes lit up. This was another piece of good news. When the time comes, each of you will also receive a teleportation crystal. This is used to protect you. I don't need to explain the use of the teleportation crystal. If you use it when you encounter danger, you will come here. At the same time, it means that you have lost your qualifications and the points you have obtained will be reset to 0. In addition, this operation will last for a total of 15 days. In these 15 days, arrange for rest and battle reasonably. I hope that nothing will happen to you. Also, pay attention to the time. If no one comes here in the morning after 15 days, it will be considered the same. Now, I will give you 1 day to find someone to team up with. You can also act alone. Tomorrow, gather here 3 hours early and we will record it for you. Then, everyone dispersed. To team up or alone? This was a question, but most people would definitely choose to team up. Why? It was safe, and they could attack a powerful force. Although they needed to split the points equally, the total points were high. Moreover, spatial attribute martial artists were definitely the most popular. 15 days, there was a time limit. Some forces were very close, and there might be a few or a dozen within a radius of 10 miles, but some might be hundreds of miles away. The time spent on the road was all points. And spatial attribute was definitely useful. Chapter 1332. With their cultivation at the Empyrean realm, it was difficult for them to do a spatial leap of more than 100 kilometers, but it was definitely not a problem for them to do tens of kilometers. At the Great Void realm, they could do it more than 100 kilometers. At the Heavenly Tao realm, they could do it thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers. And time was extremely important for the third round of tests. Don't underestimate the fact that they had half a month. They might have to spend more than half of their time on the road. They might even need a day or two to take down powerful demon factions. As long as they did not have absolute strength, what could they do with just a few people? Lin Xian and company gathered together. What do we do? Linging asked as he sat there, swinging his legs. Form a team, Lin Xian said. Form a team? Lin Xian nodded. That's right. You, me, little Chuxue, little Xinyue, little Yuyu, little Yuhan, and little Xintong should be powerful enough. Together, we should be one of the few that can challenge an SSS-ranked faction, right? Don't bother with SSS-ranked factions. We don't know how many Great Void Realm experts there are. SS is enough. SSS-ranked factions are too dangerous. Linging rolled his eyes as he said. If you don't want to fight, others will. Lin Xian said. Who? Who can fight? Yes. Lin Xian pursed his lips. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao had already walked towards Feng Ling. Miss Feng, let's cooperate. Duan Lingxiao said with a smile. Feng Ling had a space. Although Xiaoyun also had a space among them, Feng Ling's strength was obvious. With her, she was more useful than Xiaoyun and company. Feng Ling frowned slightly. There's no need. I'll be with my brother and the rest. Duan Lingxiao then said with a smile, there's no need to be with them, right? They aren't weak either. What are you trying to say? Feng Ling shot a glance at Duan Lingxiao. Let's cooperate. Look, what's the lineup on Lin Xian's side? Other than that Wang Xintong who's slightly weaker, which one of them is weak? With the few of them in a team, do you think the 7 of them can take up 7 spots in the top 10? Upon hearing this, Feng Ling took a look. That was a possibility. The 7 of them were too strong. If they formed a team, they might really occupy 7 spots in the top 10. Then, there would only be 3 spots left. It was really hard to say if she would be able to fight for one. After all, it was only 15 days, besides, it's not like we can't add you, Feng Qinghao, and Feng Qingyu. Besides, our team has Chu He and Qi Tianqing. Feng Ling furrowed her brows and began to think. Chu He and Duan Lingxiao had top-notch strength. Including her brother, and Qi Tianqing, they could be considered as the top 5. There was also Xiao Yun, Su Jiming, and Qin Ming. These 3 were also very strong existences. And her brother Feng Qinghao, 8 people, their lineup might not necessarily be inferior to Lin Xian's lineup. Moreover, we can stop Lin Xian and the others. Stop them for what? Think about it. The 7 of them occupy 7 spots. It's very possible that we can stop Lin Xian from entering the God's Awakening door. In this way, won't you shorten the gap between you and Lin Xian? When you come out, Lin Xian might not be your opponent. Feng Ling pondered for a moment. Don't think that I don't know that you're also targeting Lin Xian. So we're on the same side, isn't that right? Feng Ling snorted coldly. I won't do such a despicable thing. Miss Feng, I'm afraid you've misunderstood something. Despicable? How are we despicable? My father already said that we can't kill each other in this competition, but we can compete with the same faction. We can even compete with each other. When we stop Lin Xian, we'll just be fighting with the other factions. There's no need for any schemes or tricks. Feng Ling pondered for a moment. It seemed reasonable. Are you sure you can beat them? We have 9 people in our team. Can't we beat the 7 of them? On this point, Duan Lingxiao was quite confident. Although they were strong, their team wasn't weak either. They had more people than them. They might not win, but they might not lose. All right, I'll join. Feng Ling nodded. With the 3 from the Feng family joining, we'll be like a tiger with wings. But with 9 people, when the time comes, the 9 of us can even try to become an SSS rank force. Only Lin Xian's team and us can try to become an SSS rank force. The strongest are basically in our 2 teams. Duan Lingxiao said. We can try. What was the strength of the human race over the demon race? It was the laws and the territory. Only a small number of demons had laws and territory. Relatively speaking, once a human reached this level, they would be able to comprehend them. It was just a matter of whether their comprehension was strong or weak. For the demon race, only geniuses like Linglong Shui and Yiren Bing could have them. The few of them could make use of this gap to reduce the disparity in strength. Then it's settled? Tomorrow morning, the 9 of us will form a team. Duan Lingxiao smiled. I need the leader. You'll be the leader? Duan Lingxiao asked. Forget it. I don't like to command. You'll be the leader. Then it's settled. I'm happy to work with you. Duan Lingxiao smiled and extended his hand to Feng Ling. Feng Ling didn't extend her hand. She turned around and said, I'm only working with you to prevent Lin Xian's team from entering the God's Awakening door. I'm only working with you to fight for a chance for my brother, and me to enter the God's Awakening door. Once it's done, all 9 of us will enter. Duan Lingxiao smiled. Lin Xian's team of 7 had formed a team. They were quite enjoying the time of working together. Mainly, Lin Xian's territory and Wang Xintong's territory would directly reduce the disparity. One would reduce the opponent's realm while the other would increase their realm, forming a team? Lin Xian walked to Zhuge Feng's side and asked. Zhuge Feng smiled and said, Forget it. I won't form a team. I'll do it alone. You'll do it alone? Are you sure? Lin Xian asked in surprise. Zhuge Feng nodded. I'll do it alone. I won't drag you guys down. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. This Zhuge Feng probably had some plan. All right. Then I'll see you at the God's Awakening door. Ha ha ha, good. See you at the God's Awakening door. What did it mean to do it alone? It meant that they had given up on SS, SSS, or even S rank forces. The others were in despair. Damn it. Some of the strongest people had fucking teamed up with each other. What could they do about it? Damn it. What were they regretting now? Why couldn't their results in the first 2 rounds be better? However, the only good news was that they had formed a team and had more people. If things went well, the points they would get wouldn't be much higher than theirs. A day passed just like that. The next morning arrived quickly. Chapter 1333. Everyone gathered at the peak of the North Pole once again. They were preparing for the final round of assessment in 15 days. Lin Xian had never seen an assessment that lasted for 15 days. It was really an eye-opener. But it should be quite meaningful. Sigh, when he thought about how Lin Xian hadn't touched any of the girls around him for the next half a month, plus the previous week, he felt wronged. He wouldn't be able to touch any of them for the next half a month. How could he touch any of them if he stayed with them for the next half a month? Unless Lin Xian wanted to die. Then, the information of each of them, whether they were acting alone or in a team, and who were the members of the team were all done. Then, everyone's information and the team's information were all entered into the system. This is each of your phones. The phones only have a few functions, which is to check the map and check everyone's location and whether their forces have been attacked. It's considered as your support function. This is a teleportation crystal for each of you. This is a life-saving tool for you. We've understood that there aren't any demonic beasts in this area. Therefore, you can use the teleportation crystal to escape without any pressure. Again, whoever uses it will be eliminated. After a pause, he continued, also, this is the breath-holding pill developed by the three major forces. For 6 hours after taking it, you can breathe underwater. Even the surface of the water is no different from the surface. Because there are forces at the bottom of the sea, you can take this breath-holding pill. Each of you can take at most 3. Duan Tianming glanced at everyone and said, as Duan Lingxiao's father, Duan Tianming would definitely side with his son. But what was the use of siding with his son? He couldn't open a back door. When he knew about his son's plan and the information of the team members, what should he say? Screw it. If they didn't mess with Lin Xian and the others, with their combined strength, it would be very terrifying. Perhaps the few people with lower scores would be brought up in this round. In other words, the 7 of them had a higher chance of entering the God's awakening door. This was the same as Duan Lingxiao's thought. There was no choice because they were too strong. Especially in the test 2 days ago, Lin Xian displayed inhuman abilities. If they were not strong, then there was no need to worry about this. Therefore, if they didn't do anything, the 7 of them would advance to the next round and there would only be 3 spots left. At this stage, Feng Ling's score was even higher than Duan Lingxiao's, Chu He's score wasn't too far behind, and Qi Tianqing and Zhuge Feng's scores weren't too far behind either. Feng Qinghao was not too far off. It was even possible that eliminating a single B-rank organization would determine their final 3 positions. There were 4 people who were very close to Duan Lingxiao, and one of them even had a higher score than Duan Lingxiao. With the space and the creation of the wind chimes, if there were no special circumstances, Duan Lingxiao would only be able to fight for the last 2 places. Naturally, he did not have much confidence in winning. In that case, they might as well work together and drag Lin Xian and the others down while they climb up. Dragging Lin Xian and the others into the water might seem like Duan Lingxiao's idea, but it was actually good news for Chu He, Qi Tianqing, Feng Qinghao, and even Zhuge Feng who didn't join them. This was good news for wind chimes. They were not fools. They all knew that Lin Xian and the others were very strong, so why would they still want to join? Because they knew that this was their chance. All right. I don't have anything else to say. It's now 5:50 in the morning. 15 days later, gather here at 6 o'clock in the morning. You'll fail if you're late by even a second. Now, everyone can set off. I've prepared a car for you to speed up your journey. This is the only way we can shorten your journey. Good luck. Then, the 250 people sped off in all directions. There were all sorts of big and small forces in all directions. They must have already discussed which force to go to last night. There would definitely be people from different teams going to the same force. At this time, it would depend on their choice. Would they fight for it directly, or would they change their strategy for the sake of stability? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Then, the 7 of them took out some sort of weapon that looked like a jet launcher at the same time. Everyone was stunned. What is this? I don't know. Damn. They can fly. And they're so fast. This is definitely much better than using a car. There are many places where cars can't be driven. They have to take a detour or even abandon the car. They can just fly over. There's no need to take a detour. They have the space attribute, but you can't keep using the space attribute. You have to consume your spiritual power and the process of recovering your spiritual power is very long. Therefore, during this time, you still need other things to travel. Even if they have 2 space attribute martial artists, if you want to attack a more powerful demon race organization, you're in a hurry and your spiritual power is used up. If Lin Xian or Murongyu didn't have enough spiritual power, would you dare to attack them? You definitely wouldn't. They only have half a day. They definitely didn't have time to prepare these things. Could it be that they prepared it in advance? That's impossible. Who would prepare this thing in advance? Could it be that they already knew the contents of the 3rd round of assessment? Many people looked at Murong Feng and the others in confusion. I can only say that it's impossible for them to know the contents of the third round of assessment. As for this rocket launcher, I can only think of, last night, Lin Xian used the law of creation to create it. Murong Feng said. Hiss, they took a deep breath. This is really a genius. He can even think of this. Actually, it's not difficult to think of it, but if they really think in this direction, then their team's advantage will be reflected. Then, everyone looked at Feng Ling and Duan Lingzhao's team. Feng Ling gritted her teeth. Damn it. Why didn't she think of using the law of creation to create a tool in advance? Feng Ling, you come too. Duan Lingzhao said. Okay. Then, Feng Ling released the law of creation and began to create. They were already one step behind, but where were they behind? Feng Ling's spiritual power. After Lin Xian and the others rushed over, Lin Xian directly released his space energy. They were already dozens of kilometers away, and then continued to use the rocket launcher to hurry on their way. As for Feng Ling's side, she created on the spot, causing her spiritual power to not be much, so she was short of Lin Xian and the others by dozens of kilometers. Obviously, Lin Xian and the others were going to an S-rank force at the very least, and it might even be an SS rank force. The nearest S-rank or SS rank force was nearly 100 kilometers away, so when they started fighting, Lin Xian's team would have already finished off a force. It's fine. We have 15 days, so we're not in a hurry. Duan Lingzhao glanced at the map on his phone and searched for Lin Xian's location. They were already dozens of kilometers away. Look at their location. They might want to make a move on this S-rank or SS rank force. The few of them began to research. Obviously, Lin Xian was their biggest enemy. Chapter 1334. This might be their advantage. They could see the route of whoever they paid attention to. They had the initiative and could formulate a plan. These experts were only paying attention to Lin Xian's team, Feng Ling's team, and Zhuge Feng's team. There were other strong teams as well, but as long as Lin Xian's or Duan Lingxiao's teams weren't completely wiped out, it would be difficult for them to enter the top 10 unless a miracle happened. However, it didn't mean that it was impossible. That was because this round was really going to pull their points apart. There are only 3 S-rank forces and 2 SS rank forces over there. Moreover, they will be the first to rush over. Therefore, the 3 S-rank forces and 2 SS rank forces over there might be taken over by their team. Qi Tianqing said faintly. The SS rank forces have a higher void stage expert. It's very dangerous. However, since we plan to go to the SS rank forces, Lin Xian's team won't give up. Su Jiming said. The higher void stage experts were very strong. They were around 5 or 6 stars in the heavenly venerable realm. However, it didn't mean that they couldn't fight against a higher void stage expert. How could a few top geniuses with various laws, domains, and attributes not be able to fight against a higher void stage expert? It would be fine as long as the higher void stage expert didn't have a high star level. Then, they glanced at the map. If we move forward, we will reach the monster race forces in the sea. Among the forces in the sea, the one in front is an SSS rank force. I don't think they will dare to go there. On the right side, there are more A and B rank forces. On the left side, there are more S rank and above forces. Therefore, after they defeat the 5 forces here, they will most likely go left. Chu-He said. Then it's very clear. In 15 days, we don't need to go head-to-head with them for the time being. We will develop ourselves, but we also need to stop them. If we go left, there shouldn't be a third group faster than us. Moreover, we also have 2 spatial attribute martial artists, Xiao Yun and Feng Ling. Although we fell behind in the beginning, we won't be too far behind in the future. Duan Lingxiao said. Chu-He and some other powerful ones didn't have spatial attribute. Chu-He had time. Yes, we will go left. After they finish fighting, they will find that the forces with high points on the left side have already been defeated by us. In fact, we have even gone to other places. In this way, they can only take a longer route while we have the initiative. Qin Ming nodded and said. Good. Is the wind chime ready? They looked at Feng Ling. Feng Ling nodded. Everyone, equip yourselves, and set off. Then, the team of 9 rushed out. Feng Ling's team and Lin Xian's team are heading in the same direction. Looks like it's clear. Those experts said after seeing this scene. Yes, one of the 2 teams has 7 people, while the other has 9 people. It depends on which team will stand out. Either one team stands out, or the 2 teams will kill each other, and the others will benefit from it. However, I think the former is more likely, but the latter is also not small. These two teams will obstruct each other and go in one direction, causing the others in the other directions to be more comfortable. The two biggest competitors are gone. Yes, the former is more likely. However, comparing the strength of these two teams, it's hard to say. One team has 9 people, while the other team has 7 people. If the points are split evenly, Lin Xian's team will definitely have the advantage. However, if they want to obstruct each other, 9 people are still stronger than 7 people. They are all top-notch. With 2 more laws, 2 more domains, and a few more elemental powers, the difference is quite big. Although they have Lin Xian, Mu Rongyu, and the others who are not weak, the other team has Feng Ling, Duan Lingxiao, Qi Tianqing, Chu He, and Feng Qinghao. They are not weak either. Interesting. Sigh. It's a pity. If it's possible, I really hope that these children can go to the God's Awakening door. However, the rules are as such. I don't know what secrets are in the God's Awakening door. It's clearly a huge improvement for humans, but why can only 10 people go every 5 years? Is it because of the high mortality rate? Lin Xian, Duan Lingxiao's team is coming in our direction. In the air, Lingying took out her phone and took a look. Then, she saw the scene. I guessed it. They can either absolutely avoid us or compete with us to the end. It seems that they have chosen the latter, Lin Xian said. The strength of the 9 of them combined is definitely not weak. Especially with Feng Ling joining them, it's a huge improvement for them. Space and creation have gained a lot of unknowns. Mu Rongyu said. It's fine. Lin Xian glanced at his phone and said, they plan to go to our left. Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Then what should we do? Our original plan was to go to the left after finishing the 5 on this side. The right side is full of A and B rank forces. Only by going to the left side will there be S and SS rank forces. They attacked the left side and kept going left. We will keep eating their tail gas and gradually fall into a disadvantage. Do we have to spend a long time choosing another direction? Go back again or go to the side? Lingying asked. The 300 forces would form a square, with the peak of the North Pole in the middle. Lin Xian and the others were going to the upper left corner of the square. Further ahead was the C, which was the SSS rank. If they went to the right, there would be B and A rank forces. If they went left, there would be S and SS rank forces along the way. Or they could go to the other 2 corners, midway, and so on. However, if they went to the other 2 corners, they would have to walk a long way. It was equivalent to walking from the peak of the North Pole to where they were now. About half a day. 12 hours. Then, we'll go to the bottom of the sea, Lin Xian said with a smile. Ah? An SSS rank force? The girls were stunned for a moment. Although an SSS rank force was indeed their mission target, an SSS rank force was indeed too dangerous. An SS rank force would probably have 1 or 2 virtuous void stage experts, but an SSS rank force might have at least 3 virtuous void stage experts, or even more than 10 virtuous void stage experts. Therefore, although there was an SSS rank force, it wasn't a good choice. The mortality rate was too high. Moreover, one shouldn't underestimate the powerful demonic beasts in the sea. There were many powerful demonic beasts on this continent, but the number of powerful demonic beasts in the endless deep sea wasn't any less than on the continent. This was because the sea was too big. There might even be empire-like existences of the demon race in the sea. They were extremely terrifying. However, most of them lived in the sea and didn't care about worldly affairs. This was because the sea wasn't smaller than the land. Moreover, in the deep sea, there were many demonic beasts with long lifespans and unimaginable strength. Although this place wasn't the endless deep sea, it still wouldn't be too weak. Once you're in the sea, even if you're an SS or SSS level underwater force, how can you be sure that you won't encounter a stronger force in the sea? You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.